Welcome to this Carbon Trust event. My name is Ralph Cochrane and this is Accelerate to Net Zero UK. We have some great speakers today from leading organisations who are going to tell us about their journey, including Virgin Media O2, Smurfit Kappa, REA Moderator, We Mean Business Coalition, and many more. We're going to hear about the challenges and successes as we all face up to the impacts of climate change. But we'd also like to hear from you, so you should have seen a poll as you entered the session. Let us know which town or city you're joining from today. As the events go on, you'll see more polls pop up, and also on the right hand side we have our resources section. This is where you can find downloads, the presentations, also links to the Carbon Trust website so you can get in touch with the team. We also have subtitles as well, so if you don't quite understand my northern accent, I don't think it's too bad, you can have subtitles in English, or in fact you can have over 30 other languages as well. Our mission at the Carbon Trust is to accelerate the move to a decarbonised future. With over 400 experts around the world, we help leading businesses, governments and financial institutions accelerate their route to net zero. And we've been doing this for over 20 years. We've played a central role in establishing the standards and measures for carbon emission reductions that are used by thousands of companies and organisations around the world. We've also supported the development of technologies and programmes that are leading the way in the global response to the climate crisis. We all know the clock is ticking. If you joined us last year, you might remember the event was called Route to Net Zero, but this year we're calling it Accelerate to Net Zero, and for good reason. This event is part of a global series, so if you're interested in our work in Latin America or Africa, or in fact anywhere else around the globe, make sure you check out our website at carbontrust.com and look for the other events in the series. Now, can we take a look at the poll, please? Let's see where everybody's from. Good to see Yorkshire, nice and large there, but yeah, lots of people from the UK, not surprisingly. Torquay, London, Lockerbie, it's changing in front of my eyes here. Birmingham, Macclesfield. It's great to have all of you here, and we're interested in your stories. So please make sure you engage with the experts and use the resources on the right-hand side. Now, I'd like to introduce our CEO, Mr. Tom DeLay.
Hello, I'm Tom DeLay and I'm Chief Executive of the Carbon Trust. I'm delighted to welcome you to today's event, Accelerate to Net Zero UK. We were founded in the UK, we've gone international since then, but I'm delighted with the work that we continue to do in the UK and across the world with so many key partners and clients. We're going to hear from many of them today, but also hopefully hear from you as part of today's format. Coming back to the Carbon Trust, we're an organisation with one mission: to accelerate the transition to a decarbonised future. Accelerate is the verb, it's what we're here for. It's to do more than is just required, to really push ahead and accelerate that transition, however hard we know it might be. We deliver impact through the success and ambition of our clients and partners worldwide. We work with our clients and partners either directly, helping them with issues specific to their organisation, or more broadly, by driving and supporting collaborations that can go across from public to private sector, or indeed across whole industry sectors, looking to make progress and share in that progress so that individually organisations can then go ahead and build their future routes to net zero. Being practical is what we're all about, and that's what today's event is all about. Making route to net zero something that is tangible and real for your organisation and helping you think about it in that way. We're going to have a number of panels, we're going to have a number of talks, but we're also going to have an opportunity for you to contribute directly, to interact with what is going on today, not simply be passive. And please, I would ask you to do that. It will be a better event if you do. So that's all from me right now. Thank you very much indeed for your time. I look forward to the rest of the event. It should be a great success. Let's hope you can help make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Now it's time for our first keynote. Can we keep 1.5 alive? Here to moderate this very special session and to introduce our keynote speaker is Marta Iglesias, Director of the Carbon Trust. Marta has over 20 years of experience in sustainability and climate mitigation strategy, development and implementation, both in-house and through consultancy. Marta, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, Ralph, and good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome from me to this session, and I have the real pleasure of introducing Lord Adair Turner, and I'll give just a brief overview of his outstanding career, so I hope I can still do it justice. So Lord Turner is the chair of the Energy Transition Commission, a global coalition of major power and industrial companies, investors, environmental NGOs, and other experts working to find pathways to limit global warming while stimulating economic development and social progress. Lord Turner has a background in the financial sector, having chaired the UK's Financial Services Authority and played a leading role in the post-crisis redesign of global banking and shadow banking regulation. He has held high-profile roles in public policy, including, very importantly, being the first chairman of the Climate Change Committee between 2008 and 2012. He became a crossbench member of the House of Lords in 2006, and previous business roles include work at McKinsey, Merrill Lynch Europe, and Standard Chartered, amongst others. So welcome, Lord Turner, and thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to hand over to you so you can share your thoughts on the imperative of accelerating progress towards net zero.
Marta, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to have the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. The question that's been posed is, can we keep 1.5 degrees centigrade alive? Can we keep that as a possibility? So let me just start with a few key facts which frame the challenge. First of all, one has to say that the objective is not definitively to keep it alive or not. It's a probabilistic issue because the whole of climate is probabilistic. So when we talk about what is needed to keep 1.5 degrees alive, what we and the International Panel on Climate Change are actually measuring is what do we have to do to have a 50-50 chance of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. We start with total global emissions from the energy sector, the land use sector, and including both CO2 and an estimate of the equivalent of other gases of about 50 gigatons per year, of which 40 gigatons in the energy, building, industry and transport sectors, and 10 in the land use, food, agriculture sectors. Broadly speaking, to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, to have that 50-50 chance, we need to reduce that 50, of which about 35 to 40 is the CO2 element. We need to reduce that to 0 by 2050 or 2060. But actually, just as important, we need to front load that reduction. If we concentrate just on CO2, and we can work with a figure of about 40 gigatons per annum of CO2 emissions, the IPCC says that to have a 50-50 chance of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, total cumulative emissions from 2020 to 2050 of CO2 must not exceed 500. And of course, the eagle eyes amongst you would have realized that if we started with 40 and ended up with 0, and we simply did that as a straight line over 30 years, that would be 600. It would be a half of a 40 plus 0, 20 times 30 years, 600. So what that tells you immediately is we've not only got to get all greenhouse gases to around net zero by 2060, CO2 to around net zero by 2050, but we've got to front load that reduction with something like a 30% reduction in CO2 emissions, or even a 40% during the 2020s. And we've got to do that in a challenge where every year it's getting more difficult because, frankly, we've had 2 years of this decade from 2020 these 3 decades from 2020 to 2050, and it's still running at 40 gigatons CO2 per annum, 50 all gases together per annum. So of that 500 budget, 80's gone already. The challenge gets bigger over time. Now, I'll end up by saying whether I think we're going to meet it, but with that scale of the challenge set out, let me say a few words on which bits of what I've just described I think we can be confident about and where I'm worried. I'm going to start by saying that if we concentrate on the energy, building, industry and transport sectors of the economy, leaving aside land use, food, agriculture, on that EBIT sector, as we call it, energy, building, industry and transport, I'm actually very, very confident that the world can get to zero emissions by 2060 or even 2050. And I'm far more confident than I was when I was the first chair of the UK Climate Change Committee from 2008 to 12. And the fundamental reason why I'm so confident is that we have had a revolution in technological possibility and the economics of key technologies, which I have to say, at the CCC back in 2008, we did not anticipate how rapidly progress would have been made. That progress has been most dramatic and has had the earliest effects in the electricity sector of the economy. Back in 2008, we still thought that to build a zero carbon electricity system, you would have to rely on 3 different categories of technology: renewables, but also fossil fuels plus carbon capture and storage, including even coal plus CCS at that stage, and nuclear. But what has happened, and it really happened in the 10 years after we were working, is this extraordinary fall in the cost of wind and solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, solar. The cost down across the world, 60, 70, 80, and in the case of solar, down 90%. And just as a word, there has been a slowdown of those cost reductions and even a reversal with the supply chain difficulties of the first year. But we're very confident that long-term trend is continuing, particularly in solar over the next few years, where do not be surprised when you see the solar costs coming thumping down even faster than before. What that fall in the cost of renewable energy systems has meant is that we can now set out to build electricity systems which are zero carbon by as early as 2035, which is the UK target, and the Labour Party is talking about accelerating that to 2030. That is doable. There will be systems which are as much as 70 or 80% dependent on variable renewables. And increasingly, we know what are the mechanisms by which we will balance the system and deal with that last 15, 20% that needs to be stored or flexible. So the good news, and it is good news that we didn't know at the Climate Change Committee back in 2008, is we know what the solution is to zero carbon electricity systems, which can be achieved faster and at a lower cost than we dared hope back in 2008. Once we at the Energy Transition Commission had really convinced ourselves that that was the case, which we did in 2016 and 17 in the first 2 years of our operation, we then decided to switch tack and look at what people had called the hard to abate sectors of the economy, or the difficult to electrify or impossible to electrify sectors of the economy. I'm talking about steel production, cement, chemicals, long distance aviation, long distance shipping, trucking rather than passenger cars. And we looked at those in detail in 2017-18, and we produced a report end of 2018 called Mission Possible. And the report says what it says on the tin, as it were, that we do believe it's mission possible to get all of those sectors of the economy to net zero by 2050 and at a lower cost than we previously thought was possible. We can talk later, if you want, about what the technologies are. Hydrogen has a very major role to play. This, for instance, is 100 grams of zero carbon steel production made at SSAB's hydrogen direct reduction plant in northern Sweden. And what we have seen, for instance, over the last 5 years is a revolution of thinking in the steel industry. Only 5 years ago, when we started that work, if you'd asked me, I would have said the future of steel when we decarbonize it is going to be continuing to use coking coal, but adding carbon capture and storage. We now believe that coking coal plus carbon capture and storage will play almost no role in the decarbonization of steel, and that how we are going to decarbonize steel is moving to either hydrogen direct reduction or moving through intermediate stages, such as using natural gas, which of course is split into CO2 and H2, syngas, before you use those as the reduction agents. As I say, across all of these sectors of the economy, steel, cement, chemicals, long distance aviation, shipping, we can set out what are the technologies that can get us to net zero. And what has been extraordinary and I think heartening is the revolution of ambition. If you had talked to almost anybody in the global aviation industry only 5 or 6 years ago about what their target for 2050 should be, there have been a lot of sort of, sucking on lemons and sour faces. This is incredibly difficult for us. Yes, we can improve efficiency. If you really want us to get to zero, 50% is going to have to be done by fundamentally planting forests and having offsets. We can't possibly get to zero in ourselves. But now we have a lot of the global aviation industry signed up to net zero, real net zero by 2050 with a use of synthetic fuels and biofuels, electricity and hydrogen at the shorter distance. So across all of those sectors of the economy, we think it's possible. So basically, over the last 15 years, since I started work at the Climate Change Committee, I have become more confident that in the energy, building, industry and transport sectors of the economy, can we get to net zero by 2050 across the world? Yes, we can. But I'm still very worried. Why am I worried? I'm worried because although zero by 2050 is possible, it's much more difficult to get, say, a 40% reduction by 2030. And the fundamental problem is the problem of capital stock turnover. Ships last 30, 40, 50 years. Even if you get to the stage where all the new container ships in the world are switching over to the new potential technologies of burning methanol or ammonia, it's going to take a couple of decades before the majority and eventually all the ships in the world are on those new technologies. This fundamental problem of capital stock turnover means that the challenge of meeting what we have to do in the area under the curve, the cumulative emissions, is far more difficult than actually being confident that we can get to net zero by 2050. The second problem is the food and land use sectors. About 10, 12 gigatons, less certain than the figures for EBIT for two reasons. One, a lot of it's about land use change, and those are somewhat uncertain estimates. And another big bit is about methane emitted by cattle and sheep. And there is a uncertainty, there's a debate about what is the best mechanism to express methane in CO2 equivalent terms. And I could give you an answer which would make that food and land use sector not 10 to 12 gigatons, but 20 gigatons. And I could defend that as well. But let's assume it's 12 gigatons. The challenge is that there are not yet the straightforward technological answers where I can put hand on heart and say, I'm certain we're going to get there. The fundamental driver of that 10 to 12 gigatons is red meat consumption. That is what is producing the methane. That is what is producing the vast majority of the destruction of the rainforests of the world. And I think until and unless we either get significant diet change or new technologies, such as new feeds for cattle or synthetic meat, then I don't think that this is a winnable fight. And it worries me far more than the issues of, can we get steel to net zero? Can we get our electricity system to net zero? So our fundamental problems are the pace at which we can take the EBIT sector and the fact that we do not yet have definitive answers in the food and land use sector. And all of that means that if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, we will have to have some category of removals as well. If we had started, and we could have started on this journey 20 years ago, more aggressively, we would not have to depend on removals. But from where we are at the moment, we can't make the numbers add up without assuming somewhere between 70 and 200 gigatons of removals over the next 30 years, and then an ongoing stream of removals of maybe 3 or 4 gigatons ever thereafter. Those could come from nature-based solutions, reforestation, or at a later stage from direct air capture and storage. And there is also a possibility, of course, bioenergy and carbon capture and storage. So we do need that as part of the story as well. So that's what we would need to do to make 1.5 degrees alive. What do I really believe in my heart of hearts? I think the world is going to warm by 1.8 degrees centigrade. I think we're going to have to try bloody hard even to meet that. But I still think we should keep the target as being 1.5. And we need to be aware that every 0.1 degree centigrade that we overshoot 1.5 is a huge problem. We're at the moment at about 1.2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and we are seeing very, very big climate effects across the world. They will get worse as we go to 1.5. They will get worse still if we go to 1.8. They will be catastrophic if we go to where we could end up, which is 2.5 or higher. So we need to keep aiming to that target of 1.5 degrees centigrade. But if you ask me in my heart of heart, we will overshoot it somewhat, but I want to keep that overshoot as small as possible. So thank you very much. Very happy to take Marta's questions, and I think questions from all of you as well now. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing such a clear and I guess powerful summary of where we stand on climate change and the challenges we're facing. I'd like to start then by asking about your impressions on the recent COP27. What is your take on the outcomes of the negotiations, and what do you think is a must for COP28?
I think in terms of the international politics of climate and the formal commitments, the negotiated commitments, to be blunt, COP27 was not all that important. So we came out of COP26 with, at the end, a set of historic commitments, a commitment that we would phase down coal. That was a hard-fought debate at the end of the Glasgow conference between phase down and phase out. We ended up for the first time with the final statement of a COP saying that the aim should be 1.5. We ended up with a broad commitment that countries should bring forward new national determined contributions which are compatible with 1.5. And then it was handed on to the Egyptians to take that forward. Frankly, there was not at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in November extensive discussion of that tightening of the NDCs. There really wasn't a stock take on where we are against that 1.5 degree target. What there was a lot of debate about climate finance, and that is important, the flows of finance that are required to enable parts of the low-income developing world to make this transition. There were broad commitments, but not much in detail about dealing with what's called loss and damage and helping on resilience. But on the mitigation agenda, internationally, in international diplomacy terms, there wasn't really a step forward or change from COP26. What there was, I have to say, that I felt at COP27 was a lot of private sector confidence in the technologies. I came away, frankly, on the mitigation side, there wasn't much to react to, at COP27, but I kept on meeting, people running major cement companies in the world who were far more ambitious than I had previously anticipated about the pace at which they could get to net zero. People who had new technologies in desalination, people who were talking about huge ambitions in the green hydrogen space. So I think there was steps forward there. As we go forward to COP28, and I'm going down to Abu Dhabi next week to meet the newly appointed CEO of COP28, Adnan Amin, who used to run the International Renewable Energy Association. As we move forward to COP28, I think the UAE has a fairly clear vision of what it wants to achieve. It is saying that they want to really work out what are the transformative technologies which can keep 1.5 degrees alive. I think inevitably in Abu Dhabi, which is where we will be in the UAE, there will be a lot of debate about what is the role of oil and gas. The president of COP28, Dr. Sultan, is also the CEO of ADNOC. And I think we will see a lot of comment from the NGOs, the environmental NGOs, about that fact. And clearly, the UAE believes that there is a future significant role for oil and gas, but also believes that they and the rest of the Middle East must move beyond it. So I think for the first time, there will be a real focus as this COP on, okay, what is the pace at which oil and gas production has to decline, and how are we going to get that decline in a world where the easiest thing is for each individual country to say, I absolutely accept that oil and gas demand and supply globally must decline, but it just so happens that my oil and gas is part of the remaining small percentage that will still be produced. I think that's going to be a big and complex and very interesting debate at COP28 in December.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like there's certainly an imperative for governments to do more. And it's great to hear that the corporate ambition is what is seemingly higher. So on that, can I ask you then for your opinion on the UK government's plan for its own net zero by 2050?
I would say that there are parts of the UK target which are absolutely, I think the target is good. I think the intermediate targets set out in the Climate Change Committee budgets, which have been accepted by government, and in our NDC contribution for, I think it's 78% reduction versus 1990 levels by 2035. I think they're good targets and I think they're deliverable. I think in terms of have we got the policies in place, it's very different sector by sector. So I would say in the electricity sector, I'm confident. The UK by 2035 will have near zero carbon electricity. I've just checked on my app the instantaneous figure right now. We're at 111 grams per kilowatt hour of electricity, if you've, which is powering all our machines at the moment. When we started at the Climate Change Committee in 2008, that was 495 was the average for the year. The average for the year last year was about 220. It will be below 200 this year, and I think it will just go down and down. We have clear plans. We know that the absolute core of the UK electricity system is going to be offshore wind. We will develop 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, maybe as much as 100 by 2050. So will we have close to zero carbon electricity, let's say below 30 grams per kilowatt hour by 2035? I think we will. I think we've got the policies in place. And if anything, there may be a debate about accelerating that. I think we will electrify passenger road transport. We are now committed to no internal combustion engines to be sold after 2035, and none which are not hybrid after 2030. That will occur. The charging networks will be built by 2040. A very significant share of our stock will be a electric vehicle. Not only will we be getting the benefits of lower carbon emissions, our major cities will be just much nicer places to be in an environment where we don't have these noisy, smelly things called internal combustion engines. And by the way, our children are going to go look back on us and our stories of our grandchildren of these things called internal combustion engines with the same pity that we look back on our parents or grandparents who had to deal with the London smogs of the pre-1950s. So we will get there on that. The biggest thing I'm worried about in the UK path to net zero is residential heat. I'm going through the process. I'm just going down to see my country cottage this afternoon, where we are at last getting a heat pump installed. It is working. It looks very good. It's taken me 18 months to identify a small enterprise that I can trust to install it, to get into their queue, we first discussed it. We first got a quote 9 months ago. They're just installing it now. And I think the government has not yet gripped the scale of the supply chain development, the 200,000 or more electricians and plumbers and other small trades that we will need in order to drive the improved insulation and the heat pump installations of residential heat. So that, to me, is the big missing bit of the story of how we can credibly meet our targets, along, I would also say, with the agricultural sector.
Yeah, I guess also in that residential heat, there will come all the issues around taxes, cost to consumers, like how does it get funded and all of that. But let's dig a little bit further then into the other challenging area that you just mentioned now for the UK, but also for the world, the food and agriculture systems, and in particular the issue of deforestation. I was looking up some statistics, and the 2022 Forest Declaration Assessment shows that still about 10 million hectares per year are lost. The rate of decline has started, but it's still very short of the 10% annual required to end deforestation by 2030. Perhaps there's some hope now that Lula da Silva is back in Brazil. But what do you think is necessary then to stop deforestation? You mentioned red meat.
Well, look, let's be clear. There's been a set of commitments over time to end deforestation, but so far they have not get there. One of our biggest problems, of course, over the last 5 years, we had a president of Brazil who didn't really believe in stopping deforestation at all. So that has been a major problem, and it's greatly welcome that we now have President Lula back who does care about it. But I do think we have to go back to the absolute fundamental economics of what is going on here. The vast majority of deforestation has to do with red meat production. People sometimes talk about, mining in the forest, and they sometimes say, well, where are we going to get the manganese, the cobalt, the nickel? The fact is that the land area taken up by all the mines we will ever need is an absolute pinprick on the forests of the world. There's a problem that sometimes those mines are a vector of development where you build a road to them, and then that road itself creates a harmful economic development around it. But in their land area themselves, mining is not the key issues at all. The absolute key issue, which is leading to deforestation, is the clearing of forests, either for the grazing of cattle, or for soybean to feed cattle. That is what is going on. We have to face the fact that given the increase in red meat demand, which is going across the world, there is an economic proposition, a short-term economic proposition that people can make a lot of money out of, which involves clearing forests and handing them over to direct or indirect red meat production. That's a fundamental fact. Now, you can try and offset that by purchasing a lot of offsets and saying, I'm going to try and pay people not to deforest. I'm going to, as a philanthropy, I'm going to buy forest and stop it being used. But of course, the danger, if you fundamentally still got that economic demand, is all you do is you shift the deforestation to somewhere else in the forest. So I do think we've got to come back to this fundamental economic demand. As long as we have increasing red meat demand, and as long as the only way that we know to deal with that is animal meat production through the mechanisms that we are using at the moment, we will have an economic pressure for deforestation, which is, we're sort of entering into an arms race against that when we try and buy credits to offset it. We will be producing in March estimates of how much money the world would have to produce in those offset purchases in order to countermand that fundamental economic demand. I'm not going to reveal them now, but I can tell you, you will be shocked by the size of them. They are so large that they feel almost incredible. So I do think we have to return to the fundamentals here. Is there a synthetic meat revolution? Are there other ways of making red meat diets less productive of methane or less demanding of soya and other feeds? Or can we get significant reductions, not elimination, but significant reductions in red meat consumption? But I do think we all have to face honestly this problem, rather than signing up at COP after COP to a set of commitments to stop deforestation, where we simply have not previously faced the scale of the money which would be required to do that if we still have that demand for red meat consumption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will be really good to see the new analysis that is going to be launched, as you just said. I think there's a little bit of more positive, let's say, pressure and another positive lever of change on deforestation, which is the fact that the SBTI, the Science Based Targets initiative, has recently published the guidance for the flag sector, forest, land and agriculture. And for any company that wants to have their targets validated by the SBTI, they do have to sign a no deforestation commitment, whereby by 2025, there can't be any deforestation in their operations or value chain. Of course, the challenge is the nature of...
and that's absolutely great. I think if all the meat producers of the world sign up to that, and if red meat demand continues to go up, there will be an increase in the price of red meat, because you will be removing a cheap form of resource to produce it. And by the way, that's fine. That may be how the system balances. If everybody says no deforestation and you try to produce red meat without that deforestation, then market economics tells us that either the price will go up, which in itself may help moderate demand, or the price will go up and that will stimulate the technological development. So, technology developments can be very usefully, or consumer behavior changes can be very usefully stimulated by commitments to just limit what you're willing to do on the supply side and to take off the table certain categories of actions.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly think that we are a little bit away from seeing this play out. The challenge for many companies still that have like global complicated supply chains is that they are yet at the stage of being able to trace what they buy back down to the farmers. So they are still in this fact-finding exercise, which very quickly needs to translate into action and disincentivization of the deforestation. So I think hopefully we'll see some acceleration coming on this, and hopefully the market forces make it balance and achieve that target. So let me bring our conversation back down to what's going on in the UK, and we have seen the recent announcement of the consent for the Cambrian coal mine. So how does this reconcile with the phasing out of coal? What's your take?
The consent for the Cambrian coal mine is one of the most single idiotic decisions I've seen a UK government make in decades. I think it's completely unjustified. It's completely mad. Now, you could argue, caveat emptor, caveat investor. The people who've invested in this mine, they're going to lose money. That's their problem. But there are two problems with what has happened. One, this has blown the UK's credibility apart. We have been leading the argument to phase down coal, and then we say we're going to license a new coal mine. I mean, if you think that the UK can have a credible role in international negotiations about coal phase out from now on, you're just deluding yourself about how the world works. So it's a huge setback to our credibility, which was very high. The argument made is that this mine is producing metallurgical coal, coking coal as it's called, used as the reduction agent in iron making. And I have seen completely stupid, ludicrous statements from some people saying, we do not know how to make steel without coking coal. Well, that is definitively, absolutely, idiotically wrong. And if anybody tells you that, they have no idea what they're talking about. The work we have done, and I would ask you all, if you want, to look at the Mission Possible Partnerships site and look at the sector transition strategy for iron and steel making, signed off by a lot of big steel companies, including Tata, who of course have half of the UK's entire steel making production, iron making production. That report, that sector transition strategy, clearly sees that the blast furnace using coking coal is a dying technology. It will take time to die because of the capital stock turnover effect. And what you will probably do is the existing blast furnaces of the world will run till the point at what we call relining, the point at which you have to invest significantly to keep them going. And at that point, if not before, they will move to new technologies. Those new technologies could include going rapidly directly to hydrogen direct reduction. They could also include going through an intermediate stage of using methane, which is split down into the syngas elements of carbon monoxide, CO, and hydrogen, which are then both used as the reduction agents in steel production. But basically, what has happened over the last 5 years is a revolution in the possibility of producing zero carbon steel. 5 years ago, I thought the future of steel was keep doing blast furnaces, but add carbon capture and storage. That, I think, is a vision whose time has passed. We are going to move to new technologies. So the fact that we have managed to blow our international climate credibility in order to invest in a technology which is a dying old historic technology, that is why I think this is about the stupidest decision I've seen in a long time.
Right. Okay, so I'm just conscious of our time, and there's a lot more questions me and the audience would like to ask you, but I'll just do a last one, which I think with your background in the financial sector would be really good to have your view on what is the role of the financial sector, of financial systems in this transition to net zero.
Look, I think the financial systems can play a very strong but supporting role. What do I mean by a strong role? I think it is very valuable that across the world we have many financial institutions, both asset managers, insurance companies, pension firms, which provide equity and other forms of investment, and banks, which provide loans, all signing up to net zero targets. Now, once they've signed up, it's a great challenge to work out how to operationalize those, because, of course, when an individual steel company or aviation company says, I'm on a net zero pathway, at least in relation to their scope 1 and scope 2, they can measure it, they can decide how to do it, they're directly in control of what they're doing. A financial institution, of course, is trying to look through all the investments and loans it makes to everything that all of its counterparties are doing. That's a much more complicated challenge, but financial institutions throughout the world are doing it. We're working in particular closely with one very major bank throughout the world, trying to work through what does that commitment mean in terms of what we shouldn't finance and what we should finance. How do we really work out what our financed emissions are? How fast can they come down? All of that is very valuable, and I think it's very important for responsible financial institutions to play that responsible role, both on what I call the negatives and the positives. The negatives: do not finance any new coal developments. Be very cautious about or oil and gas. Make sure that what you're doing is consistent with a science-based target of reduction of oil and gas. Do invest, do help renewables, new technologies. All of that's very important. The only thing I want to say is never think that it is a substitute for government policies. The heavy lifting of the path to net zero will always have to be done with carbon prices, with bans on internal combustion engines, with government support for new technologies, with regulation. Because if you don't have them there, then one of those financial institutions or companies which is doing the right thing will find it itself undercut by the companies and financial institutions which are doing the wrong thing. So we can never substitute. We can add to, we can complement, but we can never substitute for those hard government policies of carbon pricing, appropriate taxation, appropriate regulation, appropriate initial support for new carbon technologies.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm afraid we have to close the session with that. I would like to first thank you so much, Lord Turner, for sharing your knowledge, your wisdom, your vision for the future, and the work that the Energy Transition Commission is doing. I think it's great to see that achieving the goal is economically and technically possible. Now it's about getting all the players going quickly in the same direction. So I'd like to remind our audience, amongst which we have many decision makers and key representatives of a great number of organizations, that we all have the possibility to drive this change within our organizations, as well as within our lives as individuals and consumers and voters, right? So I hope that this session and the next panel and the breakout discussions today offer us all a good opportunity to be inspired and to be energized and ready for accelerating the change. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be with you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. If you enjoyed that keynote with Lord Turner, I'm sure you're going to enjoy this session as well, which is a panel with some of the leading organisations in the UK and with lots of experts as well. So it's titled Energy Crisis, Does it Risk Derailing Net Zero or Will it Turbocharge It? Here to moderate the panel is Simon Retalak, Director of the Net Zero Intelligence Unit at the Carbon Trust. Simon, welcome. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Ralph, and a really warm welcome to our panel discussion on net zero and the energy crisis. My name's Simon Retalak. I am Director of the Carbon Trust's Net Zero Intelligence Unit, not, let me reassure you, a secret undercover operation, but a recently launched capability at the Carbon Trust dedicated to providing experience-led insights to accelerate global progress towards net zero. I'm delighted to be joined today by a first-class panel of leaders and experts on the transition to net zero, who I will introduce in a moment. But first, a quick word from me on the context for our panel today. First, net zero. On Tuesday this week, we got what sometimes seems like a weekly, if not daily, reminder from the scientific community that the imperative of reaching net zero isn't some optional political project, but one deeply rooted in the science. The update from Copernicus, the EU's climate monitoring service, confirmed what communities all over the world are experiencing firsthand, namely that the climate crisis is accelerating. The report catalogues a long list of extreme events and records that have been broken worldwide. To take just one example, Copernicus confirmed Europe experienced its warmest ever summer last year, with serious real-world consequences in terms of droughts, loss of food crops, and fires. Climate impacts like these remind us of the importance of the 1.5 degrees C objective enshrined in the Paris Climate Change Agreement, a goal we can only achieve if we cut global emissions in half by 2020 and reach net zero by 2050. And on that, the Copernicus report confirmed that we still have a long way to go. It found that global emissions continued to rise last year and have now reached their highest levels in the atmosphere for 2 million years. So while accelerating impacts is clearly driving up the urgency, there's also a growing sense that there needs to be a step change in our collective effort. In the midst of this challenge, of course, comes the post-pandemic surge in demand for energy and the war in Ukraine, delivering the greatest shock to fossil fuel prices in over 4 decades. Fossil fuel-based energy clearly lies at the heart of the climate challenge, with nearly 3/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions globally coming from energy use. So could the twin drivers of cost and energy security that have emerged from this energy crisis catalyze a turning point in our approach to energy, turbocharging action to get to net zero by boosting clean energy and energy efficiency? Or could it derail it by incentivizing a return to coal or more domestic extraction of oil and gas? That's the exam question we've set our panel today. And what a great group of people we have to answer that question for us. Let me introduce them. First, Nina Skoropska. Nina is Chief Executive of the Renewable Energy Association, the UK's largest renewables and clean technology trade association with over 750 members. She previously held several senior leadership roles within the RWE group, including joining the board of the RWE's Dutch business, Essent, as Chief Technical Officer. And I hope you don't mind me saying, Nina, you are one of the heroes of the renewable movement, a veteran in the best sense of that word. We're delighted that you're with us. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're also joined by Vijay Chowam. Vijay is Head of Energy and Carbon for Virgin Media O2. In case any of you missed it, Virgin Media O2 was formed in June 2021 as a 50-50 joint venture between Liberty Global and Telefonica through the merger of their respective Virgin Media and O2 UK businesses. Vijay worked for O2 for 14 years and is responsible for leading and developing energy management across the VMO2 business, including environmental compliance, energy procurement, and carbon emissions reporting. Very warm welcome to you too, Vijay. Thanks for joining us. Thirdly, we're joined by Garrett Quinn. Garrett is Group Chief Sustainability Officer for Smurfit Kappa Group, Europe's leading corrugated packaging company and one of the leading paper-based packaging companies in the world. Garrett joined the group in 2000 and has occupied a number of roles, predominantly in operations, managing corrugated box plants in the UK and Ireland, and subsequently moving to Head of Investor Relations for 5 years. Warm welcome to you, Garrett. Thanks very much for being with us. And last but not least, a really warm welcome to Dominic Gogol. Dominic is Deputy Director for Policy at the We Mean Business Coalition, a global non-profit coalition working with the world's most influential businesses to take action on climate change. Dominic's responsible for the coalition's policy advocacy in the US, the UK, Europe, and South Africa to accelerate climate action in the face of the energy crisis. Dominic's been at We Mean Business for 3 years and was previously in the private sector, consulting on energy and water policy, and before that at WWF UK. Wonderful to have you with us. Thank you all indeed. Let's start with that opening question. Does the energy crisis risk derailing net zero, or will it turbocharge it? Nina, over to you. 4 minutes max, please, from each of you on this one.
Okay, well, it's either or. The energy crisis has certainly put energy front and center in nearly everybody's minds, whether you're a trade association leader like myself representing renewable energy and clean technology and going to the government and saying, I told you so, renewables and clean tech are now the most cheapest, through to people in their homes who are very concerned about their everyday bills. But we believe it is turbocharging matters, that there are a lot more interest in renewable energy and clean technology. And one of the jobs that we do as the REA is when we talk to our members across power, heat, transport and circular bioresources, we ask them those questions. How are we doing? And in fact, we ask them, particularly the international players, how does the UK compare with other leading European nations who are also facing that challenge of the energy crisis? And in our Energy Transition Readiness Index review, the feedback from the members was there is a lot more interest, a lot more inquiries. Businesses are delivering, you know, the case making that wind and solar and all the other renewable energy technologies, whether at large scale or absolutely incorporated in the businesses' sites and in people's homes, there is a way forward, but there are challenges ahead. I think part of the demand increasing is seeing the fact that various components for the renewable energy technology are really going through the roof, and we've got challenges on skills. But we'll come back to that a little bit later, I think, because I know you've got some interesting questions for us further on in the panel session. But yes, it is turbocharging, but there are issues and problems and concerns.
Nina, thank you very much for that succinct answer. We will indeed hopefully return to some of those questions in the discussion later. Vijay, same question, please. Over to you. What's your view?
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, thank you, Carbon Trust, for the invitation also and for the chance to participate in this event. I think, in short, it depends on the sector and the type of business, and there's no clear-cut answer to this one. I do agree with Nina, though, and it's a yes. Energy costs, they are shining a light on energy consumption and raising awareness, and it's having an impact on carbon, a consequential impact on carbon in both absolute and relative terms. Some companies will be focusing on reducing their absolute consumption of energy. Some will be focusing on their relative efficiency improvements, and some will be both. And it won't always have an impact on carbon. You know, if a company is using renewable energy, for example, and they can cut their consumption by half, yes, it will reduce operating costs, but it won't reduce carbon. So we need to be mindful of that as well. On a positive, what it will do is introduce the concept of additionality. You know, every kilowatt hour of energy that we don't use, every kilowatt hour of renewable energy we don't use, is available in the market for somebody else to use, and that puts us in a better position when it comes to capacity in the UK. Less pressure on generators, and equally it's cost effective. For us, it makes business cases more attractive. Currently, in the current climate of high energy prices, it's making paybacks quicker, and it's making longer term deals, renewable deals, more attractive, whether they be on-site renewable or off-site renewable generation, sort of PPA type deals. I think it could turbocharge net zero further if government and businesses decide to do more and go further, and this will ensure longer term security of renewable supplies and make sure that the capacity keeps up with the ever increasing demand. And as Nina mentioned, raising awareness. I mean, it's raised awareness, and people are now more conscious of the energy they consume. I mean, I think most people now know what a kilowatt hour of energy is and what it costs compared to maybe a year or two ago, but also where their energy comes from as well, which I think is positive.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vijay, for that. Over to you, Garrett, now. Again, same question, please.
Thanks, Simon. So I would say, is the energy crisis derailing net zero? I think the answer for us would be a no. It is it turbocharging? I guess maybe I'll try and give some color on that. We have, in the last year, 18 months, we've continued to invest in the long term as a energy intensive industrial, making cardboard boxes for anybody who makes a product and ships it around, be it locally or internationally. In the latter half of 2022, we announced the largest decarbonisation project in our company's history in Colombia, which will reduce anywhere between 5 and 10% of our total company's footprint with that one project. We also, in September, successfully trialled hydrogen. We were the first paper mill in the world to successfully trial hydrogen in our paper mill in France. And what was nice about that project is it was a collaborative project across Siemens. The EU funded it in part. We had universities from across the UK, Germany and Greece. We had other companies like Centrax also involved. So a really good collaborative project, and a world first that allows us to look around and look past 2030 as to what might be available and how it would apply to our business and the investment requirements. And then equally, I think what's important for us, certainly, and hopefully for everyone else, is it's not just about targets and roadmaps, but it's also about delivery today and actually getting on with action today. And we've continued to have sequential emissions reduction year on year for the last number of years, and we would expect 2022 to be another one. So looking at kind of, there's, I guess, some real examples as to why I would say it's not derailing it. And if you look to why it's not derailing it, I think there's a number of reasons. And in Smurfit Kappa, we would have strong governance structures. So we would have senior management incentives are linked to the delivery of sustainability KPIs, of which the emissions reduction target of 55% by 2030 is one of them. And we have interim targets in between. Our cost of funding, so on the debt side of our business, is also linked to the delivery of sustainability KPIs, again, of which climate and emissions are one of them. And we also have a highly engaged board and a subcommittee of the board, which is a sustainability committee with experienced individuals with sustainability expertise. And I guess I would just use the phrase highly engaged. So you've got that, yes, it is still progressing, supported by strong governance. And then again, for us, I guess, is trying to tie it more and more to the business case. So we have I know it might sound cliched, but you want to do the right thing. And we do. And hopefully those who know the company will speak to that. But equally, you need to see, well, what is the business case? Am I going to attract better people? Am I going to retain the right people? Am I going to attract investors by being stronger in sustainability, attract customers? And I think that is something which we continue to develop, but very, very much front and center as opposed to being derailed.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for those insights, Garrett. Dominic, what's the view from We Mean Business on this one?
Yes, thanks for having me. So I'd split the question in two. I'd say so far, I think the UK has continued to deliver on net zero, so it hasn't derailed. So I would point to more policy leadership and financial support and political leadership, both in the US with the passage of the IRA and the Repower EU plan. But so far, the UK, it certainly has not derailed it. But I think next winter is actually where it's going to be more challenging, where we will have a stronger challenge across Europe to refill gas storage and gas reserves. So I do think that will need a particular focus. And I wanted to cover kind of 2 points in terms of a kind of a platform for why we should accelerate the transition to net zero instead of kind of slowing it down or giving into some concerns or some kind of calls to kind of slow it down. And that would be kind of why. What's the benefit, and not just in emissions terms, but what's the benefit for households, what's the benefit for the economy and for jobs. And the second is on kind of where UK business is in terms of backing net zero from across the campaigns and initiatives that We Mean Business run. So in terms of the socio-economic kind of the why, how it benefits UK PLC, we commissioned a piece of research last year that looked into just this question, which is how would the UK economy, household energy expenditure and jobs look like in 2025, 2030 and 2035 on the way to net zero for 2050. So we'd have some real kind of rigor to the policy advocacy, which we do along with our 7 coalition partners and the thousands of businesses that we work with. And it's a very strong, compelling story in terms of the findings that we had from this modelling. On average, per capita, most individuals would benefit by £84 in 2025. If you look at the average 4-person household, that's already significant savings that people are going to be seeing. And these grow significantly to 2030 and to 2035. When if you look by 2035, the average household would be saving £1,388. And when we're, as the earlier panelists were talking about, the cost of living crisis is biting now and people's perceptions about their energy bills is that much higher. A saving like that, which can happen while also kind of reducing emissions, is a really powerful one. And the kind of the good story is likewise carried over in terms of economic growth, which is better than a business as usual scenario in all 3 of the years that we measured, and in jobs. hundreds of thousands of jobs created in the clean economy versus business as usual, more high carbon scenario. So in terms of the benefits for kind of UK PLC, they're absolutely clear. Now, the second point I wanted to kind of talk through was in terms of where UK businesses are at, or at least in terms of the initiatives within the We Mean Business Coalition. So if you look at the Science Based Target Initiative, the kind of bedrock of corporate climate action globally now, that has over 4,000 committed companies as of late last year, which represents $38 trillion in the global economy. And the UK is the number one geography within the Science Based Target committed companies, with 700 companies who have committed to the science-based targets. And the rate of companies committing to reduce their emissions in line with science has only grown over the last year. It has not faltered in the face of the energy crisis and high energy costs. And likewise, our other initiatives like RE100, which is about setting 100% renewables targets, and EV100, which is about setting 100% electrification of a company's fleet. Both have seen huge increases over the last year. So in terms of from the kind of the 2 points I wanted to raise, the benefits are absolutely clear for why we need to be accelerating the clean energy transition to net zero in terms of helping hard-pressed households, generating jobs and growth, but also in terms of the bedrock of kind of UK corporate kind of action that is happening in this space. And policymakers should take confidence in setting policies which now will be needed over the next year to ensure that we really build on this to halve emissions this decade. But we can kind of talk through those specific policies a bit later in our discussion.
Dominic, thanks very much. We will indeed. And I agree absolutely, certainly about the need for those of us involved in this transition to spell out the benefits for consumers. Generally, across all four of your responses to the key question, very encouraging. And I think if we needed an evidence base that looked at this question globally, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, is in a bad place to look. And of course, towards the end of last year, we saw a really key publication from the IEA on energy that had some pretty remarkable statistics on renewables. They are forecasting that renewables are set to become the largest source of global electricity generation by 2025, surpassing coal. And there is a strong sense that this is linked to the energy crisis, in as much as this predicted renewable capacity expansion is 30% higher than the IEA predicted last year, representing the largest ever upward revision of IEA's renewables forecast, apparently. Now, of course, it may not all be down to the energy crisis. You mentioned key policy interventions in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act, and of course, we've got the 5-year plan in China and Europe's own initiatives, but hugely encouraging. On the flip side, we have seen also apparently an increase in coal use by 1.2% last year, as some countries have chosen to put coal-fired power plants back online. But on the whole, the trend is clear and very much towards increased deployment of renewables and other clean energy, I should say. All sorts of things here to unpack, and we've had some questions in from attendees. Thanks very much for those, and just a few in the next half hour or so to go over with you, panel. Starting maybe with a look at some of the challenges to achieve net zero for your sectors. Obviously, cost is only one part of this, and the energy crisis has really highlighted that. But there are other challenges. Maybe starting with the UK, Nina. I know that the UK government's made a commitment to decarbonise the UK's electricity system by 2035. They've indicated that they might be willing to relax restrictions on onshore wind. What are the big barriers to further accelerating deployment of renewables in the UK from your point of view, and to get to that decarbonisation target for 2035?
Well, just looking back for a short period of time, anybody who's lives in the UK and works in the UK will not be surprised that the frequent change of leadership of our government has kind of stalled the progress of various different legislation being laid in Parliament, the Energy Security Bill, and then all other not distracting, but very important requirements to help deal with the energy crisis. So we're still at the moment working through a complexity around the electricity generator and levy, which ultimately is saying, you know, anybody who's made some extraordinary profits over and above what you would be expecting to pay because of where power prices and gas prices soared to, we've got to work that out. So what that has done is, with all the burgeoning amounts of financial investment to come on in based on the historic net zero strategic plan, everything's just stopped, you know, in terms of the mass investments. Where the government has given direct grants, then the barriers are not necessarily policy certainty, but more than about grid infrastructure, how to connect, planning applications, how the on-off view of how we should use our land in the UK. You know, the scaremongering that all of a sudden the beautiful green fields of the UK were going to be covered by solar panels, which is absolutely bonkers around that kind of scaremongering. So there's some real fantastic, lovely lights of positiveness at this moment in time. But we've got to get to a position of normal review and making progress. We are now in 2023. The last thing which is of interest, which was a little bit of another shining light or golden thread, was that in the UK, they did ask Chris Skidmore, MP, to do a net zero review. And for once, it's not been a let's do a review and 3 years later we'll be with you and talking to it and carrying on debating it. It's actually going to get published on Monday. So hopefully the new prime ministers and the new ministers that are in play are not just going to say, thank you very much, Chris, let's put it in the back shelf, but actually we'll look at what that means for business, for really delivering economic value for the UK. Because even with all the hype and the excitement about renewable energy, let me just point out the metrics. 2020, at the end of 2021, and also indications for 2022, we're still only around about 40-oddish% renewable power. And remember, that ambition is to be net zero on electricity and power by 2035. But then heat, we're not even in double digits yet on renewable heat. And the embarrassing situation on where we are on transport is really scary. That's less than 5%. Because we keep hearing about electric vehicles and the excitement around that and hydrogen. Just focus on what those numbers tell you. We've got a long way yet to go, and businesses are the solution. And we've got to get the markets, policy, regulation, all aligned in order to deliver this.
Nina, thanks. Obviously, really important points there, particularly on the need to focus on heat and transport, often overlooked in this question. It's not all about power, clearly, and a long way to go. Vijay, obviously, Virgin Media O2, very different sector, very dependent on action to decarbonise the grid to achieve your ambitions. And to remind attendees joining in, Virgin Media O2 is a commitment to reach net zero across its operations, products and supply chain by the end of 2040, I believe. Obviously 10 years before the sort of global targets. From your perspective, what are the main challenges to reaching that goal that you've set yourself?
Thanks, Simon. So I think in terms of the three areas you mentioned before, you know, investment, technology and policy, from an investment point of view, that's a biggie for us. We operate large, complex, fixed and mobile networks up and down the country, and that takes significant investment to upgrade. You know, it's not an overnight thing. It costs a lot of money to do that. We are investing. When we do invest, we do see step changes in terms of energy efficiency, both in absolute and relative terms. And that's been driven by two things. You know, we're not a manufacturing company. We don't make anything. We buy all of our network equipment in, and it has to come from somewhere. It has to be manufactured somewhere, and somebody has to go and buy it. So there's two parts to that. One is we're finding that our suppliers are doing more. So they're providing us with more and more energy efficient solutions, or solutions that have power saving features already built in, and they're able to articulate the carbon impact of that equipment. And the second, it's driving it from our side. So making sure that as a condition of doing business with us, suppliers have things like carbon efficiency roadmaps in place. They're tackling challenges around where the equipment is made, how it's made, and how much carbon is embedded within those products and services. Because once it's handed over to us, we then take the mantle of, well, how do we operate that equipment, making sure that it has to be cooled effectively, it has to be maintained effectively. And so they're the two parts associated with investment. When it comes to technology, for us, it's looking at those harder to reach emissions. We've talked about electricity a lot on the call so far, but what about those harder to reach emissions? Things like refrigerants, off-grid solutions where you can't just connect your site. We have masts up and down the country. Some of those are nowhere near a grid connection. They have to be on top of a hill or in the middle of nowhere. How do we power those sites? How do we power them in a low carbon way? Okay, we use gas. And so all of those examples, there isn't an off-the-shelf solution as yet that completely decarbonizes those. There are solutions there that strip the carbon away. So we're moving away from high GWP refrigerants, for example, and we're moving away from refrigerants altogether in some cases, where we're introducing free cooling for some of our sites. But in terms of generator backup, gas consumption, it's not forgetting that the technology isn't quite there yet, and it needs more investment and more innovation to strip the carbon out from that technology. But again, linking it back to the supply chain as well, it's important that we know where that equipment's manufactured and how much carbon is embedded. Scope 3 is our biggest source of emissions, and so for us it's really, really important, and it's overwhelming. And for us, it's really important that we don't lose sight of that also. And then finally, policy. I think policies can and will continue to be influential to make sure that we end up in a low zero carbon future, especially with the points that have already been mentioned. Those harder to reach emissions, really important for us, I'm sure really important for everybody else, but equally setting ambitious targets, accelerating renewable generation, as I think Nina's already mentioned, but also decarbonising transport, for example. And I wanted to touch on that point. It's one thing having the targets to decarbonise, but it's another thing having the underpinnings, the infrastructure, the investment that says, okay, when we're all driving around in EVs eventually, are we all going to be able to charge when we want to charge? Where are the pinch points? Will there be enough battery backup, for example? Is it dealt with locally? Is it dealt with by the grid? Who manages that? And all of that isn't an overnight answer. There are things that need investing now to build for those ambitious targets.
Thanks, Vijay, very much. Garrett, do some of those issues resonate with you? Obviously, Smurfit Kappa also has a net zero goal for 2050, manufacturer, different sector, but what's your take on the key challenges you face to get to that ambitious goal?
Well, I think some of it does resonate, and I guess maybe to go back to the positives of it not derailing, I think the global energy crisis, what we have found over the last 12 to 18 months, and probably counterintuitively, is that two challenges or barriers have been removed, and that they would be two key stakeholders for us as a business, which would be investors and customers. And so right at a time when you think that in the case of COVID, that there might be concerns as to the focus on sustainability and climate related activities, investors really, really got involved and enhanced their due diligence. So it wasn't just you're rated by company A, I'm happy with that. There was much more due diligence being carried out and greater interest, which has been sustained into 2022. So that is, I'd say, a barrier or a challenge that's been removed. Like, why would you do it? And I think customers as well in 2022 have really engaged at a much greater degree and at a much more senior level on the need to deliver. So I think they're both real positives that I would say previously if we did this panel 2 years ago, you might have had some signs from the investors, less so I'd say from the customer. So then when you look at what are the challenges that remain and the main challenges that remain for us, I would say on scope 1 and 2, it's that availability for that high energy that we need to produce paper, which similar to VJ is gas, predominantly gas. So we need to look at how do we get green sources of energy, low carbon technology. We operate, in over 30 plus countries. So you could kind of get your head around how Europe and UK within the continent of Europe can deliver on what is needed. But we also operate in over 10 countries in Latin America. So how do we make sure that the development of infrastructure in those countries is fit for purpose and green? And a lot of those countries have very strong coal backgrounds. So how do you green the grid in these geographies when they have that inherent natural resource? So I think some challenges there on the geopolitical front. And then I think the other part, which again, as a business and especially as a public business, you need to balance, and I know this may not be the most popular thing to say, is you have to get the balance right between delivering financial returns and delivering on your sustainability commitments. And for us, so far, we've been able to do both. And that is most definitely our intention, to continue to do both. And I guess therein lies the challenge for corporates, is how do you continue to get that balance right between delivering financial returns and delivering on your sustainability commitments. So for scope 1 and 2, I would say they're probably the key challenges. On scope 3, outside of data collection in the first instance, because we could spend a couple of hours on scope 3, or more than a couple of hours, probably a couple of weeks. I would say in terms of how do we decarbonize our scope 3, I think when we look at carbon, zero carbon transport solutions, there's nothing clear. So when we look at the various, partnering with the right people, working with them, motivating them, prioritizing people who are SBTi aligned, we can see how we can partner with the right people on scope 3. But when you look at transport, that's the one that really doesn't seem to have a medium to long-term solution that I think we can buy into just yet. We trialed electric trucks, not ready yet. We look at moving away from road transport where it's available, so using lower carbon solutions like rail. Probably expect biofuels to be the solution in the medium term, and hydrogen possibly in the longer term. But again, not clear in our mind. Investment required, which again would echo something of some of what's already been said. You've got a lot of existing assets, so how that's handled. But I think even the tech itself is not clear for us in terms of how do you electrify or through other zero carbon solutions for transport.
Gareth, thanks very much. Dominic, a lot of challenges raised there. Obviously, I know as part of your work, you look at what sort of policy levers need to be pulled to accelerate the pace of change. What do you think the most important policy interventions are that you prioritize to address some of those challenges and get to net zero?
Yes, absolutely. I'd say, if, as I mentioned earlier, now we need to be looking forward towards next winter and beyond, where it's a different set of challenges that we'll have. And I'll focus in terms of the policy measures, which I think need real focus is on the demand side, because I imagine Neil will probably have better ideas than I do on the supply side. So in terms of demand, the UK government launched its consumer engagement campaign in November, which is way too late to actually have cut through and really work with the public about understanding the dynamics of your bill, how to reduce it, the steps that you can take. If you look at comparable to Germany, they launched it in July with a massive national campaign with celebrities, and it has had cut through. And they also have overarching targets to have reduced gas demand nationally of, I think it's 10 or 15%, which the UK doesn't have anything comparable to that. So I think it's demand is where we have most agency over reducing it through consumers and what businesses use. And we haven't, I don't think, prioritized it enough in the UK. So if you want to look at other measures, which Whitehall should be focusing on at the near term, it's household energy efficiency retrofit programs. What measures can be done now? What can be done in the medium term, and how to finance it? Likewise, what can be done with the public and commercial building sector in terms of retrofit? Then if you look at the easier solution amongst all of those is lowering thermostats. you could have public awareness campaigns of lowering the average thermostat. And the IEA has looked at both of those examples and seen very clear benefits of actual reduced gas demand per Europe for doing it. And it helps hard-pressed consumers. This ultimately reduces their bills, and it reduces their bills not through a public intervention or subsidizing the bills. It reduces it through them actually burning less carbon in the end. And EV charging infrastructure is certainly something that needs to be prioritized. It's very encouraging, the EV and hybrid purchasing numbers that were in the end of 2022. But now we need to make sure we have the charging infrastructure in place to really allow the full electrification of transport this decade, because if it's missed and public confidence is broken by it, we might not have enough time to kind of recouple that again. So it's something that the UK government should really be focusing on to getting right. And I won't repeat the benefits of why we should be focusing on these policy solutions again, but it's really, if we want to be helping the most hard-pressed households, we want to be generating growth, which is, of course, one of the top government priorities, accelerating the clean energy transition through these measures, and there are many others, which I'm sure my colleagues on the panel can outline, is in our national interest to do.
Thanks very much, Dominic. Nina, on the supply side, as Dominic was saying, what would you prioritise? What do you want to see, for example, from the UK government when it comes to onshore wind and planning? And also, lots of people interested in this question of decoupling the cost of electricity from the cost of fossil fuels and gas in particular right now. What's your view on how to do that with policy in mind?
Well, before we started talking about the energy security bill, the government did launch, and people may have heard the phrase REMA, the Review of the Electricity Market Arrangements, earlier in 2022, which then got pushed to one side as we looked at the very specific cost of living crisis and the energy bill element of it. So this also then started to happen and go in parallel and in track, and then some things pushed to one side. And the very important energy security bill, which includes the creation of a future system operator who will then work and look at how our power system is going to work, the way that we will incentivize people to locate renewables and businesses at the appropriate parts of the country, all happening, all needs to come about. So we need this bill and then those activities to be accelerated. The last time I was involved, because I'm 61 now, in a national energy market review was back in 2001, 2002, when NETA was introduced. That took 5 years. And then when we introduced the ERM aspects to even get renewables going, that still took 4 years. So how long is REMA going to take to get this through and to get everybody aligned? So we create the markets that reward people for doing the right things and give those signals. That's what investors internationally and in the country all need to work together. The grid infrastructure, what we need to connect the offshore wind, which is one of the big successes of the UK, to everything that's happening onshore, as you say, onshore wind. What's the rule around planning and way leaves and securing that? I think we're getting better and overcoming NIMBYism, not in my backyard, but let's really get an intelligent approach of communities and local authorities all benefiting from choosing to put in the right choices for a low carbon generation solution. Excitingly, we've seen, the different regions of industrial hubs and starting to bring together and collaborate sectors that are going to be finding very difficult to decarbonize, such as steel manufacture, concrete, and other heavy energy industries. So we've got to take the hype out of hydrogen and really make sure that we're delivering low carbon, net zero hydrogen in all of those solutions and connecting all of those dots. So that's what the government needs to do, is enable those frameworks to happen. I could go on. This is my day job, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to talk on more, but my priorities are getting that legislation through, getting the grid infrastructure and the market mechanisms enabling, so that businesses are helped to make the right choices. Technology is not an issue anymore. We can deliver, it's low cost. It's more about that framework and that enabling aspect that really has to be brought to bear. Oh, and then zero carbon homes. Let me just throw that one in for a last one. That should have been done back in 2015, 16, by the way. But yeah, the government back then suddenly kicked that into the long grass, and here we are still struggling.
Nina, thank you. I wish we did have more time because it's fascinating, and I'm sure other panel members would want to come in on this, but we've got 6 minutes left, and I've promised that we'll get to another important area before we wrap up, which is for those companies that may be listening that are sort of starting on this journey. It can seem quite intimidating. Obviously, there are still a lot of barriers out there and challenges to get to net zero. A lot of policy solutions still need to be developed to address some of those. Government needs to act. But there's also a lot that companies can do right now. And Garrett, and then Vijay, maybe it'd be great to get a quick sense from you. What are the sort of key steps your companies have taken to get to net zero that you're proud of, that you think could be worth sharing with attendees? And then all of you, I think, to wrap up with a piece of advice for anyone listening in. You know, if you're starting on this journey, where would you start to get to net zero? But let's start maybe with Garrett and tell us a little bit about what you think has been a key step for you and your company on this journey.
Sure, thanks, Simon. I would say, well, there's going to be legal reasons why you need to do this, but if you go back to the voluntary aspect, to report on what you're doing, and don't be scared of doing that. I think the TCFD gives you a good framework to at least start thinking about how you should be structuring yourself around this. I think you need to, in time, and again, not wanting to scare people, is assure what you're doing. So make sure that someone's actually checking what you say you're doing to make sure that you are doing it. And then critically, as I said earlier in the call, actually doing something. So are you acting? Are you delivering rather than a fancy roadmap or some distant targets? In terms of what we're doing, we're trialing new tech. So for a company that has grown to being a FTSE 50 company through delivering good, solid financial returns, we tend to not want to invest in things unless you can guarantee a return. And so what I'm proud to say, and back to your question, Simon, is that as a company, I think we're maturing there. We're trialing tech that we don't know if it will succeed. We don't know, even if it does succeed, will the infrastructure to supply it, like green hydrogen, be widely available in the geographies where we operate. But the good news is we're thinking about it in 2022, 2023, when commercially probably won't be available until the 2030s. So that to me is something I'm proud of, that we are trialing a new tech in a controlled manner. And then the last part I would say is collaboration, which I'd say has moved on in leaps and bounds in recent years, where not trying to do it yourself, actually working up and down your value chain across the industry to try and develop new technologies. And I think that is something which we feel has definitely gone to a much better place.
Fascinating. Garrett, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. Vijay, what's your perspective? Similar sort of set of questions, really.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. So I think the starting point, having complete and accurate data, it has to be data driven. Knowing your numbers, setting clear targets and underpinning them with the right level of resource and investment. I think aligning to SBTi, it's been mentioned a few times on the call already. Having science-based targets is a good step. We at Virgin Media O2, we've used the Carbon Trust route to net zero standard to make sure that we're putting the right building blocks in place to support our own internal SBTi aligned targets. Putting good governance in place, visibility and accountability, and actually doing the doing, as Garrett has said. But just focusing on the visibility, it's making sure that the right level of collaboration is there. Make sure that the finance community is on board, and make sure that you have a seat at the table, whatever table that may be, where the decisions are made. That's paramount. Whether it be an investment forum or internal investment committees, bang the door down and get a seat at that table. In terms of advice, there isn't one piece of advice. I think to reflect on the points that have already been made by all the panelists today, to collaborate, I think be bold, don't be intimidated. And if you haven't already, start now. But if you have already started the journey, then challenge why you can't go further and faster.
Vijay, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Dominic, very few seconds left, but brief take from you, advice for organizations starting on this journey. What would you say?
Building on both Garrett and Vijay said, it's setting a science-based target, hugely important to align your organization. But realistically now we're in the action phase about the how are you going to do it? How are you going to measure it? What are the near-term targets you need to put in place? And I point you to a resource which we created, the Climate Transition Action Plans, which is how companies can grapple with this, how they can disclose their emissions, and crucially publish it. Publicizing this generates momentum to how we are doing it, how we are going to kind of change the economy, how we're going to engage our consumers in the future economy. So I think I point towards that in addition to what the others said, which I think they said very well. So back to you.
Thanks, Dominic, very much indeed. And Nina, last word to you. What would your advice be to organizations setting off on this journey?
I would say I love many of the words that my colleagues have just shared with you: brave, bold, measure, data, science-based. But more importantly now, there are technology solutions. It's great to hear of pilots and demonstrations are happening. We now need to scale up and roll out and deliver. So act. Collaboration is the key. And there are so many fantastic UK-based organizations, as well as our international colleagues, who have that knowledge. It's just about putting your hand up and saying, come on, we're interested in learning more. How can we actually do it now? In a way, I think we have to do this despite where our government is. So it's a value-based proposition to grow the economy and your businesses.
Nina, thank you very, very much indeed for that. What wonderful advice, words of wisdom from all four of you there for everyone listening in. A huge thanks from all of us at the Carbon Trust to you for joining. Nina, thank you. Vijay, Garrett, Dominic, you've been fantastic panelists. I really appreciated the discussion, some fantastic insights. And I will just take away two key things there at the end to anyone listening. What great advice. Be bold and collaborate. I think those are good places to start at least. But for now, from me, that's it. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to track one and the first of 3 sessions. So my name is Don Burbridge. I'm a director of the Carbon Trust. I've been working for the last 16 years helping organizations basically turn good environmental performance into competitive advantage. My area of expertise is around climate risk and the net zero transition. And that's what we're going to be talking to you about today. It's all about how do you manage climate risks and develop your transition plan so as to accelerate your transition to net zero. Today, I'll be joined by my colleagues Marcello and also Francesca. And if we could just go to the next slide. Brilliant. We'll be covering these topics today. So the first thing is a recap on how TCFD should be seen as a tool for unlocking your rapid transition to net zero. That's the first thing. So a bit of an introduction into, for those of you who may be new. And then the second topic we're going to cover is very much an overview to our 5-step process, how we tackle this and how we've helped organizations on their journey to making the most of this opportunity. After that, we're going to do a deep dive into scenario selection and also the financial impacts of climate change, how to do that detailed analysis and really make sure that you're focusing on those issues that are most material to you and your business. Once we've done that, we're going to also introduce very much some practical recommendations around how to develop your transition plan and bring together all of the things that you've been doing, whether it's from science-based targets, TCFD, product footprinting, all of those things together so that you've got a clear, investable transition plan that the business can get behind and accelerate that transition. And then finally, once we've covered all this, so we're going to talk for about 20 minutes. And then for the last 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to open up to the floor very much to have some questions. So go to the next slide. So before we launch into this, what I wanted to do is really try and find out who's in the audience today. So we've got a couple of questions that we'd like you to just engage with, and just so we know who we're talking to today. So if we could have our first question. Now, hopefully that will be coming up on your screen soon. Brilliant. So exactly. So what our first question was very much around, have you to date quantified the financial impacts of climate change risks and opportunities? So I think what we're going to cover today is that often you've got a good idea about maybe some of the big physical impacts or maybe some of the transition risks, but it's the sort of diving into the detail where it becomes interesting, where you're trying to do that materiality assessment and say, is this an urgent, important problem that we need to deal with now, and over what timescales will it develop? So thank you. So it sounds like about 10% of you have, 2/3 of you haven't, and some of you are not really aware. So let's have a look at the second poll. So hopefully those, brilliant. So the second question was very much here is about, have you translated your climate risk assessment? So that was that identification of the risks and opportunities. Which ones are physical risks? Which ones are transition risks? Are they associated with technology? Are they associated with societal change? Or are they associated with, I guess, the other sort of key areas, which is around the market? So the poll's in. So about 70% of you no, you haven't developed a transition plan yet, but a good proportion of you clearly are working on this, so about 16%. So I think hopefully this is perfect, because very much today's session is all about how do you do some of that scenario selection and that deep dive into valuation of climate risks and opportunities, and then some practical, let's say, recommendations on how to move to developing a transition plan. So thank you, everybody. If we could just move on. So before I hand over to Marcello and Francesca, I thought I'd just kind of set the scene a little bit. Now, what we've got here is what's called the Climate Action Tracker. It's updated every year. It's updated after each COP. For me, it's really insightful because it gives you a really good idea of to what degree is the global, all the countries of the world, organized around delivering keeping average global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees. What you can see on this diagram is that on the far left, near the thermometer, currently, based on policies and actions, we're on track to have a warming world of up to 2.7 degrees. That's the midpoint, and it could be as much as 3.4. So that's where we are today, based on all of those national plans around their commitments, the policies, regulations, targets that are being put in place. However, there is, and this is the whole point, is that we can be conditionally optimistic, because underneath that optimistic scenario, we're currently seeing it forecasting could be as much as, or as little as, a 1.8 degree temperature rise. So very much as we heard earlier, 1.5 degrees is still within reach. And I think, Lord Turner made a very, very important point, which is that we need to drive these early reductions, removing the net emissions that are going into the atmosphere earlier rather than later. But to do that, we're going to have to get over this hurdle around what he called the capital stock turnover. Now, that's a hard thing for businesses to do, because we're all under financial pressures to achieve our KPIs, whether it's ROIs or return on capital employed, or and those things around your assets and depreciation rates are very important. So I think the reason I want to show this is that we're not on the pathway yet, but it is within reach, and very much the opportunity rests with you. So let's have a look at the next slide. I think it's very important to look at this. This is a fantastic bit of analysis that's provided by Carbon Brief, which I would 100% recommend that anyone who doesn't signs up to this newsletter and this analysis. But here we're seeing the results of scientific papers that show how closely extreme weather events are actually attributed to man-made climate change. And you can see a vast range of different impacts across the globe. And this is the point. As average global temperature rise increases, it leads to physical impacts that will have an impact on your business, your suppliers, your customers, the countries you work in, the countries you operate within. And to try and bring this to life, just recently, just this week, in fact, there's an article about what's happening in Australia. So in Western Australia, they've described that they're experiencing the worst floods they've ever seen in 100 years. Now, this is an example of physical impact. It's disrupting logistics, people getting to work, animals, farms, the whole country. Now, we only have to go back 6 months, again in Australia, and we see a different type of risk on this occasion. This was actually KFC in Australia who said they're having to replace lettuce with cabbage in the food that they produce because of a shortage of lettuce in Australia, again due to extreme weather. So I think those, just in one country, that's just one example of a physical risk and then a transition risk that results from that, and how it can have an impact on your customers and your business. So if we go to the next slide, here we're just trying to think about, why is climate change different than other risks, other traditional risks? Now, businesses have always had to manage risk. In many ways, you could say where there's risk, there's opportunity, and organizations that manage risks well will actually uncover competitive advantage. So businesses are very comfortable with managing risk. The issue here is that climate change is something that's much bigger. And I think we tried to draw out 4 aspects of the climate change risks that we think makes it different, and why it therefore needs a much greater focus and attention within your business when you're doing your business planning and looking at your business model and your strategic business plans. So the first thing is that climate change is systemic. It's going to impact all levels of society, but it's going to have uneven impacts. We talk about average global temperature rise. Depending on where you're on the globe, those temperature changes can be hugely different, and the extreme weather that follows can be much more significant. The next point is it's non-linear. So with all these things, and we're always warned, never let things in the past be good predictors of the future. But I think this particularly applies to climate change, because there can be various feedback mechanisms that make the impacts accelerate and be more unpredictable. That said, though, we say it's foreseeable. We've known that man-made climate change and its impacts for many, many years. But the challenge around this is that whilst it is foreseeable, currently a lot of the impacts are in a time horizon that is outside of today, basically. And the decisions that people are making today, they won't necessarily feel the impacts, and therefore that leads to inaction and a lack of urgency in addressing it. And that's what we want to address. And then the most important point, unfortunately, is that climate change within our lifetime is irreversible. Many of these impacts, even if we were to change it, can last for hundreds of years. So that's why climate change is different. If we go to the next slide. So the whole point about this is that I guess the financial industry and the business world has come together to think about how can we tackle this in a robust and solid way. And basically they came up with what was called TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, and their framework. And the point about TCFD, and this is a really important point, is it gives you a framework to contextualize how climate change can either create or destroy value for your business. And it helps you really think about how can I test the resilience and flexibility of my business model and explore its vulnerabilities and look at over what timelines do I need to react. So on this chart, what we're really showing is that when you're thinking about climate change, you've got to look at the whole value chain of your business. It's not just your operations, it's very much your supply chain, and it can have an impact on your customers. And the TCFD framework helps you contextualize this by breaking it down into 11 categories of risks and opportunities. And once you've sifted through and done that sort of analysis, you can then start a process of shortlisting which ones are likely to have the biggest impact on your business. And then once you've done that, you can do some what's called, climate scenario sensitivity analysis to say under sort of a spectrum of scenarios, how might these play out over time? So hopefully that helps show why TCFD is important to your business. And then if we go to the next slide, what I wanted to show here is that what we're trying to do on the route to accelerating to net zero, there's a lot of tough decisions that need to be made. And when responding to climate change and thinking about the TCFD framework, the first question to ask yourself is really based on, I guess, what do I need to do today to make sure that my business remains relevant in a net zero world? Because a lot of things are going to change, whether it's regulation, societal expectations, or technology. As I look out to 2050, how does my business need to adapt to those? Now, many of you may well have set science-based targets around how you're going to reduce the value chain end-to-end carbon footprint of your business. And to get to that net zero of 90% or more by 2050, whilst you will be able to do incremental improvements, ultimately, this may need transformational change to your business model. And if you're going to do that, and you're going to have the capital allocation into transforming your business, then you need to start now and start thinking what the future is and asking yourself some of those questions that we've got on this slide. So if I go to the final slide. This slide, I kind of is an exhibit that I really wanted to show everyone, because each year the organization behind TCFD does an annual status report. And here, this shows that whilst obviously there's drivers for you to develop your own TCFD strategy so as to make sure that your business is relevant in a net zero world, it's obviously very important to re-emphasize that the financial backing of your investors, your lenders that support your business, all of those people are very interested in the outcome of what you're doing and how you're managing this risk. And it goes further, it goes as far as credit ratings and underwriters as well. So hopefully I've given you a bit of an introduction into what is TCFD and why it's important and how it's a useful framework. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Francesca, who's going to talk us through in a couple of slides just how we approach it at the Carbon Trust. And then Marcello will go on to talk about the deep dive into value at stake and scenario selection. And then finally, we'll finish with some transition planning with Francesca again. Francesca, over to you.
Thank you, Dom. So yes, as Dom said, now that we discussed kind of the key concepts of climate risk and the actual strategic benefits of doing the analysis, we can talk a bit more about the how to do that. So at the Carbon Trust, we have developed an approach that allows you to undertake that climate risk and opportunity assessment in a way that, of course, helps you to comply with the recommendations of the TCFD in terms of disclosure, but also it helps you approach the analysis as a strategic piece, regardless of how deep you want to go in the analysis. So as you can see on the slide, the approach is made up of 5 steps. We decided to go with a stepwise approach because we want you to be able to get started with whichever step you're most comfortable with, and then just keep building on the analysis as you gain confidence. So if we go through each of the 5 steps, the first is the identification of the risks and opportunities. We want you to uncover the ones that are really relevant to your specific context. Then we have the prioritization of the risks. So we perform high-level scenario analysis on all the ones that we uncovered to then be able to compare them and see which ones would come out as the most material. Step 3 is in-depth modeling. So we select the most material risks based on step 2, and then we can model in detail what would actually be your expected loss for risks or your expected gain for opportunities under 2, 3, or however many different climate scenarios. And then step 4 is where we actually try and identify responses to mitigate the risks or just proactive actions to really unlock more opportunities. And of course, that's where you also need some targets and some metrics to monitor your progress against them. So through these 4 stages, the key thing is to really try and have as much engagement as possible from the company, because we want to have findings that are really tangible and relevant and usable by the organization. So, for example, we try after every step to validate the findings with different stakeholders across the entire business, not just the ESG teams, because that would allow us to really contextualize what we found and really see whether what we find resonates with the organization and can be translated into something actionable. Of course, as a last step, step 5, we have TCFD disclosure support. This is still a disclosure exercise, so we can help you produce maybe deliverables that can be included in your reports, reviewing disclosure, or maybe doing some benchmarking analysis and road mapping. That's something that kind of depends on the company's needs and how they go about their own reporting and their own external stakeholder engagement. So if we go on the next slide, please. Just to flag that what we try to do and what we would recommend doing if you decide to do your own assessment is to really look beyond the hotspots and the levels of risks and opportunities that are obvious. That's because we see that typically companies just look at 2 things, which are at the bottom of the slide. They look at their carbon hotspots and they look at their geographic hotspots, which is perfect. It is what needs to be done, but there's more to be unlocked. So a top performing company would actually look at least 3 more things, which are at the top of the slide. They would look at their use of resources. So they would ask themselves, okay, what resources do I really depend on? For example, we had a client in manufacturing who turns out that was sourcing all their paper from just one supplier. So regardless of the carbon or the physical element of paper, the important thing is that any climate risk to paper, any climate risk to this supplier was going to be completely crucial to them. So it was something to really explore. The other example is what we call systemic dependencies. So that's where you ask yourself, where do you depend on others? But really, where do you depend on maybe entire systems that are vulnerable to climate risk? For example, let's say you're in the steel sector. You really depend on the entire coal market because that's a key component of what you produce. So even though you have no control over the coal market, you need to really be aware and have a deep understanding of what the coal market is in terms of vulnerability to climate change. And then, of course, there's that social and regulatory sphere. So what do your stakeholders want? What do they care about? Can you actually provide what they need? So all of this is what, from experience, we see would really help a company get that 360-degree picture of what their business would look like in net zero or in a climate breakdown scenario, and really build resilience and grow in any scenario, basically. So let's hand it over to Marcello for more detail on that.
Thank you, Francesca, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcello Gatti. I'm Climate Risk and TCFD Technical Lead here at the Carbon Trust. In this section, we will have a look at what scenario analysis is and how it can help organizations quantify the impact of climate change on their business model. So we have seen that what is the context around TCFD and how climate change is impacting our socioeconomic landscape. But what does net zero means in practice for an organization? As you can see here on the graph on the left-hand side, the gap between our emissions today and the level they need to be in 2030 if we want to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees is very substantial, and current policies and pledges are nowhere near as ambitious as they need to be. And what that means in practice is that a radical transformation of our socioeconomic environment will be necessary in order to bring us on a pathway that is compatible with our 1.5 degree target. The next question we need to answer then is, what are the changes associated with this radical transformation, and how will they be implemented? Well, if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, you can see there are multiple pathways that can lead to the same increase in temperatures. For example, on the bottom left of the graph, we have a pathway called net zero. It represents a world in which there is an orderly and concerted effort to limit global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. And it reaches this target in the most efficient way possible, resulting in relatively low levels of both physical and transition risk. But at the same time, we can also get to the same or similar endpoint in a very disorderly and inefficient manner, still resulting in relatively low level of physical risk, but at the expenses of a substantial increase in transition risk. This scenario here is represented by the delayed transition pathway at the top left of the graph. So why is this important? It is important because the net zero transition will present a combination of physical and transition risks, as well as opportunities for those who will be able to navigate the economic, social, and technological changes that are to come. And by using scenario analysis, we can effectively assess and understand the resilience of a business model under a variety of possible states of the world, and we can identify the appropriate actions to ensure it remains relevant in a world that has committed to net zero emissions. So where do we start? Let's start with a brief introduction to what scenario analysis is. Scenario analysis is effectively a what-if analysis that evaluates a range of hypothetical outcomes by considering a variety of alternative future states of the world under a given set of assumptions and constraints. There's a lot going on in this definition, but I really like it because it has everything you need to know about scenario analysis. The range of hypothetical outcomes is the impact that climate change might have on a business model or investment strategy. You have the alternative future states of the world, which are the basically different pathways that we were talking about a minute ago in the previous slide. And finally, you have the assumptions and constraints. And these represent developments in technology, policy, and economic conditions. For example, what is the level of carbon capture and storage that will be available in 10 years? Will the transition be driven by aggressive carbon pricing or by improvements in renewable energy generation and storage? And what will the impact be on GDP in different countries? And the answers to all of these questions and many, many others is what defines the underlying foundations of our scenarios. Okay, great. So now we understand what scenario analysis is, and we have a few dozen or possibly hundreds of scenarios representing infinite possible combinations of present and future conditions. Fantastic. So now what? Well, now we need to pick the scenarios that can provide us with the most value, that is helping us identify the tipping points and weaknesses of the business model or strategy that we're trying to assess. To do this, we also need to be pragmatic, so we generally tend to use two scenarios, and one is a current policies scenario, which basically reflects existing policies and pledges and targets, and that basically results in a lack of climate action and consequent temperature increase. And the other one is what we call a stress scenario, which represent disruptive changes to business as usual conditions. And this is really the key scenario for us. And for transition risk, this is usually a net zero aligned scenario, so a scenario that will take us to 1.5 or less global temperature increase, while for physical risk, we'll look at high emission scenarios, which would result in substantial temperature increase and, as a consequence, a sharp increase in physical risk. Okay, now we can see how this all comes together. First, we identify the scenario data that we want to use, and in particular, the specific climate parameter that is relevant for the risk that we're trying to assess. For example, this could be energy prices, it could be carbon taxation, increase in average temperatures, and so forth. And these parameters, these data are generally available from a variety of external sources, such IEA, IPCC, World Resource Institute, NGFS, etc. Then we'll link the climate parameter to a value driver that is directly connected to the business or the strategy that we're trying to evaluate. For example, this could be revenues, it could be procurement or energy cost, and so forth. And finally, we see how the value driver changes under different scenarios and the impact it may have on the business as a whole. And we're going to have a look at this process into a little bit more detail in the next slide. So how do we approach this? This is what we call value at stake analysis, and it's basically an in-depth financial quantification of climate risk and opportunities. We start by fixing the time horizon for the analysis. Usually we use 2030 for transition risk, since those are generally shorter term, and 2050 for physical risk, since those are more in the long term. And basically, we calculate how the value driver, so for example, revenues, would develop in the absence of climate change. And that is the business as usual scenario. Then we do the same, following the approach that we described in the previous slides. We take two scenarios, one current policies and one stress scenario, and we calculate how the same value driver changes under these two scenarios, basically introducing the climate element into our calculation. And then we basically take the difference between what happens to the value driver in the climate scenarios versus the business as usual conditions. And we call that the gross value at stake, so the unmitigated impact that a particular risk may have on the business. And so what do we do next? We have this overall exposure to climate change, either through policy, technology, or other risk. And we try to see, well, how can we reduce that exposure based on the mitigation actions that are either already been implemented or are included into the strategic view of the company, or may not have been assessed yet. And we basically try to see how that changes that exposure down to the what we call the net value at stake, which is the effective risk to the business. So basically what you end up with is not only the overall exposure to a specific risk or opportunity under analysis, but also the potential financial value that mitigation actions and strategies can bring to the business under different scenarios. And we will see how to integrate these findings into your transition plans in the following slides. Francesca, over to you.
Thank you, Marcello. So in the last section of this session, let's see how all of this actually fits in your broader net zero transition plan. So we've developed on the next slide what we see as the ideal journey to a transition plan that's sustainable, but also feasible and logical. So it's made of 3 overarching steps. So the first is to measure. So of course you measure your footprint, because that lets you have a good understanding of what your business looks like from that carbon point of view. Then you do your TCFD assessment to understand how much you actually have to lose or to gain in the next 20 to 30 years. Then there's setting the target and planning. So you set your target to understand how far off you actually are from where you need to be, which is that net zero point. And you develop a roadmap to see how you actually can get there. Then there's implementation and monitoring. So you set some metrics, set some KPIs to see how you're faring, but also you want to communicate that externally, because what's crucial here is to really engage your internal but external stakeholders as well, because you want to create a situation where everyone's actually joining you to net zero, so that everyone can move coherently to the same target. So if we go on the next slide, just quickly to say, we understand that it's a lot to do, but again, it's something that you can start doing small and then just continuously improve. So on this slide, we've put some indication on what we see great as looking like, and kind of some indications on where you can aspire to be. So we won't go through that in detail, but what we want to show is that we also have our route to net zero standard, which helps you do exactly that. It checks where you are versus where you need to be, and helps you understand exactly where your organization's focus can be and how to plan for best net zero planning. So any questions on that, of course, you can get in touch. So we have some time left. I'll hand it over to Dom to wrap up, and then you can ask any questions.
Brilliant. Excellent. Thanks, Francesca. So we've got obviously 10 minutes at the end. Before we go, I just wanted to kind of maybe draw out some of the key takeaways, which hopefully resonate with you. So for me, the first thing is that, don't be daunted by the TCFD approach. The fact that you may have never done it before, or that none of your peers have, and therefore it's not clear exactly how you should respond, because it's an invaluable tool, and it really will unlock this net zero transition plan that you need to make that transformational change that's needed. I guess a key thing also, just to reiterate, is that if you're in the sustainability team, this is not about doing it on your own. You've got to bring together finance, risk, procurement, operations. Every team has an invaluable role to play to give you that whole end-to-end value chain viewpoint. And then ultimately, really all you're doing, I mean, this is just a way of prompting you when you're doing your strategic business review to say, what am I exposed to? Am I more exposed to business disruption through physical impacts of climate change? Or is it more about changing market dynamics? And are those changes in market dynamics around, is it around technology innovation? Is it around societal changes and what they want from you and the services or products that you provide? Or is it around about governments? So those are the questions to ask yourself. And then ultimately, it's then just about bringing this into your normal strategic planning cycle and making it part of your everyday business. And ultimately, I would literally just say that ultimately this is about sort of, in some ways, it's about holding a mirror up to your face and just asking yourself those questions. Will my business still be relevant in a net zero world? How flexible and resilient am I today, my business model today, to these climate-related financial impacts? And how much time have I got to respond? Because if it's not now, it's going to be soon. And then ultimately, and I think this is the most important one, is really what you want to be able to do is communicate internally to all of your managers who've got lots of other important things in order to make you a successful business, and get them to start asking themselves, how do my day-to-day business actions either increase or decrease the magnitude, likelihood, and velocity, i.e. speed of impact of climate-related risks and opportunities? And if you can do that, this is going to give you your compelling transition plan for net zero. So before we open up for questions, I guess my last thought is that with growing concerns around inflationary pressures, rising interest rates, and the cost of capital, this whole approach, net zero, TCFD, responding to climate change, is a great way to build a compelling narrative that actually could help you tap into the increasingly abundant amount of capital flows that are coming out of the green finance world. And this could be another way to help you unlock different ways to protect and grow margins in these volatile times. So hopefully I've given you the case to act. We've now just got 8 minutes, and I'm going to just have a look at some of the questions that have been raised and just see if we can answer some of those. So just having a look, I think this is a good one because so maybe Francesca, we've been asked that in some ways we haven't started our journey yet. So what advice do you have for organizations that are still in the process of identifying risks and opportunities?
Yeah, it's a great question. Happy to cover that. So, of course, as per the 5 steps that we went through, the first step is to identify them, to know exactly what matters to the organization. So, probably 2 main recommendations. So the first one is engage your stakeholders. Don't leave the exercise just to your ESG team or your risk team or your accounting and disclosure team. Mm-hmm. So you can select some representatives from all business units. We suggest, of course, ESG and risk, but also strategy, product development, procurement, sales, etc., because they will really know a lot about the organization and what really matters to them. And yeah, I mean, you can explain to them the key concepts of climate risk. Of course, everyone needs to be aware before they can give you insights, and then you can just have a discussion about what they think climate risks are. We always uncover new things when we do this exercise with our clients. The next recommendation I would say is to formulate your risks and opportunities in a way that is specific. We too often see risks as vague as we will lose because of reputation or something like that. Well, actually, what you want to do is to really spell out a good narrative. So what event are you talking about? Where exactly will it affect your organization? And how will you be impacted financially? So a risk could be, for example, storms in Siberia will interrupt procurement of steel, increasing our procurement cost. So that way you've created a story, and that's much easier to kind of analyze and discuss with everyone. So that'd be probably the 2 main things for a good list of risks.
Brilliant. Thanks, Francesca. So another question that we've got would be around, maybe Marcello, this is something we get asked quite a lot actually, is how do you choose the right scenario?
Yes, that's a great question. We get asked that quite a lot. And what I want to stress is that really there isn't one right scenario. We're not trying to forecast what is going to happen. It is not forecasting exercise. What we want to find is a scenario that brings value out of this analysis, so that it helps us kind of like identify the bottlenecks, the pinch point, the tipping points within the business model or the business strategy. So really, the best scenario is one. Well, obviously, it needs to be plausible. It needs to be a possible scenario, but it also needs to uncover those weaknesses within the value chain or the business plan. So yeah, really, there isn't a specific data provider or a specific scenario that will always be better. What it is really important is to find the one that really brings out these key points out of the analysis.
Amazing, thank you. We've had a couple of questions around how to apply this if you're a local authority.
Yeah, maybe I can take that as well. So the overall approach is going to be a bit different depending on the kind of type of organizations. Obviously, it's going to be different if you're a corporate, an international organization, local authority, financial institution. So there is going to be some nuance in the analysis and which parts of what we've seen today you will focus on, but the overall approach it will still be very similar to what we have described today.
Brilliant. And a couple more minutes, and we've had another really good question, which is, I'll just read it. It says, we have a global business, including operations in the US. In the UK, we've been measuring our scope 1, 2, and 3 our scope 1 and 2 for the past 3 years, and reduced our carbon footprint by 67%. But the US states don't seem to be bothered about zero emissions. What can we do to influence the US states? So I don't know, Francesca, is it worth just talking about mandatory disclosures in the US, or Marcello? I don't know. Who wants to take this one?
I'm happy to say a couple of words before we wrap up. I would say, yes, start with TCFD in this case, instead of starting with calculating emissions. So if you do a full TCFD assessment, you'll often be able to see how a lot of your risks are actually driven by the need for a transition to net zero, or to anyways reduction of emissions. So it's actually quite possible to model how a reduction in emissions will actually reduce the risk a lot. So that's probably one of those situations where by doing your analysis, you can make a business case for action. So instead of speaking in terms of we measure your emissions because it's the right thing to do, you can say, well, we need to do it if we want to save money. Now, if that doesn't work, actually, as Dom has mentioned, TCFD reporting is becoming mandatory everywhere, including in the US. There's currently a proposal from the SEC, which is likely to go ahead, if not has already gone ahead, on mandatory reporting of emissions. So TCFD reporting, which also includes reporting scope 1, 2, and 3, is going to be the requirement everywhere. So it's good to just get started because it takes a little bit of time to do it perfectly. So the earlier you do it, the less work you have to do later.
Great. Thank you, Francesca. And then the last minute, the last question I've got is that in your experience, which team most commonly owns TCFD within a company? I understand the need for cross-functional representation, but which team do you think is best to lead this? I mean, Marcello?
Yes, I'm happy to take this very briefly. Generally, TCFD is owned by a sustainability team, but what we really seen a lot of success with is bringing together different teams, so like finance and risk management and others, to really expand that knowledge, because we really do need to go outside our sustainability sphere, because everyone in our sector knows why this is important, but the most important thing is, okay, does everyone in the company understand that?
Yeah, I mean, I think building a really close relationship with your finance team on this. Your finance team, your financial controllers, your business controllers, they have the business model, and so what you can really help them do is say, we understand climate impacts. We can show you how to overlay that over your models and your key financial metrics, and then we can help you with the modeling, and that's where we really get involved. So I'm conscious that we've slightly overrun. So obviously, thank you very much for your questions. You'll now have the opportunity to select the follow-on sessions. So if you stay in track 1, you can go to Pietro in aligning finance with climate science. Track 2 is how to approach circularity with Alain. And then finally, track 3 is heat decarbonisation, and that will be with Jess and Sam. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And welcome to the second breakout sessions. I hope you've had a great day thus far, listening to some very interesting presentations from my colleagues and some of our partners in this space. I'll spend probably the first half of this session discussing the alignment of finance with climate science. But before we sort of dive in, I'd just like to introduce myself and two of my colleagues, Carolina and Toby, who'll be joining for the Q&A at the end. So my name is Pietro Rocco. I'm the acting head of Green Finance here at the Carbon Trust. I effectively lead our Green Finance practice, which primarily deals with our work with financial institutions and financial products. So we'll spend probably the first couple of minutes on describing a bit who we are and where we sit, and then dive into the meat of the session on the alignment of finance with climate science and with the Paris Agreement. So who we are? Well, the Green Finance team is a bit of a cross-cultural, cross-business line practice area at the Carbon Trust. We're the experts in-house that really understand the intersection of technology, markets, and the impacts that underpin green asset classes. We like to act as objective, mission-driven, and critical friends to financial institutions and encourage them on their sustainable finance journeys. And finally, and really this is our sort of bumper sticker message, we work to ensure that green finance delivers genuinely green outcomes. So how do we do that? Well, we do that through two very separate but very linked up lenses. The first is the more inward-looking greening finance, where we help the financial sector identify, measure, understand, and manage climate risks and opportunities. And the second is that more outward-looking aspect, helping our clients to create and leverage green financial products for genuinely green impacts. And that's a little bit more sector agnostic, and we work very closely with the full spectrum of partners, whether financial institutions or corporate entities, or even public sector entities, to bring our experience and our expertise on best practice to bear. So the main reason I think most of you are here, and certainly why we're very happy to have you, is to look a little bit about the alignment of finance with climate science. And the way we see it, the first step in that is really defining what alignment means. In our view, there's quite a lot of ambiguity in this on exactly what alignment is and how we respond to that. But these are our definitions. And Paris alignment is really the alignment of public and private financial flows with the objectives of the Paris Agreement on climate change. And it's making those flows consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, with the aim to scale up the flows that are needed to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change. So how do we situate finance in the climate equation now that we've thought a little bit about the definition? In our view, finance very much sits at the nexus of climate change. So within these kinds of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, for example, you can find finance really in scope 3 category 15 under investments. But more broadly, financial institutions contribute to alignment through the financial products and services they offer, as well as the investments they make or the finance they provide. And these institutions, and particularly the private finance sector, needs to take climate change into account in all their financial decisions. And that requires the right framework so that the sector can allocate capital to manage the risks and seize the opportunities that a transition or an acceleration to net zero presents. So if we take a look at where we're at today, the main theme is the ramping up of regulations and initiatives leading to pressure for action. Financial institutions are increasingly expected to disclose their own progress towards alignment, and Lord Adair this morning described that, and also described some of the difficulties they encounter, given they sit perhaps one step removed from that sort of direct corporate action, and play, I would argue, perhaps more than a supporting role, more of a catalytic role where they can. Financial institutions are kind of expected to follow procedures and development agendas where the measures that they undertake should seek to express how the investments are aligned with the transition to net zero, and those should be forward-looking. They should be anchored in real-world climate targets, and finally, they should be dynamic. If the sector itself can't disclose how it'll be aligned to net zero, our view is that clients in the medium to long term will reallocate capital and will likely divest from companies they hold that fail to disclose their own alignment. You've got a number of initiatives here at the bottom that I'm sure most of you will have seen and that are really proliferating. The Science Based Targets Initiative, TCFD. Those are perhaps more of the standards and methodologies on the technical side. You've also got PCAF, which is the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials, and then some perhaps broader industry initiatives like GFANZ, and you'll also see the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative. And finally, on the regulatory side, I've just put the logos of the Bank of England, and particularly the European Commission with the EU taxonomy. So there's a lot going on. It's a bit of an alphabet soup, but it's incredibly important that financial institutions and the beneficiaries, borrowers, investees of those financial institutions sort of begin to understand and take action in alignment with all these acronyms. So what happens when we look ahead? Well, I've sort of mentioned that there is an element of ambiguity that is in the process of clarification. But really, when we look ahead from where we stand today, there is an element of that ambiguity that rolls back in. Apologies. The longer we take to achieve the transition to net zero or to take action on net zero, the greater the number of assets that be incompatible with a given warming threshold, and therefore the greater the risk of stranding. There are also new opportunities emerging from rapid technological development. That's changing business models. It's also changing societal values and what consumers want. And so old ways of delivering what's needed can't be taken for granted. Thirdly, in order to achieve the most ambitious and necessary pathways to really push that acceleration for net zero, finance is going to need to align in a way that goes significantly beyond business as usual as it's defined today. It simply can't be neutral about climate outcomes. And the net zero economy can't flourish without that intentionality, that aspect of we need to begin to action this, to implement this, to incorporate it into the core decision-making process. So with all that being said, when we look at potential responses, product development has to focus on clear and measurable impact and use some of the following lenses: facilitating lower cost of capital for climate positive activities that may be considered high risk today, but will be the businesses of tomorrow. Ensure that there's sufficient liquidity in markets for green and sustainable finance. Ensure the appropriate management of climate-related risks. And finally, limiting the negative externalities and spillover effects of the financial sector. So having painted, I would say, the sort of three growths of green finance, past, present, and future, where does that leave us? Well, in really the words and the themes of COP27, we are entering and probably already have entered an era of action and implementation. At present, a large proportion of the long-term costs and liabilities that result from climate change aren't adequately priced into asset valuation. But as these externalities are internalized, we're looking at a great deal of financial value that's likely to be lost. Disruptive innovation, which is a necessary condition for the economic transition, not just to net zero, but any economic transition, is inherently high risk. But as it's necessary, those are risks that we can identify today and ride out over time. So one critical reason why an incremental approach to greening finance is unlikely to be sufficient is because of the way in which the inadequate assumptions that underpin the tools that mainstream capital market actors use just simply haven't really been addressed. One aspect of that is looking to feed better data into existing tools and models, but that'll only have a limited impact on outcomes as long as those tools continue to systemically discount systemic risk and long-term performance. So what we ultimately get to is that achieving net zero requires transformation of the real economy. And the role of finance is not just supporting, but is critical to enable those real economy transformations. So what can fuel that acceleration? Well, we've discussed the paradigm shift that is underpinned by the recognition that Paris alignment cannot be achieved through the traditional lens. The alignment itself has to be cemented into the core purpose. There's already a great deal of experimentation, and the following slides, which I believe provide perhaps a more corporate angle, is present, but the shift is necessary because of the science. And I think Richard Robertson and John Elkington, when they said the choice now for those operating within the financial system is to surf the waves of societal and technological transformation that will reshape our economies during the 2020s or be drowned by them, is particularly prescient and very pressing for today. So if we go beyond financial institutions and widen the ecosystem lens, the graphic on the left shows a little bit of the changing dynamic between financial institutions and their clients, beneficiaries, and investees. Private sector corporates are equally relevant to this discussion on the alignment of finance with climate science goals and pathways. So for those major corporations and companies, but also the wider ecosystem, if internal decisions regarding CapEx and OpEx, and Lord Adair in the first session mentioned EBITDA as well, don't change, then changing the nature of financial flows from FIs to the private sector will have limited climate impact. So the main way in which the financial sector might look to influence these corporate flows and manage their own risks is through really a change and a reevaluation of their lending criteria, of how they allocate decision-making, of their trading decisions in secondary markets, and really of that shareholder and stewardship activism. Now, what we're seeing is that this is beginning to take shape. As the financial sector and financial markets and regulators and consumers are increasingly demanding clear information about how companies manage climate risks and pursue opportunities. And alongside this, private firms are themselves becoming aware of the need to invest in an array of assets that are resilient to a low carbon and resource efficient transition. So there's a holistic and positive feedback loop within that, as the demands of these businesses and their ability to create and shape new markets will in turn steer the direction of financial flows. But what are the options that are open not just for financial institutions, but also to those corporates that are looking to transition themselves? Well, once again, there are many. You've got climate finance. So those are the financing flows that support the transition by implementing mitigation actions, particularly GHG emissions reductions. You've got green finance, which is perhaps broader than climate finance in that it addresses a broader range of environmental objectives, such as biodiversity, the conservation of natural resources, and pollution prevention and control. Broader yet, impact finance that looks less at what is being financed, but at the impact and the performance of that. And finally, social finance that looks to specific social problems or seeks to have a positive social impact. So taking an example, and one that the Carbon Trust has a deep expertise in, which is the thematic or GSS debt ecosystem. We've got, again, five major categories here. Green bonds and loans, which is looking at the use of proceeds. So how is the money spent? And ensuring that that money is exclusively spent on eligible green projects. Transition bonds and loans look at decarbonizing activities or supporting issuers or borrowers in their transitions. Sustainable bonds and loans that have as a goal generating a positive environmental and social impact. Sustainability linked bonds and loans, which use KPIs and sustainability performance targets to allow organizations that may not have the ability to pre-select or identify specific eligible projects to undertake green financing or undertake measures that will help them improve their emissions and be more sustainable. And then finally, back to that social bonds and loans aspect that is quite specific to the social side and very much like green finance or green bonds and loans has that specific eligible use of proceeds. Now, just a real final slide to look at how we can map the sustainable finance universe and how this is aligned with the Paris Agreement. Really, the question is, where does it do it and how does it do it? And really, we split that along two kind of overarching classrooms, if you will, the social and the green/environmental. And there are a number of areas. We've discussed debt in quite a lot of detail. And here you can see where it really fits into the sort of subcategories of, what is applicable perhaps for adaptation and resilience versus mitigation or even yet that sort of broadest category of other. We're also seeing developments, particularly in private equity and venture capital, but also certainly an exploration of green public equity. Certainly risk management through green subordinated debt, but also guarantees and on the insurance side, climate risk insurance. A mixture of funding sources through blended finance or project finance that leverages both public and private capital flows. And then finally, the emergence of really specific climate-related asset classes and solutions like payment for ecosystem services or carbon offsets and credits. So I realize I've sort of gone on a little bit and covered quite a lot of ground, but I think at this stage I'd like to thank you all for your patience and really open it up to the Q&A. And if I can invite my colleagues Carolina and Toby to join the conversation, that would be great. So we've had a number of questions. Toby, Carolina, I might throw them in your direction or take a couple myself. I think we've got about 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's right. We have about 20 minutes.
I think, Carolina, there's a really good question here on what's being done to increase the quality of data feeding into tools and calculations, and is there or will there be standardized requirements? And for those of you in the room, Carolina leads on most of our work with the asset manager and asset owner space, and the question of measuring emissions and how to use data from corporate investee companies is one that she faces on an almost daily basis.
Yeah, thanks for that, Pietro. I think I'll take that question back to front. First, addressing the question on whether there will be any standardization coming our way, and the simple answer is yes. There's a lot of work being done at the moment, both from a local level in the UK, but also more importantly internationally. So we have, I guess, the most relevant at the moment is ISSB. There's coming up with a standardized disclosure framework for companies and for financial institutions. And well, of course, data is a very important part of that. And I think companies and financial institutions have been struggling. That's the experience that we have, or I have, that they've been struggling with getting data, but data is becoming more available, and better quality data is becoming more available. What I would say for those that are watching and have not started yet assessing their carbon footprint, for example, is just take that first step. The data will not be perfect, but you will find the gaps where the gaps are, and will improve data for the following periods. If that's quarterly or annually, you will be able to identify where the gaps are and keep improving. I think that's where we are in the process of developing and improving the availability of data, access to data, and how that's disclosed in a way that consumers and investors can easily compare between different companies.
Thanks very much, Carolina. I think that was a very comprehensive answer for what is quite a broad question, and certainly one that keeps us up at night regularly, and one that we work very closely with our clients, both financial institutions and other, on kind of data availability and data quality. We've got a question on the liquidity side, and how I mentioned that ensuring sufficient liquidity. I mean, I think the broad green finance market is in the grand scheme of things relatively new, and still nascent. I wouldn't say there's a specific target in order to a target to keep in mind. However, there is a recognition that in order to achieve a global transition to net zero, an almost being perfectly honest, an almost unfathomably large number is required in order to ensure that all the systemic changes that need to happen, and for those changes to happen smoothly, are funded. For the private sector and financial institutions, really, it's about recognizing that neither they nor the public sector can do it on their own. And where I would perhaps diverge a little bit from what Lord Adair said this morning, or Lord Turner, sorry, said this morning, is that the financial system can play not just that strong supporting role, but a catalytic role as a key partner in achieving sufficient funding flows and sufficient liquidity, and a really accelerated maturation of the market as a whole. Now, it has to be done properly, and there are some questions on how we advise or support on financial instruments, and another question on apologies, I'm just scrolling down, on the solutions. And really what we try to bring to the table as the Carbon Trust, and being quite independent from both government and the corporate sector, is what does good look like? And sustainability linked financing is certainly one that fits into our bread and butter, because it's focused on measurement and KPIs, as well as well calibrated targets. And that's where we find ourselves doing a lot of work with clients when we're retained, and when we work with them on what is a material KPI, what is a business relevant KPI, what is one that is appropriate for that company or that financial institution strategy. And then, what is an ambitious target? What is an achievable target? And there's a balance in all of this as to, not rocking too much, but certainly pushing as hard as possible to achieve the greatest amount of impact. I'm just reading through the questions now. Toby, perhaps I can throw it to you. There's a question from Finance Yorkshire, a little bit on how we advise and support, which I believe, no, never mind, I've just answered that one. Sorry, questions are coming thick and fast, which is very exciting. So Toby, I think one for you, which is, what are the sustainable financing options and solutions to companies? So thinking a little bit about, perhaps I can go a slide back as well, if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, Pietro, that'd be great. I think I'll start off with saying that I think when we think about the financing options and solutions available to companies, a lot of the times we think about thematic bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, sustainability-linked loans, which is obviously very prevalent in the market right now and a good way for companies to be able to access sustainable finance. But I think a really important point to bring up as well is, on top of these financial instruments, linked bonds and linked loans, there are also other financing options and solutions available as well, that if we bring it down a couple levels, if we are smaller businesses, or SMEs are obviously a huge part of the transition towards a sustainable economy, there are other more, I don't want to say simple, but less complicated options and solutions available to companies as well. So say, for example, obviously differing between different financial institutions, but if you had wanted to upgrade your fleet of vehicles towards electric vehicles, there are green sustainable leases available for these types of needs as well for your company. So I think that the financial institutions and MDBs are more conscious of what's needed in the market now, and there are many solutions and options available out there that can be tailored to company specific needs. And I think it's also important to note that, financial institutions, banks, they're also on their sustainability journey as well. So having an open discussion on what's needed on the side of the companies will really drive the conversation forward and make sure that the solutions available in the market are actually aligned to the needs as well.
Thanks very much, Toby. I think this is the sort of map of the ecosystem as we currently see it, but it's certainly a dynamic space. And there are a couple of questions on the barriers facing sustainable or green finance, as well as companies finding it hard to access that at the banks, and really how to unlock this financing. I guess one of the certainly the main barriers is perhaps the youth of the market. As Toby said, it's constantly evolving, and it's not that old. We would say it's an interesting area because its ultimate aim should be to cease to exist. Green and sustainable finance, at least in our minds, should ultimately just be finance. Other barriers are certainly data. The lack of data quality makes it hard to quantify the risk to financial institutions, and there's certainly been a reticence in the market, or perhaps a starting point in the market to approach larger corporate entities and then go down the chain. But we're heavily involved in some of those other areas. We work very closely with BEIS, for example, on looking at green homes financing. And certainly how to measure that has been a bit of a barrier into broadening that sort of mortgage and energy efficiency financing for retail customers. I would say that the other barriers are certainly, as Toby mentioned, financial institutions and banks themselves going through their own transitions. So with our work, especially on category 15 and financed emissions and setting targets, really the strategies for decarbonizing lending portfolios and investment portfolios present some quite major business challenges and decisions around. Lord Turner again mentioned decisions around no longer financing sort of new coal projects. That's great, but financial institutions have relatively large back books of these assets as well. And in order for them to ensure a sustainable transition and a responsible transition, it's not just a question of exiting it or exiting whole sectors. These have to be done in a coordinated and well planned way. So there are barriers both from the sort of lending to and the counterparty side, but certainly also internal barriers in terms of how to structure and how to spread sustainable finance within financial institutions. There's a question I can probably take as well on pathways and achieving the most ambitious one. So if we take the Science-Based Targets Initiative, again, I should reiterate, it's always dynamic. There are three sort of key pathways within SBTI that have changed over time. So there was the sort of 2 degrees pathway, or at least 2 degrees. There is well below 2 degrees, and then there is that sort of 1.5 degrees net zero pathway, the most ambitious of which is 1.5. And that's really, in order to accelerate to net zero, financial institutions and investors generally should really be aiming for those 1.5 degrees pathways. However, the methodologies for measuring and setting targets are still evolving. We expect SBTI to release their net zero for financial institutions methodology and guidance within the next couple of months. And I know Carolina, perhaps more than myself or Toby, has been pushing for them to get us that or to get that out into the real world. So at the moment, the appropriate pathway is probably closer to well below 2 degrees, but the hope is that it will continue to evolve and gain in ambition. And as a mission-driven organization, the Carbon Trust is always looking for how we and our partners, both on the standard setting or the more technical side, as well as our clients, can push the boat out.
We have some of our clients that are eagerly waiting for the SBTI net zero standard for financial institutions. So hope next time we have a session like this, we can also talk about that.
Yeah. So there's a very interesting question, Carolina, as you jumped in, I'll throw it your way. It says, one thing we've heard from suppliers who help calculate carbon footprints is that the Scope 3 category of financed emissions is the least mature. Is the Carbon Trust helping to develop this capability in the marketplace?
That's a very good question, and it is very much true. I think the Scope 3 financed emissions are called Category 15 is the most challenging, perhaps, to measure, given the scope of it being so wide. This basically means all of your investments or your lending portfolio. So it can get quite complicated to be able to measure that. There are some methodologies available at the Carbon Trust. We use very often the PCAF methodology, which is also in development, is growing. By the end of the year, last year they've released an updated version of the methodology, including more asset classes. But it is a challenge, and that's where, like Pietro said, we spend a lot of our time and effort helping our clients with our financial institutions to measure that, to get data either from the investments themselves or from databases. They have a number of databases that are either open source, or you have to there's a paid subscription to get access to some databases. But it is difficult, and we do work with our clients, financial institutions, to assess that, and we develop models to calculate those financed emissions. And the way we try to do to help the markets to get on their own feet and not rely on external advisors is providing that know-how, the knowledge that we develop with the client, and for them to take it forward.
Yeah, and I'd just add on the kind of maturity question that, again, PCAF has very robust methodologies, and there's also the joint impact model that are evolving. So financed emissions is probably the most developed. Recently launched was insured emissions, so for the underwriting sector, and we expect to see at some point later this year what are defined as facilitated emissions, so off balance sheet activities of banks around debt capital markets, where perhaps they face their biggest challenge is on the data. They are reliant on data coming from the investee or borrower. So if that borrower doesn't have verified or unverified actual emissions data from their consumption, using emissions factors to get a GHG or a carbon number, proxies have to be used, and so that's really where the biggest challenge is, and perhaps where that, I would say, perception of immaturity comes in, which is, FIs are minded to assess their portfolios from a carbon angle, and we field a lot of questions on that, and have been involved in many conversations with clients and the standard setters. But ultimately, the reliance on company data is where that gets a little bit more complex and gets a little bit more certainly high touch for a financial institution to engage directly with their portfolio or with their borrowers to improve their own data quality, so that it will pass through to the financial institution and lead to more accurate financed emissions. I don't believe we have any more questions. That was very efficient. So perhaps we can wait a couple more minutes, or let you all have a sort of extended coffee break before the next session. Just as a brief pitch for our colleagues, those are on technology and innovation for net zero, how organizations can ensure that they are credible and transparent on climate change, and finally, enabling net zero transitions and the role that digital plays within that. So from us in the Green Finance team and the wider Carbon Trust, thank you very, very much, and do enjoy an extended tea or coffee break.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining the breakout session on the role of technology and innovation in delivering net zero. You're all very welcome. I'm Jeff Smith from the Carbon Trust, and along with my colleague Ross Burton, we're going to spend the next 30 minutes or so sharing some thoughts on low carbon technologies and innovation. After which we'll have around 15 minutes for questions and answers. So please make use of the chat function and submit your questions, and we'll answer as many as we can today, and we will follow up on those that we can't subsequently. Just before we begin, I believe we have an opening question for you. So grateful to the facilitator if they can display that question, and we'll give you a few seconds just to respond to that. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your participation. Turning now to the role of low and zero carbon technologies. It is self-evident that achieving our energy and climate goals demands a dramatic scaling up of clean energy technologies. This chart shows historical emissions of CO2 from the combustion of fossil fuels and industry emissions, so it excludes land use. And according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, limiting atmospheric warming to the key level of around 1.5 degrees C requires global greenhouse gas emissions to peak by around 2025 at the latest, with dramatic falls thereafter. So if we look at the demands for our current energy use, last year it was circa 160,000 terawatt hours of primary energy, and 77% of that is coming from oil, coal and gas. Now, importantly, we're seeing rapid growing contributions from renewables and from nuclear. And whilst energy demand is historically been driven by GDP and population growth, a number of countries, including US, UK, and some European countries, have managed to decouple their growth in emissions from their GDP. So that's very encouraging. In terms of the growth of renewables and the importance of renewables, when we strip out traditional biomass, in percentage terms, around 20% of primary energy demand is currently provided from low and zero carbon technologies, with significant increases projected over the next 30 years, such that by 2050, around 70% of primary energy will come from renewables and nuclear, and much of those emissions from fossil fuel plants will be captured and utilized or sequestered. And that's really important, as highlighted in this chart. We really do need deployment of carbon capture, storage, utilization technologies at scale if we're going to achieve net zero targets. The data on this chart is a little bit dated from 2018, but I think it beautifully illustrates the breakdown of over 5,000 gigawatts of fossil fuel power plant capacity, both existing and proposed, by fuel type, coal on the right, oil and gas on the left, by region, color-coded, and by the age of plant on the vertical axis. And one of the big takeaways is the relative young age of the fleet of coal plant in China, which, according to this and other studies, risks the attainment of 1.5 degrees C target. So hopefully the application of carbon capture storage technology at scale to both new and existing fossil fuel plants can mitigate some of these modeled emissions. However, even with carbon capture storage, when looking at the life cycle emissions of various generation technologies, we can see that fossil plant, with or without CCS, are considerably more emissions intense than nuclear and renewables. And this recent UN study shows that for coal plant with CCS, emitting on a life cycle basis between 149 and 470 grams of CO2e per kilowatt hour. Natural gas plant with CCS between 92 and 221. But look at nuclear and renewables, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude lower. Nuclear, 5 to 6 grams, concentrated solar power as low as 14, PV averaging around 20 across a range of technologies, and wind between 10 and 20 grams per kilowatt hour. So we have generation technologies that are not only cleaner, but are also cheaper. And indeed, much of the global energy crisis has triggered substantial investment in renewables. The world is set to add as much renewable power in the next 5 years as it did in the past 20 years. And this will result in renewables accounting for over 90% of global electricity capacity expansion over the period to 2030. And it will see electricity from wind and solar PV more than double in the next 5 years, providing around 20% of global power generation by 2027. And that's keeping the 1.5 degree target alive. So we see very encouraging uptick in the deployment of renewable energy technologies on the supply side. However, the attainment of net zero goals will also require accelerated deployment of low and zero carbon technologies to curtail demand. And that leads us directly into the energy hierarchy. The cheapest, least damaging, most sustainable form of energy is that which can be avoided being used altogether. And this really speaks to the need to design out energy demand from products, from systems, and from buildings. And when energy demands have been optimized, it's crucial that we then look to ensure that they're met efficiently and powered from renewable or low carbon energy sources, with fossil fuels being the last resort, and ideally emissions being captured or at least compensated for via greenhouse gas removals or high quality offsets. Over the past 20 plus years, Carbon Trust has undertaken and managed the delivery of literally thousands of energy audits and surveys of businesses across the UK, across all sectors and all company sizes, and they consistently highlight that the application of best available technology can deliver substantial and material energy and emissions reductions opportunities. Some examples on the screen: metal forming sector, implementation of the 3 key technologies highlighted, along with others, will deliver a 20% emissions reduction within that sector in the UK. For feed milling, 16%, for the paper sector, 24%, plastic bottle blowing, about 16%. Within the brick sector, around 30%, maltings, 40%. These examples are very much in keeping with other organizations and professional institution standards. Energy efficiency and the implementation of best available technology can deliver material, energy, cost, and carbon savings. So much so, in fact, that the International Energy Agency back in 2018 declared energy efficiency as the first fuel of all energy transitions. That's a lovely phrase, the first fuel. And it highlighted that existing energy efficiency technologies could deliver 40% of the emissions reductions needed to achieve Paris Agreement targets. In their most recent energy efficiency report, they do stress the need for accelerated deployment of more energy efficiency technologies across all sectors, but they also highlight many of the positive achievements and developments recently, such as their assessment that more than $1 trillion has been invested in efficiency measures since 2020, that heat pump incentives now extend to countries covering over half of global energy use in buildings. And that's really encouraging. Compared to the efficiency range of 60 to 90% for a typical gas boiler, heat pumps can achieve efficiencies well in excess of 200%. They also flag that energy efficiency saves money, and their assessment is that IEA countries collectively saved around $680 billion last year alone from efficiency measures that were implemented since the year 2000. We also see from that report the very significant improvements achieved by manufacturers of significant energy using appliances and equipment, driven by regulation and driven by energy labeling schemes. These are designed to push energy efficiency technologies into the marketplace. Just to single out a few examples, we see a 62% reduction in pump energy usage in the longest running programs. For transformers, 56%, for electric motors, 34%. And these offer incredible savings potential. When you consider just electric motors account for around 50% of global electricity demand, there are many, many millions of such motors operating today that are a long way from IE4, IE5, super premium or ultra premium efficiency motors that represents current best available technology. It's also really encouraging to see several important initiatives developing to pull new technologies into the market. For example, the World Economic Forum's First Movers Coalition has identified 7 key energy using sectors and difficult to decarbonize sectors. And they've recruited companies prepared to commit to the purchasing of goods and services that achieve low emissions through the application of nascent low carbon technologies. So they are effectively using the purchasing power of their members to give confidence to breakthrough technology developers, which is terrific. Also encouraging is the growing number of corporates committing to science-based targets and net zero targets. Over 2,100 have science-based targets set, and over 1,600 have committed to net zero. And this is really important because in order to achieve these targets, it will require action to improve standards of energy management, energy efficiency, and the deployment of renewable technologies. In order for corporates and organizations to understand the potential for reductions, they will need to systematically assess their current operations and invest in best available technology. Within Carbon Trust, we often use a bespoke diagnostic tool to help companies assess their operations against best practice. So we would typically collate a library of between 200 to 300 best practice measures, standards, criteria across relevant sections to the business, relevant processes, and provide feedback on the indicative level of energy savings that could be achieved. For example, a recent client operated compressed air systems across their global fleet of factories of around 100 factories. And from the diagnostic tool, we were able to characterize these systems and identify opportunities for improvement. And as you can see, very few factories were undertaking weekly leak detection and repair tests. Only around half were using variable speed machines for peak loads. Only 1/3 were recovering and utilizing waste heat. And in total, we identified a 44% saving, and that would have been worth a reduction in annual energy costs of around £3 million per annum, and deliver a payback in just over 3 years. Just a quick point on the capital needed to invest in low and zero carbon technologies. Paybacks are often rapid and often within a company's investment criteria. However, there are a growing number of technology providers offering utilities as a service, such as lighting, compressed air, cooling, thermal energy, data, computing, pumping. And these solutions can enable deployment of best available technologies at no upfront capital cost and with guaranteed cost savings. They can also free up internal staff time to focus on core functions rather than maintenance of such systems. And they can also enhance the quality and reliability of services, which can aid productivity. Personally, I see a lot of merit in such services, and we'd frequently encourage clients to consider their use as a way of achieving rapid cost savings and emissions reductions. One more slide from me, and then I'll hand over to Ross. In terms of guiding clients to their optimal pathway to achieving their science-based targets, we consistently see important contributions made from clean generation technologies, so grid decarbonization, from energy management, from energy efficiency, from on-site renewables. And for many clients, these are often adequate for the attainment of market-based science-based targets. However, achieving net zero will often require new low-carbon technologies. Indeed, the International Energy Agency, the IEA, estimate that around 1/3 of the cumulative emissions reductions needed to achieve our net zero ambitions will stem from technologies that are not commercially available today. And that leads us neatly to hear from my colleague, Ross Burton, who's going to talk about the challenges that innovators face developing such new technologies and the steps taken within the UK to help develop technologies to the marketplace. So I'll invite Ross to take us forward from here. Ross, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jeff, and thanks for that introduction. It seems like I don't actually have control, so I'm just going to call next slide, Jeff, if you don't mind, for you to move these through. Fantastic to have you all on the call today. I'm going to talk, as Jeff indicated, I'm going to take us really to the next step to take some examples of the work that the Carbon Trust does in supporting commercial innovators within the UK and abroad. We run a variety of accelerator programs for early and late stage climate tech innovators, both within the UK as well as internationally. And through those processes, we get quite a bottom-up and granular understanding of the challenges that new technology innovators face and actually bringing a lot of these new technologies to the market. A lot of the technology categories that were mentioned and those important sectors around CCUS, achieving energy efficiency, energy storage and flexibility, how hydrogen is going to play a role in the market at large, as well as a lot of the productive technologies such as offshore wind. A lot of the technologies are either really early stage or haven't been developed yet, or they haven't got to the point where they are commercially competitive with incumbent technologies to allow broad scale commercialization. At the same time, a technology might be ready, but a supporting value chain or supply chain for that technology is not established enough that the standards and regulations and availability of components and supply and consumables are in place to allow efficient scalability of those tech. So that innovation gap is something that the next generation of innovators that has really shown quite dramatic growth over the past 10 years is going to achieve for the market. To bring a bit of color to some of those points, this first slide is talking around the work that the Carbon Trust does, as well as within a consortium of partners, to deliver the acceleration program for what is called the Net Zero Innovation Portfolio. Some of you may be familiar with this. It was launched by the UK government back in 2019 in an ambition to achieve a green revolution within the country and meet its new net zero targets of its new net zero target of 2050 and the target of 80% reduction on 1990 levels brought forward to 2030. As part of that 10-point plan, £1 billion of investment was targeted towards innovation funding across 10 separate priority areas, which you see on your screen here in the ambition to achieve that goal, but also to achieve market-specific targets of 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, 20 to 30 megatons of carbon capture in place, 10 gigawatts of low-carbon hydrogen production, as well as 8 nuclear reactions, and increasing domestic low-carbon electricity production up to 95% by that year. Those investment categories that are really driving the innovation in over the next 10 years within the market are on the right of the slide, existing within bioenergy industry, advanced CCUS, hydrogen, greenhouse gas removals, and CCUS as mentioned, advanced nuclear, future of offshore wind, energy storage, buildings, as well as something that is called disruptive technologies, which is really SME innovators developing the kinds of technologies that are going to be market movers over the next 10 years. To add a bit more color around what types of technologies exist in these categories, Jeff, I'm going to ask you to move us onto the next slide. I'd also like to prompt the poll to be released to all of you while I talk through these technologies. I'm going to ask you the question on to what extent does your organization actually start to actively engage or plan to engage with new climate tech innovations and innovators to meet net zero strategic objectives in the future. So please do fill in that poll. We'll look at the results in just 1 minute. So what do we mean when we talk about these priority technology categories being invested in by the UK government as well as abroad? Within the building sector, as Jeff mentioned, the cheapest kilowatt hour produced is the one that's not used. Substantial amount of investment going into energy efficiency criteria within the building space. What we are seeing coming from the innovators within our markets is significant developments around low carbon materials or net zero materials within be that different forms of composites or different forms of brickwork, different forms of constructions or piping networks or innovative piping networks and venting control systems that allow efficient utilization and passive control of heat within the buildings, but a significant degree, and Jeff also highlighted a bit earlier, around smart control of technologies and appliances within these buildings. It's a market that has been growing quite significantly within energy management within the ESCO market for some time, but the level of control that is now available across appliances and the interconnectedness of that energy savings with different forms of flexibility markets are opening up a whole new aspect of value creation for customers and interesting business models such as lease-based systems that was mentioned a bit earlier. This is also finding its way into the residential space, energy storage as well as heat storage solutions within the residential space and different forms of heating and interconnectedness with the rollout of heat pumps is something that is really developing a variety of different new business models that's being leveraged by different forms of energy suppliers as well as individual flexibility providers to enhance the value proposition for customers away from a small degrees of savings through energy efficiency initiatives. The engagement with end users around smart-based technologies in an automated, if we call it a no-faff approach for the customer, is something what this automation and integration of this savings into different forms of tariff plans and value creation plans is all about. Energy storage and flexibility is the other largest area that we are seeing at the moment in development within the market. To be blunt, the development that is needed around renewable power and renewable power production within the country will not be possible without a significantly more higher degree in energy storage and flexibility within that market, as well as new forms of energy storage and battery-based technologies. Lithium-ion still has its challenges from a long duration or a lifetime-based perspective. So technologies within chemistries and cell stack design to meet the energy versus power ratio for those batteries, as well as achieve longer discharge durations and lifespans for those batteries, is something that a large amount of our innovators are focusing on, and how those are integrated into larger energy storage-based solutions with newer energy management-based systems that are allowing for a great degree of control and value stacking of energy storage solutions within the market. A core area that I do want to focus on is long duration energy storage and the importance of these technologies to actually achieve the rollout of renewable power within the market, as well as address challenges such as curtailment within the market. It's critical to the development of the market moving forward. Policy is at that point where it's catching up with developing new markets that allow for commercial business cases for long duration energy storage within the market. And there's a significant amount of focus from government, from international, as well as local private sector investors in pushing that market forward. Hydrogen is a key area of focus as well, both in the production level as well as in the generation level. I think some of the key technologies we're seeing coming out of that is really how do we develop electrolyzers within the market that are that have some form of standardization, both locally as well as internationally, to alleviate a lot of the supply constraints that we're seeing within the electrolyzer market and the component market at large within the hydrogen sector, and how is that as cost effectively integrated into different application use cases to reduce the price of hydrogen production at large, and then how green hydrogen and how do we co-locate renewable energy power or develop certain purchasing schemes for hydrogen production from renewable energy producers to again reduce the price of hydrogen, and not just hydrogen, green hydrogen in the market, for that to actually scale and be market competitive in the future. Offtake is one of the biggest challenges with hydrogen. It's fine to, in order to get the scale that is necessary to reduce costs, there needs to be an offtake market for that, and completing that supply chain and value chain within the market through the different forms of energy generator sets and different forms of engines that are able to use those productive to use hydrogen moving forward is something that we're seeing a huge amount of innovation in, as well as the IoT and software as a service based offerings and business models that are being developed to actually interconnect the supply chain and value going forward. And we've spoken a bit about the industry, and I am a bit conscious of time. Circularity within the market, particularly within spaces such as the textile space, energy intensive areas such as polymers and plastics, there is a significant amount of interest in, and as well as energy recovery and heat recovery within the market, and how do we maximize the energy usage within these industrial mechanisms or industrial facilities to increase energy efficiencies and reduce costs and emissions. And that all comes back as well to the interconnectivity of these solutions and understanding which appliances and which equipment is using what power at what point in time, and how do we best maximize and each piece of equipment within as a whole in order to reduce the operation expenditure of a facility at large. The future of offshore wind is a program that we are also supporting with a huge amount of interest in pushing, getting deeper and deeper and larger turbines, so that we can reduce that levelized cost of electricity coming from the offshore wind market. However, as you do that, operational costs and risks tend to increase, strong correlation in the increase of the risk and cost associated with that. So different forms of condition monitoring and operational control for those kind of facilities to reduce the cost of maintenance, reduce the cost of operation, as well as increase the efficiencies of installation is something that it has a lot of attention at the moment. And finally, advanced CCUS and greenhouse gas removal based technologies, both in CCUS tech, which was mentioned a bit earlier, direct air capture, as well as sequestration for areas such as pyrolysis and biochar. We are seeing a significant amount of development and innovation in that area. I think with that note, I would like to, if you have an opportunity for the facilitators, if you can release the results of the poll so we can get a sentiment from the room. So this is quite interesting. So 30% of individuals indicating to a large extent, 40% moderate, and then 30% to a small extent. So only around a third of individuals or corporates within the room are actually looking to engage with new innovations. So that's quite an interesting stat, and it leads me on to my next slide quite effectively there, Jeff. Fantastic, thank you. I think if we can go to the next slide, Jeff, in the interest of time. In our work with innovators and the challenges that they face in bringing their new technologies to market, we typically face three separate, what we call, in a rather macabre way, valleys of death for these innovators. And it really sits within early stage product development for those organizations, where they're really trying to find market fit. The large one of the biggest contributors, if not the biggest contributor, for failure of innovators within the climate tech space is not being able to achieve that that market fit. And this is largely due to the fact that we have in regular innovative markets, they tend to be demand driven. There's a market need, there's a market challenge, and innovation is there to fix it. In markets such as the climate tech space, where such a significant amount of the market in the early days has been driven by policy, by government funding and public sector funding, we often get innovation within the sector skyrocketing before the market or supply chains are in a position to actually accept that technology, which can lead to a significant amount of challenge when it comes to actually navigating those markets for innovators. When developing a technology for a new market, such as the electric vehicle market, which is already a booming market, but to be able to scale at a local level and at a national level to actually achieve a profitable growth rate or growth for a particular innovator, the market is still quite a nascent market to compete in. So a lot of innovators face the challenge of looking at new markets that are already changing the shape of the energy system or of transport and logistics networks, but still require that beachhead market to actually achieve scalability. So they tend to have to focus on a variety of different beachhead markets in order to scale that tech, which can be incredibly challenging for an innovator and to describe that opportunity to investors. I think when engaging with corporates, and the poll is quite interesting, indicating that only 30% are actually actively engaging with innovators. Within more established software or software tech-based markets or fintech markets, corporates are far more geared to engage with innovators, either engaging with accelerator programs or having active corporate venturing programs in place as a central point of engagement for startups with those innovators and a point to actually facilitate investment from corporates with those innovators. The clean tech market and the kind of incumbent large engineering firms that we often see as core customers or partners within that market are still catching up in actually facilitating and developing those kind of corporate venturing plans. And what that results in is a lot of difficulty, time, and challenge when it comes to innovators being able to actually receive the data and engage with customers to actually validate their value propositions and validate their technology and early development. Develops a huge amount of operational risk. There tends to be a race to be second within the market that we see, where corporates would prefer that technology to be tested with another corporate before they then engage with it, which is completely flipped in its head in the software tech market, where you want to be able to engage with the innovators as early as possible so that you can achieve both strategic and financial returns from that innovation over the long term. And then, of course, the complicated and long incumbent processes that come with engaging with a large corporate and engaging with the right individuals within those corporate. Typically, climate tech innovators need to engage with multiple individuals within a corporate to get any form of traction. There's very seldom a central point of engagement. Some corporates are far better than others in having that already put in place, but some really struggle. I think if we can go into the next challenge then there, Jeff. The next is then market validation of those technologies. I mentioned a bit earlier, new innovations in the market, really, it's difficult for an innovation to be able to commercialize unless it has the value chain and supply chain in a place that it's actually able to support the production and the scale of those technologies. A lot of innovators that are looking for limited runs of production or manufacture of their innovations at early stage simply can't compete with large manufacturers, both in price as well as actually signing contracts with large-scale manufacturers of other components and products within the market. And then even if they were to try to meet different forms of demands and offtake from large corporates or from large customers, they need to be able to have the manufacturing capacity and the supply capacity to provide and the supply chain needs to be developed to a point to provide the certainty to a corporate that they're able to deliver on large contracts. So unless the value chain and supply chain is actually developed, it's very difficult for these innovations, even if they're market ready, to actually achieve scalability and price competitiveness. If we can go to the next slide then, or the next value then, Jeff, that'd be great. Finally, when it comes to actually scaling these products, even after you're able to achieve some form of validation with your corporates or customers through running different form of pilot programs and having them in a place where they are eager and willing to engage in a commercial fashion, there's still that challenge of how do we then go to market with a scalable product. So what a lot of innovators find themselves having to do is actually having to feel the need to actually fill multiple parts parts of that value chain and develop different forms of JVs or SPVs with different forms of suppliers and interim partners. Now, this is incredibly challenging for innovators. Innovators are there to innovate. They're there to create new ideas. They're there to disrupt. They are not there to create in and themselves a supply consortium to service large customers. And this creates a significant amount of challenge in them scaling those technologies. All in all, when trying to then engage and move outside of your national markets into international markets, we face the same challenge where we don't have the policies in place. Corporates have different standards and regulations that they're using for different forms of component supply. So it makes it very difficult for us to standardize products, share data, and validate technologies, not just for one corporate, but for multiple corporates based locally and internationally. Currently, a huge amount of projects are still very bespoke with bespoke requests. For a lot of these technologies to scale locally and scale internationally, that kind of standardization, that kind of consistency and market generation is still not quite there yet for a lot of these markets that need to be developed. We go to the next slide there, Jeff, and I think I'm going to try to wrap us up so we have some time for questions. All in all, what we need is an ecosystem, and each player within that ecosystem is equally important in driving innovation within the market going forward. The climate tech space has made significant gains over the past few years. Since 2017, it's grown tenfold up to 2022, and that is twice as fast as the fintech sector across Europe. It is now the second largest venture capital invested sector across Europe. And so this market is growing quite substantially, and this ecosystem is growing quite substantially, but it still has quite a while to go to get there. Jeff, I am a bit conscious of time, and I do want to give individuals a bit of an opportunity to ask some questions. So if we want to flip through the next few slides and we can get to some of the questions on the right.
Super. Is that okay, Ross? Are you happy with that?
I think that's fine, Jeff. I think we can go straight to questions.
Terrific. Thank you. So thank you all for your questions. Let's just have a look. This first question relates to wind has recently been in the news because there currently isn't a way to recycle turbine blades. So the first generation of wind is now being replaced. It's creating a huge volume of straight to landfill waste. Is this captured in the life cycle assessment? I think that's a reference back to the life cycle emissions intensity from the United Nations report. I believe it does. It looked at other emission sources beyond energy. So the straight answer is yes. I believe it does include full life cycle analysis. Question 2: do you think there is scope to improve energy efficiency much further in UK industry? And there's a comment that the Committee on Climate Change estimate that 20 to 25% efficiency savings are necessary to achieve our net zero target, but some industry players are saying that's impossible because improvements have already happened. I would concur with that sentiment. A lot of companies that we work with, they for a long time have been managing their energy diligently. They've put in place effective energy management systems, the ISO 50001. They have a culture of continuous improvement. They're continually engaging with key equipment suppliers and vendors to avail of best available technology. Some are engaging with developers to trial those technologies. So I absolutely agree that for many companies that have been paying attention to energy efficiency, there likely isn't an additional 20, 25% opportunity within those companies. However, they're the exception in our experience. And it's fair to say that in all the companies that we have audited over the past few decades, we've yet to audit a company for which there was no opportunity. So I think it really comes back to the starting point. For companies that are using dated old generation equipment, we're not surprised to see at times opportunities in excess of 25%. For those companies that run a really tight ship, it's often in the single digits. So I think it really just depends on the starting point. Ross, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think that's fine, Jeff.
Okay, so question 3. Your session has focused on net zero in the energy sector largely, rather than the broader picture. The UK has lost more than 8 million trees due to storms last year. How can carbon offsetting, capture, storage be developed without the need for tree planting? Must confess that's not an area of expertise that I have. What I perhaps would say is that the focus on the energy sector principally arises from the fact that around 75% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions originate from our use of fossil fuels. Important other sectors such as agricultural, land use and change. I don't think it's a case of either or. I think we need everything to align. So I think we need best practice on land use. There's certainly a requirement for afforestation. I'm not an expert in it, I do apologize. And I invite Ross, perhaps he has more insight into the benefits of tree planting than I do. If not, we'll engage with colleagues outside of this and follow up with a more substantive response. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think I'm going to give the same caveat to you that I'm not the expert in the area, but the one reflection that I would share is that I think we need to be careful about including carbon offsetting. They're all part of the same solution when it comes to carbon capture and storage, and carbon offsetting. The idea is obviously that we would reduce carbon emissions and global warming at large. However, it's going to require both. Carbon offsetting and direct air capture, as an example, can fit quite closely together, but industrial carbon capture, utilization and storage from industrial facilities, from utilities and power stations, and as an interim technology and an interim solution, it is something that will be necessary to move as fast as we need to move to get to those points. When it comes to carbon offsetting, we work with a lot of companies that are buying into or that are developing their value propositions via voluntary carbon markets. So it's not, offsetting is not just limited to tree planting, although it is the kind of primary mechanism of offsetting at this point in time. But as solutions develop and as larger carbon markets develop, that market will, and direct air capture technologies develop as well, that market is likely to become more diversified. But it's a good point. I think the regulations and stipulations around land use is something that's going to become largely scrutinized in the future.
Super. Yeah, just to add a final point on the offsetting question, there is clearly variability in the quality of offsets that are being sold into the market. It's a point that we counsel our clients on to ensure that they're only acquiring high quality offsets that really can demonstrate true additionality in terms of carbon capture or sequestration. Okay, I think we're perhaps running out of time. Just for delegates' information, you will be returning to the plenary session, I think, in a second or two. There is a question for, interesting that none of these technology areas are focused on addressing the challenge of land's agri-emissions, highlighted by Lord Adair in his keynote. Is this a policy or market failure? Again, like agri and land use is not something I've got a keen insight on. Ross, have you anything to offer on this?
Yeah, I think that's referring to the technology categories that I was speaking through, Jeff. One of the priority areas for the net zero innovation portfolio is within the biomass feedstock area and biomass feedstock innovation. So it is a priority area for the program, and everything to do with land use, as well as growing of potentially energy generative crops, and better management and better management of that land, as well as integration of a variety of different technologies for better harvesting practices and monitoring of those lands, and data analysis of those crop yields. At the same time, I think there's a lot of work that's being done in developing different forms of anaerobic digestion-based technologies, and how do you complete the kind of circular business model of using land correctly, growing crops correctly, making sure that we're able to monitor them correctly, and make the best use of the of any form of waste product in a way that reduces overall emissions and has kickback effects of energy generation and energy and efficiencies and cost savings for the land users as well.
Super, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Can I invite delegates to proffer some more questions or thoughts, please? I'm advised we've got 3 or 4 minutes left, so there's still an opportunity to pose a question. Just while you're maybe contemplating a question or a comment, might just be worth adding, in terms of the investment in energy efficiency, it does at times pose a bit of a dilemma to businesses that have got perfectly serviceable operational equipment and systems that still maybe has 5 or 10 years of life, but they're aware that there's a more efficient piece of a kit that will deliver operational energy savings and emissions reductions. And it's not always a straightforward decision to plumb for the best available technology immediately. Consideration should be given to the sunk energy and emissions within the existing product, and ensure that there's no unintended consequences in retiring out perfectly serviceable kit with new, more efficient equipment. It is worthy of consideration, but directionally, we always encourage companies to ensure that they've got adequate standards of asset management and procurement, and ensure that they do procure equipment on a whole life cycle basis. And that often helps guide the optimal point to invest in cleaner technology and retire out equipment that has got still economic serviceable life, but not as energy efficient as others. So just a thought. I don't know, Ross, I'll invite you to offer any closing thoughts.
I think from the closing thoughts from my side, really, Jeff, is I think from the presentation is when it comes to, and I was struck a little bit by the poll. I think the poll is intentionally designed as well, indicating that companies that are actively plan to engage as well in innovative techs, not just are currently engaging. And I think looking at 30% of that poll, it is quite interesting and quite interesting metric to look ahead to see how companies are actually thinking about these net zero strategies. The way the innovation market or any form of venturing market exists within other markets is that technologies represent both a strategic as well as a financial benefit for organizations over the long term. Now, this is even more critically important when it comes to net zero, as it's not just a strategic angle for that organization to actually grow its competitiveness or grow its market share, but it is also has a fundamental impact on the operations of those organizations as well as supply chain and meeting its net zero strategies. So I guess my only closing comment would be is that if you are a corporate in the market, if you are a corporate in the market that is looking to integrate these kinds of technologies, get involved in the market. Venture capital in the market is skyrocketing, as I mentioned, over the past few years. So if you as a corporate are not engaging within these technologies now, those technologies are going to disrupt you in the future. So the earlier you engage with these technologies, the earlier you engage in accelerator programs, the earlier you engage even within investment or providing or follow-on investment, following VCs within the market, even if as a fund-of-fund approach, or engaging in just knowledge sharing or sharing mentors with these kind of programs in the market, educating yourself on those new kind of technology trends that are developing, the more protected your organization is going to be in the long term from a strategic angle, the more opportunities for financial gain that you may receive if you have some form of corporate venturing program in the future. And then, of course, lastly, the better chance you have in actually achieving those kind of net zero targets.
Terrific. Thank you, Ross. Thank you all for attending this session. I think we are due to drop out any moment. So I hope your participation, you've benefited from it. We will follow up on some of the questions that I feel I provided a bit of an inadequate answer to. So I'll engage with some colleagues and liaise with the event coordinators to get a more substantive answer to you. So I think we're largely out of time. I'm not sure when we will leave. Yeah, I think it's coming to an end now. So thanks again for your participation. Enjoy the closing plenary session, and best of luck with your endeavours to reduce your emissions and play your part in deploying and helping the acceleration of low and zero carbon technologies across not just energy, but all sectors of emissions.
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to your first breakout of the Accelerate to Net Zero UK event. I hope you found the first introductory session useful. So this is the Scope 3 and Supplier Engagement event. My name's Oliver Patrick. I am a Senior Associate in the Cities and Regions team at the Carbon Trust, where we do a lot of work with, or almost work exclusively with, public sector organisations on their decarbonisation journey. And increasingly, we're looking away from Scope 1 and 2 and into Scope 3 and supply chain decarb. So looking forward to sharing some learnings with you from that. I'm joined by my colleague Leo from our business services team. Leo, if you'd like to give a quick introduction to yourself.
Thanks, Ollie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leo Chong, an Associate Director in the Business Services Division of the Carbon Trust, which means that I work with our corporate clients rather than our public sector clients. I've worked across multiple sectors and across our services, ranging from measuring carbon emissions, setting targets, be they science-based on net zero, and helping companies assess and develop strategies for meeting those. I also co-led the development of our Route to Net Zero standard, which helps companies assess and communicate their progress towards net zero. And I help to develop knowledge and best practice in a number of areas. I'm keen to hear what your pressing issues and questions are during our Q&A later. I'll hand back to Ollie now.
Super. Thanks, Leo. So hopefully you'll be able to see the slides up on the screen. So the plan of action, we've got about 35 minutes to go through this presentation, and hopefully leave lots of time for a Q&A at the end. Happy to for you to put questions as we go. We've had a few preceded ones as well, or ones submitted beforehand, so we'll try and get to those. And there's a couple of interactive polls as well throughout. One of which hopefully will be going live, and you can answer that as we go through the first part of the session. So as I say, this session, hopefully you're all in the right place. This is on Scope 3 and effectively engaging suppliers. You've already seen the event description, but really what we're going to try and be looking at is how we look to develop and implement supplier engagement programs. And the real aim of this is to improve carbon measurement and management of third-party suppliers. So we'll get into how we tend to run a supplier engagement program in due course, but firstly, just a bit of context for you. Some of you may or may not already be familiar with this, but hopefully useful for framing the session. So you can, and Leah, if you could just go to the next slide, please. So you can largely categorize climate action according to 3 headline activities on the right-hand side of this slide. So you can measure carbon footprint, you can set targets, be that net zero or science-based, and then you can deliver in pursuit of those targets through real-world implementation. And in the backdrop to all of this is the GHG, or greenhouse gas protocol, which defines how emissions across the value chain are categorized. Now, you may be familiar with the 3 scopes that the GHG protocol breaks emissions into. But you have your scope 1 and 2 emissions, which are emissions that originate from activities under your own organization's direct control and influence. So any fuel that you burn in buildings, for example, if you have a fleet, diesel and petrol in those cars. Now, if you're looking at climate action for your scope 1 and 2 emissions, it's quite easy to take an organization-centric approach because the activities and assets are under your direct control. But the problem comes when you start looking at scope 3 emissions, which are your indirect emissions, and they can be attributed to your organization's activities, but they ultimately originate from the activities of third parties and assets under their direct control and influence. Now, these third parties can be upstream of your organization and your suppliers, so things that you're buying into your organization, and they can be downstream as well, so your customers and how people are interacting with any products that you manufacture, how they dispose of those products, or any franchises you have, for example. And if you're wanting to take a look at climate action for these, because the assets and activities are outside of your direct control, you really need to collaborate with your suppliers and customers. And it's not possible to just take an organization-centric approach. You have to look beyond your own organization. And this has really important implications for net zero, in that all credible and robust definitions of net zero say that full value chain emissions have to be included. So what your suppliers are doing and also what your customers are doing. So if you look at the Science Based Target Initiative or ISO guidance that was delivered after COP, they say that all your full value chain emissions have to be included. So to address these, if you need collaboration with your suppliers and customers, it follows that in order to achieve net zero, you need to collaborate with your suppliers and customers. So the first building block of all this context and why we're putting importance on this session is that indirect emissions have to be included and collaboration is required to decarbonize them. So on the next slide, not only do we show that they have to be included, but it's also very likely that they're your largest decarbonisation challenge. And I've already said that part of the reason for this is that they're outside of your direct control, but also just the sheer magnitude of them. It's very likely that your scope 3 emissions are or make up the greatest proportion of your overall footprint. And the graph shows a breakdown by sector, but it's very likely that your scope 3 emissions make up at least 70%, if not 80-90% of your total emissions. Now, with relevance to this session, as you can imagine, supplier engagement becomes increasingly important as your share of upstream emissions, so that green bar on the left-hand side, increases. So for a local authority or a public sector organisation, you don't really have any downstream emissions at all. You're not producing any products. You don't really have any customers per se, but they do outsource a lot of activities, which is why that upstream bar is so large. So waste management, social care activities like this are often delivered by third parties and not the organisation itself. So supplier engagement is absolutely crucial for these sort of organisations if they're going to be on a net zero trajectory. At the other end of the scale, you have home appliances. If you're a manufacturer of home appliances, a lot of the emissions or your overall emissions will actually come from the in-use phase of the appliances that you're manufacturing and how consumers interact with them, which is why downstream proportion is so big. And supplier engagement is still important for these organizations. You can imagine what comes into your own operations will influence what you're doing and also downstream of you as well. It's all connected. But increasingly, as your downstream proportion of emissions increase, supplier engagement should be complemented by other measures looking at addressing value chain emissions. So we're talking about product design, consumer awareness campaigns, things like that. But this session really is focused on actions to manage and decrease that green bar and your upstream emissions as much as possible. So we've established that Scope 3 emissions have to be included in net zero target, and that this session is focused on your upstream emissions. And on the next slide, we show that we're really talking about 2 emission categories here, which is your purchase goods and services and capital goods, which can be considered a subset of the former. And these are often an organization's largest upstream emission source. So these are the emissions attributed to the goods and services that you buy, and can be attributed to demand for goods and services that your organization has. But they can also be the most uncertain, so it's unlikely that you'll actually have the core activity data that you will have for your own organization, as it's a third party delivering these goods and services. So you might have a heavy reliance on benchmarks and proxies in the absence of that activity data, which is, whilst it gives you a number, it has more uncertainty attributed to it. And it's also complex. The supply chains can be very long. The supplier that you're actually getting the goods or services from, they might have a supply chain of 2 or 3 suppliers previous to them. So trying to get an understanding of exactly where the emission hotspots in your supply chain are can be quite a complicated task. And this is why we place a lot of value on supplier engagement, and why it really should be a central part of an organization's net zero strategy and approach to upstream emissions. 2 main reasons, both linked to the statement above. Firstly, improving the accuracy of emissions measurement and reporting, so trying to get away from benchmarks and proxies and replace that with activity data, and also driving emission reductions. It's ultimately what we need to do to get to net zero is achieve emission reductions, and it's through collaboration and engagement with these organizations that will be able to happen. So hopefully there's a poll live at the minute which will just get a sense of how much supplier engagement you've conducted, if any, and for what reasons. What I like to use, I use an analogy for supplier engagement for the more visual learners and/or Spider-Man fans out there. But I imagine that if supplier engagement at the start, without it, you haven't got your glasses on, and you can see the organization, you have a rough idea of what it looks like, but it's a bit blurry and you don't really have a clue for its size. And you know that you have various tools that you can use to engage with that organization, but without knowing the nooks and crannies of that organization, the real details, you don't know which one to select to effectively engage. But supplier engagement is putting those glasses on, being able to see the organization with much more clarity, replacing the benchmarks and proxies. You get a greater sense of its size, and you also get an understanding for how it's operating and what tools that you can use to really foster effective engagement. So hopefully that analogy works for some people. Okay, so on the next slide, we've got the poll, which, as I say, is live at the minute. So hopefully people have been answering that in the background as we've been going. If it's possible to have a look at the results, we'll see what people have been saying. Okay, so the question was, have you engaged your supply chain on decarbonisation? And if so, what were the main objectives? Okay, so it looks like about a third of people have yet to complete any sort of supplier engagement program. Another third have a combination of objectives. Around a quarter, mostly on data collection. It doesn't particularly surprise us that the smallest category there is yes, but mostly on emission reductions. As we'll get to, this is kind of the more nuanced and bespoke form of supplier engagement, which can take more resource and thinking about. Okay, thank you for engaging with that poll. That's interesting results to see. Hopefully the first section then, so we'll get stuck into kind of the details of the session, but hopefully that's given you a sense of why we place a lot of value on supplier engagement in the context of net zero. And it really does interact with all the components of climate action that we previously mentioned. So on the measurement and carbon footprinting side of things, collecting better data will improve your footprinting, replace benchmarks and proxies, reduce the uncertainty attributed to your footprint. Setting targets, better data means that you can more accurately track reductions and actually monitor against your target. In some cases, you may even need to actually restate what your baseline is and what your target is depending on how severe the changes from benchmarks and proxies to actually getting activity data. And then on the delivery side of things, it fosters that collaboration that we really need to reduce third-party emissions. Now, we're going to present how we'd approach a discrete supplier engagement program, and we're going to go through a step-by-step process. And we're going to present it as a very active but siloed activity. Now, in reality, it might not look exactly like this, and it's likely that it'll be much more of an iterative and an evolving landscape. And at the same time complemented by other more continuous and passive activities. So for example, at the same time of conducting a supplier engagement program that has a set start and an end date, say like a project, you should also be doing things such as integrating carbon management into procurement processes to help address upstream emissions. So this could take the form of integrating environmental credentials into tender requirements and evaluations, integrating carbon management into contract management and how you're engaging with suppliers on a day-to-day basis. So what we're presenting certainly isn't the be-all and end-all, and it shouldn't be everything that you're doing to do with upstream emissions, but it is a very useful step to take. So we'll go through these steps in turn, and the first step is on identifying suppliers that you want to engage with. So the aims here is prioritize suppliers to actually include in the supplier engagement program. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to engage with absolutely everyone in your supplier base, and also get a sense of what engagement strategy to take. So we're expecting that the path looks something like this. You are here on the left-hand side as a starting position. You have a list of suppliers, you know who's supplying your goods and services, and you have procurement data attributed to those suppliers, so you know how much you're spending with each of the suppliers. And you may or you may not have already performed a Scope 3 footprint. And what we're trying to get to on the right-hand side is this prioritized list of suppliers, and also a sense of what engagement strategy you want to take with those suppliers. So there's two main tools that we use to get from A to B. The first of which is the materiality assessment, which, as the name suggests, is really aiming to identify high-emitting suppliers or materials in the supply chain. The next slide shows how we'd roughly approach this, and the main mechanism that we use to do so is using economic proxies. And these are sector-specific proxies that allow you to convert your pound spent with a particular supplier on a particular goods and services into a ton CO2 equivalent figure. Now, these are really good at assessing hotspots in your supply chain, so it gives you an indication of the carbon intensity of the sectors that you're procuring, and scales the pound that you've spent in that for you to be able to glean how much carbon, or estimate how much carbon you think you're spending in each area. So it's a process of grouping your suppliers into the categories that you have for the sector proxies. And the outputs that you get from this is really this estimate of emissions by supplier. A graph like this on the right-hand side shows an indicative example. Now, this in itself is a bit of a natural prioritization in identifying suppliers. As you can imagine, engaging with suppliers that are hotspots and that are kind of emission or concentration of emission in your supply chain will lead to maximum carbon savings and impact of a supplier engagement program. So already there's a bit of a natural prioritization going on. And the graph, as you can see, so there's the suppliers and materials on the x-axis. On the left-hand side is the absolute percentage of that supplier for your supply chain, and on the right-hand side axis is the rolling sum of all of that. So as you go over and encompass all of your supplies, you reach 100% of your supply chain emissions. And it's quite often that we actually see a graph like this, where there's a fairly small number of suppliers or materials that make up a fairly large percentage of your overall supply chain emissions. So in the case of this, there's 5 or 6 suppliers that make up 80% of your total emissions. Now, this will obviously vary by the nature of your organization and the spread of your supplier base. But the magnitude of emissions isn't the only determinant, and we also use a qualitative assessment to ensure that we're engaging with the right suppliers on the right areas. And the next slide gives an indication of what these inputs could be, which we view as a list of introspective questions to ask to ourselves. So, for example, will they remain a key supplier for us? There might not be much point in engaging with a supplier if your pipeline of works with them is very low, and the spend analysis that you've used to initially prioritize them is actually a bit of an anomaly, and you won't be spending or engaging with them much in the future. What is the supply sustainability maturity? So things that you can use to judge this include, do they have a carbon reduction target? Do they have an associated carbon reduction plan with that? Are they accredited to any ISO standards? Do they have any dedicated resource for sustainability? What sort of things are published on their website? Just from asking yourself these questions and doing a bit of digging around the organization, you can quickly see what the or gain a sense of what their maturity is. What data do we have for the organization? So some of this might be linked to the first question. If they're very mature, they might already have a lot of carbon data. But what are we going to need to request from them when we eventually engage? And also, how confident are we of their operations? So when we're looking at engaging on them, particularly to drive reductions, do we actually know what they're doing? Do we know where their potential hotspots could be? And then finally, perhaps a more an obvious one is, what ability do we have to actually influence the organization? Are they going to listen to us when we do engage? So things here include, are we a major customer for them? You'll know your spend with them and that overall revenue, what percentage of their revenue does your spend make up? But also, away from spend, do we actually have established relationships with them that we can leverage in this engagement? Now, the answers to all of these questions will shape the form of engagement and the nature of engagement that you take. And the outputs that we typically get from this is a graph like we show on the right-hand side here, which is a plot of supplier sustainability maturity and ability to influence on the x-axis. And it doesn't have to be particularly quantitative. It can be a RAG analysis of low, medium, high, 1 to 5, for example. But what it does allow you to do is to shape the form of engagement that you'll take with them. So suppliers with a high sustainability maturity, for example, they will likely are publishing a lot of carbon data already. And the challenge that you might have is largely logistical in actually collecting that data from them and establishing the data flows so you can incorporate it into your footprint. If they've got a lower maturity, then it may be that you need more of a mentorship role in actually supporting them with carbon calculations, a calculation of product carbon footprints, for example, so that down the line they can share that with you. And likewise on the ability to influence, a higher ability to influence, you're much more likely to have foster relationships and actually collaborating on reductions, and they're more likely to actually listen to what you're asking of them. But on the lower side, it might just be more of a transactional and data collection. So hopefully that's useful in helping to frame how to prioritize suppliers, and also what type of engagement that you'll be taking with different subsets of suppliers within that. So we've just got one more interactive poll, which we're going to make live to you now. And this is just getting you thinking about one of your key suppliers. And there's the 4 quadrants of this graph. So there's the 1, which is high maturity and low influence. 2, high maturity, high influence. So you're probably looking at collecting good data, but also collaborating on reductions. 3, low maturity, low influence. And 4, low maturity, high influence. So if you just think about one of your key suppliers, maybe a supplier that comes to mind immediately, and if you were to assign them in one of these segments, there's obviously lots of grey areas and in between, but where would you put this key supplier that comes to your head? So we'll just leave the poll open for 10 seconds more. Hopefully that's all available to you, and then we'll have a quick look at the answers. Okay, well, hopefully we've got responses. I can't see myself how many people have responded. So, oh, sorry, I'm getting a note that poll results aren't quite in yet. do keep your questions coming as well. We'll get to those at the end. I believe you'll be able to upvote them, and we'll try and pick off some of the priority topics. Okay, so results are in, and I guess in a sense they're relatively encouraging in that over a half of suppliers that you're thinking have a high maturity, which is obviously good in itself. Quite interesting, the split between high maturity, high influence, and low influence. But very promising that 40% of you at least think there's high maturity and high influence, which is obviously a good foundation to engage and collaborate on reductions and also collect a lot of data. About 30% of people with low maturity and a pretty even split between low influence and high influence. But hopefully that's helped frame in your head a bit where these suppliers sit and what first steps could be taken on engagement with them. Obviously, when that exercise is repeated for all of your suppliers, you can start to put together a bit of program of works and engage across the board. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Leo now. He's going to take you through the next 2 steps of a supplier engagement program.
Great, thank you, Ollie. So I'll be taking you through these steps, and as Ollie said, it's not necessarily these will fall in a linear flow, but the way we've categorized it is the second step would be to engage with, collect data from your suppliers based on the prioritization. It won't be all your suppliers. You will no doubt have done some sort of framing and selection of suppliers to engage with, and then through to improving the Scope 3 footprint ultimately. The first 2 steps of this would be, of course, to engage with and collect that data, and this will be largely on a one-to-one basis with your suppliers, and then finally, ultimately, to update the Scope 3 footprint. A key step in there is to assess the data. Not all data that comes in from suppliers will be good, will be complete. So we'll go through some risk areas around that you may have found already. It's encouraging to see that so many of you, about 2/3, have already embarked on supplier engagement program. I think the numbers were about 1/3 that had done data only, but also 1/3 which had done a combination of things. So it sounds like within the audience there's quite a high level of experience already with at least this frame of engagement to collect data and update the Scope 3 footprints. The update of the Scope 3 footprint is ultimately to improve that management information, of course, to move from estimates that may sit within your Scope 3 assessment and footprint within your, say, Category 1 emissions, and convert them to more accurate, more representative numbers that are able to track reductions ultimately, and you're able to use as valuable management information on which to base decisions and actions, and ultimately drive reductions in future. So I'll go through each of these 4 steps here in the collect and improve Scope 3 footprint. So first of all, engaging with suppliers. It's not all about collecting quantitative data. A big part of this is to share your ambitions with your suppliers. What we found is most useful is to use the existing relationship that you have with your suppliers, i.e. your procurement managers, with the supplier contacts, and have sustainability, although in the background it might be sustainability led, have leveraged that key relationship between your procurement and suppliers, and have them be joined by sustainability managers where appropriate. What we found useful is to ensure there are meetings, ideally face-to-face, if not virtual, but also follow up with written documents such as data requests, forms, and information that the supplier can fill in and return to you. Part of the engagement, a key part of the engagement, is to really ensure that the reasons behind it are clear. So whether you've got what carbon reduction targets in terms of SPTs, science-based targets, or longer-term net zeros, it's good to share that with your supply base and emphasise the need to collaborate, as Ollie has outlined earlier. and really to start getting that level of understanding of your supplier's level of carbon management and maturity. So to help you really kind of map the suppliers in that exercise you've just done and understand key things which will affect the assessment of data quality, such as the range of products your supplier sells, any future targets, reduction targets that they themselves have, and data availability, etc. The key outcomes for this stage is to ensure that you've got a shared level of understanding with your suppliers, and to confirm or adjust that view in terms of the supplier mapping that you've just performed. This also helps to inform the step 3, engage with key suppliers to drive reductions. And as Ollie said, there may be some overlap. It may not work in such a linear fashion as well. So the next step is to collect and assess data. The diagram on the right might be familiar with you. It's taken from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 3 calculation guidance. And there are some key things on the slide to point out in terms of the emissions that come through from your supplier. It's made up of 2 broad areas to formulate a cradle to gate, as we call it, or sometimes known as embodied emission, for the products that you buy. That's made up of your supplier's Scope 1 and 2 emissions and all the upstream emissions from the production of the materials that they themselves buy as well. And what we're potentially kind of looking at is to increase the quality from the bottom of the range of data that you might have based your emissions calculations on initially. So you may, for example, have based it on spend, as Ollie says, where average data from databases are used, or even if it's tons or kilograms, you might have used, again, some average emission factors from databases. Ideally, you want to replace the orange average data with the purple supplier-specific data. And ideally, at the very top, receive product carbon footprints from your suppliers relating to the products that you buy from them, which includes their emissions and the upstream emissions. On the path to that, you may be in a situation where you are looking at a hybrid method, where, for example, you are able to gather your suppliers' Scope 1 and 2 emissions, but there's a bit of a hybrid approach, a bit of a mix of supply-specific or generic data for the other upstream emissions. So that's part of the assessment and collection, is to understand where on this spectrum the data that you've collected from your suppliers sits, and part of the assessment is to make sure that you can rely on that data and use that within your footprints. Even if at the very top, even if it is a PCF, it's still very much worth assessing the data. Sometimes it's PCFs can be drawn with the incorrect boundary, or the PCFs for products that relate to and represent the products that you buy. It's also useful to have PCFs from current years, but also older ones as well. We'll come on to that when we talk about rebaselining, for example. So it's useful to know what that trend, hopefully downwards, of the product carbon footprint is of your suppliers. This on the right left-hand side here shows some of the areas where you would want to focus on in terms of the data quality assessment. So ideally, you'll have verified PCFs from different years, but also you need to make sure that they are complete. So in the case of Scope 1 and 2 emissions, you may find Scope 1 and 2 emissions from a variety of sources, from sustainability reports, from other sources. And it's important to be aware that they are just Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and you need to uplift, particularly if the upstream emissions are significant, depending on the product that you're buying, of course. It's important to ensure that the data you receive and use is representative of what you're buying from your supplier. So, for example, if you are using a hybrid method where you've got your suppliers Scope 1 and 2 at an organizational level, if they provide and produce quite a large variety of product range, then it may not be appropriate to use that split, or you need to use the appropriate split in order to develop a representative PCF for the products that you buy. So there's a risk within that, ensuring representativeness of the data. So there is a bit of a health warning here that supplier-specific data is not always necessarily better data just because it comes from the supplier, and the completeness and representativeness of that are key aspects to check. In terms of integrating it with your Scope 3 footprint, the mechanics of integrating it or doing the calculation are generally quite straightforward. You're switching from spend emission factors to, say, quantity-based factors that you've developed and received from your suppliers, and you can do the simple multiplication. The key challenge is consistency from year on year, particularly if you've got your own targets, if you've got a baseline year, which is based on, for example, spend times a spend-based emission factor, and you're switching to a quantitative-based calculation where you've got supplier-specific factors. So the differences need to be tracked, and if the differences are significant, then you'll need to re-baseline. What this means is restating the baseline year to ensure that you're comparing apples with apples, and the reductions that you see are true and representative of what's happening in reality, rather than purely an accounting and calculation change. So the chart on the right shows a basic example of this. If your 2019 baseline was based on the spend data, and you gather data, you've engaged with clients over the course of 2023, suppliers over the course of 2023, and you're basing your 2023 footprint in purple based on more accurate supplier data. You can draw a line which shows the reduction there, but in fact that would be a false reduction without doing a restatement of the baseline. So the 40% reduction which your calculations and footprint shows might not be representative. So if you then have the exercise of restating the baseline year, and this is where previous year's PCF would be useful, then you can see that the 2019 baseline is actually closer to 80 than it was to 100, and your reductions are closer to 25% rather than 40%. We're showing this example of a reducing restating baseline purely as illustrative. The baseline may increase, of course, rather than decrease. So that's the step 2 overall, and all of this will give you information around your Scope 3 footprint, will enable you to understand a bit better where the hotspots are, who to engage, help shape your strategy, but mostly it will be internal, one-to-one with your suppliers and away from the kind of public eye, as it were. The next step of engagement, in terms of engaging key suppliers to drive reductions, is the follow-on step from this. So the overall aim of this is really to engage with potentially a more slimmed down version of slimmed down number of suppliers to help collaborate with them more closely to reduce the product emissions that they supply to you, and ultimately reduce your upstream Scope 3 emissions, but also to influence wider change throughout the sector as well. So all companies will need to collaborate with their suppliers and also other stakeholders to reach their net zero targets. So driving that ripple effect of change is very important as well. So typically companies may be addressing these steps in order: step 1 and 2 first, to gain that knowledge, to restate their footprint, to redo the supply mapping, and move on to step 3. However, as previously stated, elements of step 3 may come in sooner rather than later. One key thing, or some key things to focus on, though, is something Ollie mentioned before about the interaction between all the elements of the business that value chain analysis and supplier and better supply data provides you. So on the right hand side, all everything kind of stemming from your net zero targets at the corporate level, or science-based targets at the corporate level, you having the organisation having to engage with operations and reduce those Scope 1 and 2 emissions, looking at your product mix and whether the product mix is currently at the moment will be the same in 10 years' time and 20 years' time, designing lower carbon products. This progresses on to supply chain collaboration and impacts on what the materials are that you purchase and procure for this. And it's all about building credibility and trust with out in the market, with yourselves, with the investors, and showing that you've got, and sharing that you have net zero targets, and pushing for change for all the communication that you put forward externally as well. So it's worth keeping all of this in mind, because some of these measures within this step are external and public. And we can see here in this segmented approach some high-level framework to try to illustrate where you can get the biggest impact for the lowest cost. It's a slightly different axes here. So on the y-axis, we've got the nature of the relationship, whether it's transactional, strategic, or low carbon impact versus high carbon impact. If it's low carbon impact, the low cost one-to-many strategies can be kind of wide-ranging outreach from communications for your website, existing forums, and encouraging suppliers to sign up to third-party schemes. For strategic high-impact areas or suppliers, you'd want to target them and work with one-to-one initiatives. For one-to-many initiatives, these will be more appropriate where it's a transactional relationship but still high impact. So you may develop multi-supplier workshops or mentorship programs, or even finance programs, and work with existing and schemes from other third parties, and even targets, encouraging suppliers to work on targets as well. So two great examples of this type of approach that have popped up in EDI over the last couple of months is Grosvenor's actions to drive science-based targets and measurements of carbon footprints across their SME supply base. They've had some great success there, actually offering free 8-month mentorship program to their supply chain. And Britvic as well has asked some of their key suppliers to sign up to science-based targets as well, and is looking at providing a finance. So some really great examples there for supplier engagement to reduce and drive emissions down. So the next slide here just summarizes some of those key points, and the key takeaways, key things to draw from this is that supplier engagement is a key enabler for your organization's route to net zero. No company will be able to achieve their net zero targets alone. So supplier engagement is absolutely key, but it's also key for your upstream emissions, but is also impactful on your other areas of your business. No one size fits all. So the strategies and approach that we've showed here are a guide or a framework, but it's an ever developing area, and you should tailor these strategies to your business and your objectives. It's not a one-time thing either. It's definitely not done in year one when you've done your stakeholder engagement. It's an ongoing and iterative process which should be continuously improved. You can see from the need to re-baseline the need to do that and potentially restate your targets. It's a ever-changing and improving area. So you should take a long-term view with your suppliers at the outset. And it does take dedicated and specialist resource on both sides, yourselves and your suppliers, to nurture that productive collaboration. So I'm going to move now. So that's the end of the slide. So thank you for your attention. I'm going to move now to some of the Q&A. So hopefully there's been questions that you have been entering and they've been voted on. So we'll get to look at the questions now. I think if none of those have come through yet, we can look at some questions which have come through beforehand.
Yeah, there's one question that's come through. So how would you approach supplier engagement beyond the tier one supply chain from a software/tool perspective in terms of gaining appropriate data sets and differentiating between them? And I think this speaks to kind of the complexity of supplier engagement and supply chain accounting in general. As it might not just be your tier one supplier that you have to gauge with, but it's kind of going beyond that. And I think there's, as Leo says, there's no one size fits all scenario to this. It can be, it depends a lot on how many suppliers are behind your tier one supplier, the exact makeup of them. But it's certainly about trying to identify hotspots within your overall supply chain and prioritizing efforts towards them. Yeah, so it's probably a case of engaging with your tier one supplier, trying to understand what the hotspots upstream of them are, and then prioritizing further engagement with them, maybe using your tier one supplier as a conduit. I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on that, Leo, and there's questions on the screen now.
I think that makes sense, Ollie. So in terms of the second question there, what about services carbon footprints? Is this included in PCF through supplier engagement? How would you recommend landing on a joined up data methodology by sector activity across the supply chain? So in terms of services, so PCF, although it's product carbon footprint, definitely that can include services as well. The approach to develop that would be a similar methodology, but obviously there'll be no kind of material or physical aspects to that necessarily. But there are, in terms of PCFs, there are kind of rules and standards to follow, Greenhouse Gas Protocol, among others, in order to develop that. So there would be what's important therefore is to, in terms of joined up data methodologies, to ensure you try to apply the same methodology, the same PCF methodology when you're looking at services. And as Ollie has said before, the hotspotting exercise should really point you to where those activities and supplies to focus on first. One of the common areas of kind of high impact services is marketing, for example. So taking that as an example, it may be a case to break up say one lump of big marketing spend that you might see in your Scope 3 footprint into kind of what makes that up. So there would be a big difference between, say, digital online ad spend versus physical billboards or anything else that is events, corporate events, etc. So first and foremost is to segment and break up the data that you have to a bit more granularity to see where your hotspots are.
Super. And yeah, the last question is, what's a good low cost / free software option for tracking your Scope 3 calculations and reductions in emissions? Yeah, I think this is probably $1 million question that most people would want to know the answer to. I don't have one off hand that I could recommend, Leo. I don't know if you do.
I mean, there are some hotspotting tools with the GHG protocol themselves on their website have one for Scope 3. It's the reductions part which is going to be the tricky part. The calculations, yes, you can do a low-cost, simple calculation for your footprint, but when it comes to reductions, that's going to be the tricky part in terms of developing a calculation that fairly reflects the reductions. As you've seen from the rebaselining example, it's a bit tricky. If you're basing your calculations purely on spend, for example, then reductions will only be tied to reduction in spends, not really, spend wouldn't necessarily be a key driver to the actual underlying reductions and emissions from your supply base. So probably for the reductions part, I'm not sure there is any kind of low cost free software option to satisfactorily track that part. Okay, so thank you for that. I believe we're out of time now. I mentioned in the questions. The next sessions are on track 1, the aligning finance with climate science. On track 2, how to approach circularity, and track 3, heat decarbonisation. So please join the appropriate breakout group that meets your interest. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this next session on how to approach circularity. I hope you've been enjoying the event so far and that you've had a good first session. Today, we're going to be talking about how circularity can play a role in the acceleration towards net zero. And I'm happy to be joined by my colleague, Fergal Byrne. And the two of us will cover a number of points around circularity, around what it is, how it can be applied, and we will also be having a Q&A at the end of the session. And I would invite you to please post any questions as they come to your mind during the course of the session. We will be picking them up and come to them at the end, and also potentially cover some FAQs if we've got some time. Circularity is a very important topic in the context of achieving net zero. As we've heard in the initial introductory sessions today, the achieving net zero and achieving the degree of decarbonization that is required will need radical decarbonization, radical thinking, and significantly a decoupling of economic activity from resource consumption, from emissions. This is, as we hope we will be able to argue today as well, also a unique opportunity to explore new sources of value. And the topic of circularity is, I think, personally very exciting because it does allow that wider thinking about not only decarbonization, but also how to capture new value and how to actually succeed and grow in a world where we need to constrain ourselves from a carbon perspective. What we'll be covering in this session to start with is what is circular economy, to get on the same page and explore what that means, how circular economy can enable this transition to net zero, then to look at how circularity can be applied and looking at examples of circularity in action, particularly around circular business models, drawing upon the experience that we've had working with companies in this field. And finally, to conclude on how we would approach the circularity journey as part of the net zero transition. To start with, a good definition of circularity and circular economy is one that's been popularized by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And that's a good starting point. And that definition is that circular economy is restorative and regenerative by design and aims to keep products, components, and materials at their highest value and utility at all times. That is a very good foundation from which to understand and explore the opportunities for a circular economy. Before we delve into what circularity means, we want to first discuss what does a linear economy look like. And the linear economy is still very much where we are finding ourselves today, and overall it can be summarized as a model in which we take, we make, we use, and we lose value and lose materials to the system. It's composed of the various steps that we are familiar with in a value chain, from original extraction of raw materials through to various manufacturing processes, the sale of products, the use of those products or consumption by end users, and finally the waste. And it's often characterized by value being dependent, value generation being dependent on product volume, linked to material extraction, little or no visibility of the overall cost of ownership from a consumer perspective or consumption perspective, little to no consideration of what happens at the end of life, and often a single-use mentality. What we need to transition towards is a circular thinking, and circularity is characterized by having a total life cycle perspective, both in terms of cost, in terms of value, and in terms of impact. Of course, impact in carbon terms, but also more widely around the other impacts, environmental and social impacts that that our economic systems, our business models, and value chains have an impact on. This requires embedding into design thinking the changes to customer propositions, to delivery and operational models, and to the overall business model. What this looks like, going back to the original linear view, is multiple approaches to circularity. Firstly, looking at models that enable the same product to be reused multiple times, or to looking at whole lifetime performance of the product. Looking at reconditioning products so that they can come back into production, or more in-depth remanufacturing of those products. Looking at resource recovery at the end of life of products, bringing them back into productive use, again into the same supply chains, which is often called closed loop circularity, or open loop, where that same material will go into a different value chain and add value there. Circularity can also include substitution of, for example, high carbon, less sustainable materials with lower carbon materials, and then also looking at the recovery of potential waste streams and turning those into inputs, valuable inputs, which are relevant for models, for example, that are called symbiosis. For example, industrial symbiosis is an example of that. The biggest potential is to actually combine those different pathways together, and looking at these as an overall business model. And so we will explore actually some examples of how this is done, but it's important to bear in mind that the most powerful way to look at circularity is to actually combine these different models and different pathways together. That actually increases the amount of value that you can deliver, the value that you can also generate and capture in transitioning to a circular model on the route to net zero. Now we'll look at how circular economy can enable net zero. As a recap on some of the things you may have seen so far, emissions are categorized in terms of scope 1, 2, and 3. And the reduction of across these 3 scopes is essential to meet science-based targets, whether you're committing to them or you're trying to deliver them. They're also very relevant for in the context of TCFD and transition planning, and there's an increasing and wider focus across many geographies, and that also has an impact on UK companies, for example, operating in Europe and who are to deal with European requirements as well. The important thing is to understand that scope 3 emissions are by far the largest amount of emissions in the value chain of companies, typically speaking, especially on a range of different sectors, as you can see here, in particular around anything to do with manufacturing or in the agricultural space as well. And so circularity actually is uniquely positioned to address those, because one of the biggest challenges that companies have is to decarbonize beyond their own operations, beyond their scope 1 and 2 organizational emissions, and to decarbonize scope 3. And as we'll look at, circularity offers that opportunity. When we work with companies, we assess the opportunities they have to achieve net zero, to achieve science-based targets, and identify a number of decarbonization initiatives. Typically, however, these start having diminishing returns after a certain number have been covered, and it requires and there will often be an innovation gap, so a gap really between what is currently achievable today and where a company needs to get to in the future. And circularity is a way to close that gap, a gap that often requires innovation. And we'll look at some examples now of how some companies are doing this. The first one we're going to explore is how circularity has been applied in the area of ICT. And this is an example of a company, an organization, and a system that we've been working with. To give you a bit of context, the ICT sector and the mobile sector in particular have been looking at circularity. Many operators in this sector themselves have ambitious science-based targets and net zero targets as well. And in parallel to this, have been looking at circularity as a means to achieve those, but also as a way to address the resource impacts that their products have on the environment. So in this track, we're talking about collaboration. And actually, the context of this is important, is interesting here, because a number of companies in the ICT sector have come together to collaborate and to jointly agree on standards that they're going to be requiring, that operators have agreed on standards to place on ICT, on mobile device manufacturers, to require them to embed a degree of circularity within their products. And as you can see at the bottom, one of the key initiatives in this space is called Eco Rating, and they're requiring and they're implementing a rating system on products to look at their durability, their repairability, their resource efficiency and recyclability. So that's creating a large incentive for companies in that sector, for device manufacturers to be examining that within their products. So that in itself is a very useful context to understand, and indicates how when companies come together within an industry, when peers come together, it actually can create a much more powerful market signal. Now we're going to look at an example of how a particular company can look at that, and how in particular different perspectives of carbon measurement can feed into that circular thinking. The first aspect is to look at the carbon impact of the products that a mobile operator in this example buys. In a project, we'll typically assess what the carbon emissions are of a product, looking at this from a life cycle perspective. So on the left-hand side, you can see the different steps, basic steps of a device manufacture through to its use and end of life. The interesting thing is on the right-hand side, you'll see how many of these steps have different degrees of contribution from a product lifecycle perspective. By far, the largest amount is around raw materials and production. And that is really where circularity can have a very strong effect. Now, how does a product level carbon footprint relate to an organizational value chain level footprint? And here on this slide, we can see how that happens in this particular industry, but it's similar in other ones as well. So an organization, scope 3 emissions occur upstream scope 3 and also downstream. And a product, in this particular case, a mobile device contributes to both upstream and downstream. On the upstream side, where we recall the majority are in manufacturing and production, that goes right into the scope 3 categories and called, for example, purchase goods and services. There is also contribution downstream on the use phase, but the largest amount is in the upstream production of materials. So that already identifies if a mobile operator, for example, in this case, is able to cut down the emissions, the upstream emissions in the manufacturing of a device in some way, that would allow them to substantially reduce their scope 3 emissions in their value chain as well. And this is what we've been examining in this particular case. On the left-hand side, it illustrates the a new device carbon footprint from a product perspective. On the right-hand side, we looked at what the footprint would look like if a product were to be refurbished and resold within the mobile operator's ecosystem. So when we look at that model, we still have on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the original emissions of a new device, but there will also be some additional incremental emissions that come into play. For example, incremental transport for reverse logistics, bringing that product back into the refurbishment process, the actual refurbishment itself, and then a second use phase of the product. Now, how does this reduce scope 3 emissions? If a product circulates within the ecosystem of that operator, when it comes back into productive use, the operator can sell this product again, provide value to a customer without incurring for a second time all the upstream emissions of that product manufacturer. There are these incremental emissions, of course, that occur with transport and second use phase, upstream and downstream, but the vast majority of those emissions, original emissions from manufacturing, are not counted again. Now, it's important to note at this point that the standards for calculation and measurement of circularity in the world of greenhouse gas accounting are not fully developed yet. It's a point that is being looked at, and so this assessment gives you a view based on our experience of both product footprinting and organizational scope 3 footprinting of how the two could actually marry together and how an operator could look at the opportunities for decreasing their scope 3 emissions via product refurbishment and reselling. What does this look like when this is scaled up across a volume of products? Well, what we see is that a mobile operator can actually reduce their Scope 3 emissions associated with devices by up to 50 to 90% for those products that they transition from selling new to selling refurbished. So they're able to replace for any device that originally would have been sold new with a refurbished device. Each of those devices multiplied by that volume would achieve a substantial amount of decarbonization. That extent varies depending on different ways of accounting it, so there's a bit of a range, but certainly it presents a significant opportunity in this example. I'll now hand over to my colleague Fergal, who will give you an example of how this is being done also in a different industry.
Thanks, Alain. Yeah, it's good to be here with you all. I'm going to talk about a case study that we worked on in the footwear and apparel sector. So move on to the next slide, please, Alain. So apparel is a sector that have been looking at the sourcing of their materials and how to increase resource and material efficiency alongside their carbon efficiency. And through a TCFD project that we did with an apparel company, circular business models were identified as a way to decouple sales from GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. So the diagrams on this slide showcase the high-level process flow diagram of business as usual, and the way that business as usual produces and sells their products. So looking at the upstream Scope 3 emissions of the sourcing of both natural and synthetic materials, the Scope 1 and 2 processing into the final product, and then the Scope 3 downstream, including the distribution, use phase, and end of life of these products. So this is just the conventional life cycle. It's, as Alain talked about earlier, it's a very linear process flow. But when we consider circular business models where the product does not reach its end of life and instead is recovered by the company to be repaired and resold, as you can see in the bottom diagram, the upstream sourcing of the materials is much lower compared to the production of a new product. So in this case, the company's category 1A emissions, which are the purchased goods and services and the embedded emissions associated with them, was the majority of their footprint. So any reductions within this category has a big impact on the overall Scope 3 footprint, as we'll see later on. If you could move to the next slide. Thank you. So two key business models were considered for this company, both defective products pre-consumer that occur within the distribution network, and then post-consumer products that reach the end of their normal life. So for defective products, these would normally be classed as waste within the company. However, using the circularity principle of waste as a resource, these defective products can be remanufactured and reconditioned into a new product, recovering the loss in sales that would have occurred in a business as usual scenario. And then for products that go through their normal use phase and have broken or worn down, the company can engage with their customers to return these items. So with minimal extra material and minimal embedded emissions associated with these extra materials, a new product can be created to sell and extends the lifetime of this product. It's also worth considering further circularity principles, which could be explored further, taking a more systems look at the company, not just one business model. So with circular sourcing and material substitution, looking at more bio-based or renewable-based materials, or even looking at a products as a service type business model where the company could lease out their products and retain ownership over the product's lifetime. So if we can go to the next slide, we can have a look at some quantification that we did within this project. So looking at it from the footprint from a value chain and net zero perspective, we conducted a feasibility analysis to further investigate the emission reduction potential of these circular business models. The substitution of new product sales by repaired product sales significantly closes the gap to their declared science-based target trajectories compared to a business as usual scenario. This high-level analysis showed that the emissions of a repaired and resold product was 40% less than that of a new product. We modeled the impact of a number of emission reduction initiatives, including energy efficiency and supplier engagement, as well as these circular business models. And as you can see on the graph on the right, the gap to achieving their short-term science-based targets and eventually net zero is much smaller than the business as usual case, including their ambitious growth rates. Currently, we are conducting a much more in-depth quantification of these circular business models and how the company can integrate them within their transition to net zero. I'll pass back to Alain to wrap up the presentation. Next.
Thank you, Virgil.
Slides.
So I hope that with these two examples, we can see that that circular economy can have a significant impact in a company's journey to net zero. And it's important for companies to see that, and also important for other stakeholders in the system to understand that as well, to see how they can also have an impact. So there's an important role for not just companies to play, but also their suppliers, their customers, also for governments as well, because there's only so much that a company can do on their own when they're trying to influence a system. And what I think you can appreciate with what we've talked about so far is that a system level change is often required. Just like any change that needs to be happen in scope 3 emissions, which need to radically reduce for any company where it's substantial, no company can do that on their own. They require collaboration. What I think these two examples prove, and these are two of many that we work with and that we see in the market, is that circular thinking, business model design, redesign, can have a very important benefit in terms of carbon reduction, but also importantly, a benefit in terms of innovation and value creation as well. And that also extends to employment, extends to new business opportunities and innovation in the wider economy. We're happy to, of course, answer any questions around that. And again, I would encourage you to start submitting any questions you may have as we go into the next section. So I'll cover now how a company can approach circularity. As an overall process, for those of you who may have attended the previous session on TCFD, you will understand that companies need to develop and define a journey for decarbonization. So when we work with companies, typically there's a number of starting points that a company has. They may already have a target, or they may not have a target, but they certainly have an intention to explore, and many times a need to understand what the impacts of climate change are or could be on them, both in terms of risks, but also in terms of opportunities. And when we're talking about circularity, it really needs to at some point operate at a wider level, not just say at tweaking a particular product or just looking at one small dimension of circularity. So it does require a degree of systemic thinking, a full business model thinking, systemic thinking, and also potential change to an organization. So it's really important to set the foundation to creating a business case within the company in order to begin that journey. And the first step is getting a good understanding of climate-related risks and opportunities, and to also understand what is happening in the wider market and sectoral trends. Companies that are of a certain size in the UK and also in other geographies are already starting to look at this through the process of TCFD, Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And there's different levels of depth at which companies do that. The first time round, companies will typically look at what is a long list, high-level view of risks and opportunities. And hopefully within that, they will have uncovered opportunities for growth, for product innovation. And if you haven't, then I would encourage you to explore that also a little bit further. Hopefully some of the examples we've given you today will inspire you to look at that from the opportunity side as well. And I think circularity is very much a story of opportunity. It will help you as a company to mitigate risks, but also to really identify and work on opportunities from a business perspective. The second step, after having built a thorough understanding of the risks and opportunities, is to build a vision and an ambition. And of course, one of those is, as we've been discovering and we've been discussing more broadly in this event, around net zero. So a net zero ambition is, of course, important. but the vision and ambition to actually achieve impact, commercial impact, and competitiveness in a net zero world should also be a key element of this thinking. And that's where looking at circularity, looking at the opportunity that circularity presents is key. So science-based target modeling and feasibility, as we saw earlier on, can actually uncover how far you can go through perhaps conventional thinking, certainly within the constraints of a linear model. You will then be able to see that a gap and know that there are ways of closing that gap through innovation, through business innovation, and through circularity. So the first two steps are getting a thorough understanding of the risks and opportunities, what the potential is for you to grow in a net zero world and to thrive in a net zero world, to set an ambitious vision and an ambitious plan. And then where you see opportunities for circularity and for business model innovation, to identify what those are in more detail. So we gave you two examples of companies and companies we worked with that have gone through that initial level of analysis, saying, well, what if we were to do this? What if we were to look at circularity in our products? What if we were to procure things in a different way? What if we were to transition our business model in a different way? What carbon impact might that have? So there are ways of analyzing this through product level analysis, through organizational level analysis, through value chain level analysis, where we help companies do that. It's also important to seek input from key stakeholders, especially internally within the company, to identify and assess these opportunities. And that takes us to the next step, where you will need to then validate initially the feasibility or the scope of impact for these different opportunities. And that will take you to a next level of analysis and in-depth analysis. And through that, there is, of course, iteration and learning as well. So when you validate the initial set of opportunities, you will often have to go back and relook at the opportunities you looked at to see whether there's more that can be added to eliminate some. And in this process, stakeholder engagement internally and externally is going to be very important. Within your business, it's really important to ensure that you're bringing in the right people into the conversation. And as we discussed earlier on, this is a multi-dimensional, multifunctional exercise that needs to be done and effort that is needed. So colleagues internally from strategy, from marketing, from product design, from supply chain, from sustainability, of course, from operations, from customer relations, all are important and relative to include in this exercise. And we've worked with companies in the past who've actually brought different functions in the room to collaboratively identify opportunities, to collaboratively get an initial view of which ones are likely highest priority or highest impact, and looping back through that through the validation stages. Then at one point, you will identify hopefully a set of opportunities to take forward, and then you go into the process of piloting and eventually scaling up these opportunities. So that will include looking at new product design, new business model designs as well that you'd like to explore, and going through the process of testing that, perhaps with a customer, with a market, and then looking at that success, and if indeed there is potential to scale that up across the other parts of your business. So it's actually not too dissimilar, really, to an exercise of new product development, new business development, and incorporating those colleagues within the business is going to be really important. Also very important is incorporating other stakeholders within the system, incorporating in the conversation suppliers, customers, and actually talking to customers is going to be very important for anything that has an impact in the offering that you give to your customer. It's also very useful to uncover new opportunities, to explore customer needs and how those can be met in a more sustainable way that can often drive innovation. To give you a taster of what a process might look like when you bring colleagues together in a room to identify opportunities and to validate them, the next slide gives you a sense of what this could be. So here's an example of a circular innovation challenge that we worked with companies on in the past, and that takes through a number of steps, bringing colleagues from across different functions together, and sometimes often bringing in customers or even suppliers or key stakeholders in an exercise to define and develop a common vision, to look at what are the key trends, external risks and opportunities, and then to look at the business model as it stands today of a company in the third step, and then go to a process of drawing a view of what are the key criteria and what are the key needs of the business in terms of developing a new business model. And it can be, for example, the need for growth, but also the need for decarbonization, other priorities that the business has. And to bring that thinking, an understanding of your current business model, an understanding of your business needs, and inspiration from what peers are doing, for example, or innovators in the market, to then drive and develop a whole set of business model alternatives. You will see from the small icons over here, these are examples of frameworks that we use. Some that we draw on that are well known, such as the business model canvas and business innovation processes. And we use well-established mechanisms for identifying these and assessing opportunities. Then that goes through a funnel of coming up with a number of key opportunities to take forward, and then developing an overall roadmap. So this process that you see here is one that can be run in the course of a day for a short, sharp exercise, or over multiple engagements and multiple touch points over a period of time. This, I hope, gives you a sense of how, bringing to reality a little bit, how this process might look like. But going back, key thing is to ultimately have a plan, to actually have a roadmap and a pathway, but then also to ensure that you're continuously learning, continuously adapting that, and then exploring and bringing to market new business models that are going to be important to take your business to the next level, but also to decarbonize it to the degree that is required. So this brings us to the conclusion of the presentation element, but very keen to look at any questions that you may have. So I'll just check in with Fergal here if there are any that have come up.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. So we've got 3 in the chat so far. So the first one is, how do you see the role of circularity in terms of packaging? For example, plastic collection points in shops or zero waste stores?
Yeah, circularity in packaging is very important, and in the consumer goods sector, packaging is of course key. So circularity can come, and we see that coming in a number of examples. There are examples of rethinking what the packaging might be in terms of durability, for example. So reusable packaging, looking at as Fergal mentioned, as one example, is to change the material for which the packaging is made to, for example, bio-based or more recyclable materials. What's really important, however, in terms of packaging, and we often see that, is to really analyze the impact and not to go in with any preconceptions or misconceptions of where the impact might lie. And so that's where, for example, they're often thinking about different material trade-offs, so plastic versus cardboard, paper-based, and so on. And so we help companies do that analysis from a life cycle perspective to see what the impact actually is. Also, the role that packaging can have in terms of the contents that are packaged within there, because of course packaging often is protective of contents, whether it's a manufactured good or in a supermarket, for example, food. Now, the other element of this is to look at the system that's available, and there are many times assumptions around the recyclability of packaging or what happens to it at the end of life. And that's where companies also need to work with a wider system to ensure that, for example, if the packaging is meant to be recycled or meant to be composted, for example, that there is an approach to dealing with what happens to it at the end of life, not assuming that somebody will take care of it, but that you're actively working with the players further down the line, and where possible for you to also make it as easy as possible in the design of the packaging to make it recyclable, to make it reusable, and so on.
Great. I think that sort of leads on slightly to the next question of how much the future of circularity will rely on government policy. Just to add sort of something to the packaging, it's really sort of taking that systems look of the stakeholders in there as well, so the private sector and the public sector. It's who can you make the packaging more recyclable, but then it's working together to make sure that that packaging is and ended up being recycled as well. So yeah, moving on, how much do you think the future of circularity will rely on government policy?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think as we can see in the general climate agenda, government policy is very important, and we see policy action coming in a number of different ways. There are, for example, as you may know, policies, for example, to eliminate single-use items, single-use plastic. We're also seeing a policy, for example, in the EU, but also there's an effort in the UK, I believe, as well, to develop and to embed within taxonomies, for example, the concept of circularity, so that investors or companies can assess themselves and can also describe the actions that they're doing or the impacts that they're having. And that requirement for disclosure will also drive, just like disclosure in terms of carbon emissions, will drive scrutiny of companies who are not taking enough action, or drive opportunity towards those companies who are doing it. So there's, from a policy angle, from a policy perspective, the frameworks and the policies are creating incentives for that, and also in some cases mandating action. Mandatory action has its place, I think, in creating a level playing field for companies. So having a common standard for all companies to perform against, and putting in requirements for anyone who wants to play in that market. And we're seeing something similar in the carbon field. So, for example, with carbon border adjustment taxes in certain areas, again creating a level market for those companies within the EU in this particular case, who are taking action, and those who are outside. I think we'll be seeing that increasingly more widely in, for example, in the area of circularity, where there will be standards that will be required. If you want to play, if you want to sell into a particular market, you're going to have to meet certain standards. There also has also been action in collaboration between companies and governments or local governments to develop the system level change that is required in order to ensure that circularity works. For example, to ensure that the systems are in place for recovering materials, for recycling materials, and so on, collecting materials. And we see that, for example, in the requirements for electronic goods, to ensure that the players in the market contribute towards funding a system that allows the collection of electronic goods, a safe disposal, and so on. Now, many of these are still not at the level to ensure to develop really a very mature circular system. Many of them don't have the degree of reuse and circularity of products that needs to be seen, but they're a really good start, and that's where government can play a role. So actually, we saw as an example in the ICT industry earlier on, the mobile device sector, mobile operator sector, where companies coming together can create a very powerful signal to their suppliers. So industry level action is important, industry level collaboration and engagement with government as well.
Great. We've got one more. So looking at the Apparel company as a case study, so the circular business model is very well suited for this company from a carbon perspective. But in terms of how much investment was required to set up this new model, and how do the Carbon Trust negotiate this topic of change being costly or low ROI?
Was this in the context of a power company?
Of Apparel, yeah. So change. How do we, in terms of changing to a circular business model, negotiate this innovation being too costly or too low of a return on investment?
Yeah. Well, the cost for innovation, of course, and the effort of innovation is really pertinent to, in any context where substantial change needs to happen. It's also relevant in the context of general energy efficiency and carbon reduction. And I think that's where the importance of having a strong business case is key, because we see a number of opportunities, a number of actions generating commercial opportunity. And so a company firstly needs to understand what that scale of opportunity is and what needs to be done, and then to de-risk that change in a number of different ways. And one is to start on a smaller scale and to pilot that up and to prove and to create proof points, but also to have just a really solid case and a really solid set of views of how to progress an opportunity. So no change is easy. In terms of the investment required, we certainly see that it can pay itself back by the level of opportunity that a company can get. But all of that can be assessed upfront. So the best way of de-risking is to have a really solid analysis to start with, to see the degree of change, the degree of investment, and the potential opportunity, and then to progress that on a stage-gated basis. But that's a very good question, because any journey often can be quite daunting, and it's important to approach it with all the facts and with all the knowledge as well that is required.
Great, and I guess adding to your point earlier of getting your internal stakeholders together to brainstorm this, it's having the finance team and making sure that it's not just an idea sprung out of a sustainability team or something like that. It's the journey is taken and worked on together to make sure that the risk isn't too high.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a key point to come back to, which is to engage all the right stakeholders within the business. And when you're looking at things from a product perspective and where it has an impact on your offering, and engaging the customers is really key as well. In fact, we see that a number of opportunities have come out of conversations with customers, and many times you may find a willing customer who has, as you know, from a Scope 3 perspective, it's a common and shared challenge. So actually approaching customers and suppliers on the back end with an open mind and in an open way to jointly look at a challenge and explore opportunities is also a very good way to uncover what those are, and that can actually also uncover opportunities for joint investment. I've mentioned earlier on about the concept of taxonomies, the EU, for example, taxonomy, one that's being developed in the UK, and there's a strong linkage between that and also raising finance. So unfortunately, we're sharing this time slot with colleagues who are also talking about green finance. But I would invite you to also explore that because green finance is a growth area, and companies and asset managers and banks are looking for opportunities to finance green, and so circularity and linking circularity to carbon impact and carbon improvement is a key way to attract that. And so so where there is a need for finance and there's a strong business case, looking at external sources and engaging with financial institutions and partners to see what can be financed is going to be a really important way to unlock the value and to also progress the opportunities that you see. I think this takes us very close to the end of this session. Unless there are any further questions that come up.
There's no further questions. No, unless you want to move on to an FAQ or.
I think I'll cover a couple of questions until we get a signal from the organizers, perhaps to stop, to really maximize the value we have here. But I think you will shortly be perhaps going to the next session. So there's a couple of questions that we often see, or points that we often see, and one is around circularity metrics and measuring circularity in and of itself. And so there is so the question there is, do you need to create a circularity metric in addition to everything else that you're doing from a carbon perspective? That can be something that companies are able to explore. The important thing is to create that metric and put it at the service of the goal that you're trying to achieve. So we've actually worked with companies on this area, and the important thing is to not look at circularity for circularity's sake, but to look at circularity in terms of the value that you're creating. So If you have any questions on that, of course, feel free to drop them or any views you have. But one of the things that we would recommend is to firstly go through, not be driven by the need to create a circularity metric, but rather be driven by the outcome of carbon reduction or other sustainability impact you're trying to achieve, to go through the process of looking at the opportunities and looking at the changes in the business model or in products that will be needed, and to develop your metric on that basis. There is a concept of outcome matrix versus input matrix. Output metrics and input metrics. So assessing the performance versus assessing the effort that goes into delivering the outcome, and those can both have their place and be useful. So we see companies that are creating leading indicators, so input metric for innovation. So for example, looking at the amount of innovation that's happening or investment that is occurring in circularity. But there are also other metrics on the output perspective, looking at an outcome perspective, looking at revenue, for example, circular revenue linked, circularity linked to revenue, for example. That can be a way to increase the visibility of circularity in a business. So we've seen, for example, I think companies such as Philips and others who've looked at circular revenue and reporting that internally and externally as well.
Just got two more live questions. We may only have time for one. We've got one saying, how do we stimulate short-term circular economies based on waste materials that may be abundant now, but limited in the future? For example, there are now recyclable carbon fiber composites, but current composites are difficult to recycle as processing methods produce low-quality fibers.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the big challenges around that and around materials that could be used for as a resource rather than going to waste is to actually create the market for that and create the visibility for them and the availability. But that needs to be thought of at the whole, again, the whole process of that waste. So there are companies, there are innovators out there that are creating markets, so marketplaces for what would otherwise be waste products. That's one thing. And that should generate behavior, but sort of thinking proactively about this, companies who generate those what would otherwise go to waste, it's important that they actually then segregate it and actually have it in an available and easily accessible form, so that they can actually then be sold and traded on markets, so to effectively be a secondary material market. But that is certainly an opportunity. Industries have a role to play coming together to create those markets, and also government can sometimes play a role as well to, for example, provide seed funding for the development of that market, and to ensure that they have the systems in place, or being able to provide effective policies to encourage these resources to be reused as well in those marketplaces.
Thanks, Elaine. I think that's all we have time for now. If I could remind everyone to choose their next session, which are in this track for collaboration and engagement, is how to be credible and transparent in the climate crisis. We also have the role of tech and innovation in delivering net zero, and as well enablement and the role of digital solutions. Thank you for all of you for joining today, and we hope that you found it informative.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to track 2. This is about credible communication, and there are 2 speakers today. We'll introduce ourselves. I'm John Newton. I'm the director at the Carbon Trust for, essentially I've been in the company since 2008. I've worked with hundreds of different companies, helping them to develop their sustainability strategies, but also to provide assurance services. So we provide independent endorsement for companies who want to make credible claims. and that's the work that I've been doing. I'm going to hand over to Anna, who will take over from me now.
Thanks, John. Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us today. Sorry about the slight delay. We had some technical issues. My name is Anna McShane. I'm a partner marketing manager at the Carbon Trust. So I work specifically with our corporate clients and helping them communicate accurately and transparently about their sustainability work. So hopefully you can now see the slides. If we can just go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, next one. Thank you. So I'll just run through what we'd like to cover in today's session, and then I'll hand over to you, John, to kick things off. So first of all, we'll start with an overview of the kind of current communications landscape and greenwashing context, that dreaded word dreaded by all sustainability professionals. Having a look at the common pitfalls and how to avoid them. Then we'll look at some communication principles and some best practice examples. And then we'll touch briefly on the importance of third-party assurance, and then we'll end with a Q&A session. We should have about 15 minutes for Q&A, hopefully, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you can just pop your questions in the chat at any time throughout the session, we'll get through as many of those as we can. Over to you, John.
That happened to me just last week, in fact. I went to a food retailer with my family. It's not a retailer that I knew at all, but very prominently as we entered the store, there was this sign that said, "Help us make a difference. Our retail stores are committing themselves to reduce their environmental impact on the oceans." Values that I think most people ascribe to and can share, which is wonderful. So we started by removing all plastic straws from our stores. Well, not particularly controversial, and not overly ambitious, but everybody's got to start somewhere. But then, importantly and slowly changing our packaging one small step at a time. Now, I know a little bit about packaging, and I know some of the challenges about the decisions between biodegradable and home compostable, looking at natural packaging, lightweighting, reducing excess packaging. Some of the more expensive, more natural options. So I went in great anticipation to look at the products on the shelves. And to my surprise, every single package was fossil-based plastic, and the majority were in polystyrene bases, which, if anybody doesn't know, are some of the least sustainable choices you could possibly imagine. To be fair, there were no plastic straws, but if we move to the next slide, they did actually have one product. Well, it wasn't even a product. It was a carry bag, a biodegradable carry bag, but comes in a non-biodegradable plastic wrapper. So instead of having replacing one product that would be in our oceans for the next 500 years, they're now replaced with two products, one which may biodegrade under certain circumstances, and yet another which will be in our oceans for another 500 years. So what did that leave me as a consumer feeling? Quite annoyed, actually, because I work with companies and I know the hard work that goes into some of these decisions, and I've shared that journey and that pain with them. And then here's a retailer that just goes ahead and just claims the sort of green credentials without actually doing the work. I felt quite let down. So if we move on to the next slide, and I'm going to ask the technical team now to launch the interactive poll. And I'll read the question to you that we're going to be asking. According to the results of an ED survey, what percentage of British consumers said that they had seen an example of greenwashing in the last month? What percentage of British consumers said they'd seen an example of greenwashing in the last month? Now, you've got the option to hopefully vote fairly shortly. The options are 22%, 42%, 56%, 71%, or 93%. I don't know if the poll is going to be going ahead. Great. So actually, for everybody who has, for everyone who has voted, anybody who voted 93% was actually correct. So this sadly shows that greenwashing is not restricted to isolated incidents. It's very, very common amongst us all. And if we can go to the next slide. we'll actually see that essentially we've seen that greenwashing is happening, and it has been happening for many years, and I suppose that's nothing new. What is new though is that the whole environment has changed. There's more stakeholders that are demanding better performance from companies, whether that be employees, whether that be customers, many looking for products and services that are more sustainable. But it could also be investors. Investors are looking for more information, and anybody who knows anything about TCFD, where companies are required to report on the financial impacts of climate risk, or investors are looking for the long haul. They want to know that their companies are going to be around in 50 years or even longer. They like to know what the long-term plans for their investments are. Then there are policymakers who are looking to develop policy to help entire countries or regions move towards net zero. And then, of course, consumers, and according to YouGov poll, 2/3 of consumers think positively about brands that lower their carbon footprint. So all of these stakeholders are putting pressure on organizations. But then if we go to the next slide, you'll see that it's not just stakeholders, but actually there's a lot of activism that's going on now. A lot of consumers are quite engaged and, dare I say, a lot more sophisticated than they used to be. They understand greenwashing, they understand the concept of being misled, and there's a lot more activism that goes on. So from a company's reputational risk, these are some of the reasons that you would want to avoid greenwashing, because ultimately the reputational risk will cost a lot more than the short-term profit you'd make from promoting a brand as a greenwashing one. And if we move to the next slide, you'll see that there's also standard bodies that are stepping up to tackle greenwashing. And in the UK, we've got the Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA, which has come out with the Green Claims Code, which sets out best practice in terms of ways to communicate credibly, not overstating claims, and how to avoid greenwashing. There's lots of other advisory boards. There's the International Sustainability Standards Board. There's loads and loads of guidance from all sorts of NGOs and other bodies. So there's lots of guidance of how to do it right. And if we go to the next slide, you'll actually see that the CMA has went through they did a global sweep of green claims that companies make, and they found that 40% of firms, and this is globally from their websites, could potentially be considered misleading, and some of them potentially even break consumer law. And these really revolve around typical themes that we see all the time when companies make really vague claims and use unclear language. And whenever you see things like eco or sustainable with no qualification of what it is, it's likely that the consumers are being misled. Or where own brands use their own eco logos and labels, but not associated with an independent organization or an accredited organization, that obviously is not a credible way of communicating the work that you've done. Or even worse, is hiding or omitting certain information. So highlighting some of the positives, but ignoring the negatives. And if we move to the next slide, a lot of organizations feel that, if I go and do if I want to avoid this greenwashing and avoid that kind of reputational risk, the opposite is quite appealing, and that's called green hushing. And this is where companies underreport their sustainability practices. And although it sounds really appealing, it's kind of not helpful for a variety of different reasons. The one is, one of the principles behind credible communication is total transparency, and it's really important that if you're doing that work, you should be communicating it, because if you're omitting it, then it's possible that people are going to think that you're doing more or less than you actually are. But I think the other important thing is that it helps companies to lead and lead the charge by them talking about the work that they're doing. It actually helps push their competitors to try and keep up with them. So the more the companies communicate and the more they talk about the work they've done, the more it actually changes the landscape beyond their own value chains, and also within their value chains. If companies are talking about the work that they've done, it encourages their suppliers to follow suit as well. But also, lastly, if you're not talking about the green claims that if you're not talking about the good work that you're doing, essentially people will be left open to speculation, and they might start thinking that actually you've got something to hide. So green hushing is generally not one of the principles that you should follow to avoid potential challenges. And if we move to the next slide, I'm going to hand over to Anna to take it from there.
Great, thank you. So we're just going to run through a few examples of kind of the common pitfalls that we see on a day-to-day basis, and just looking in a bit more detail at kind of why they're potentially leading towards misleading language or verging on greenwashing. Just a quick disclaimer that these are all fake marketing materials that I've mocked up. Any resemblance to real companies is completely accidental. But I'm sure you'll recognize a lot of the language from marketing that you see every day. So the first example we've got here is a news article with the headline, "The world's first carbon negative coffee brand." The first thing I would flag here is the use of the word first. So using first or any other superlative claim like biggest, best, kind of is quite difficult to substantiate. So unless you have really solid evidence to back it up, we'd advise to avoid it. But the main red flag here is the use of the term carbon negative. So there's no international standard for carbon negativity like there is for carbon neutrality, for example. So it's it potentially is misleading consumers and confusing them because there's no way of knowing what it actually means. If we go on to the next example. So this is a laundry detergent which claims to be a cleaner, greener laundry detergent that helps the planet. The main issue here is just a real lack of evidence backing up these claims, which is a quite common issue with this kind of channel, so social media channels, when there's a word limit. There's also an unclear comparison, so it claims to be cleaner and greener, but it doesn't tell us what it's cleaner and greener than. And then again, the claim that it helps the planet is quite vague and not substantiated, and kind of overplays the positive impact of the product. And then the final example, please, is the new green burger, save the planet with every bite. The main issue here is, again, lack of evidence. This is a corporate website, so we'd expect to have a lot more information backing up all the claims that they're making. There's no excuse. They've got lots of space. It's their own channel. So we'd expect to see, a breakdown of the footprint of the different components, for example. So yeah, not the best example. And obviously these are quite somewhat exaggerated examples, but actually you'd be quite surprised at how many of these we see on a day-to-day basis and how easy it is actually to sort of verge towards, to veer towards greenwashing territory. So if we go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is, as John mentioned earlier, the Competition and Markets Authority has laid out the Green Claims Code. And this is just a really useful tool, which we'd recommend everyone that makes marketing to do with their sustainability activity for their organization to consult. It just sort of summarizes all the things that you need to know. So claims must be truthful and accurate. They must be clear and unambiguous. They must not omit or hide important relevant information. So back to John's point about green hushing. Comparisons must be fair and meaningful, so not comparing apples and oranges. And claims must consider the full life cycle of the product or service, and they must be substantiated, so they must be backed up with really solid proof points and evidence for each claim that you're making. Next slide, please. So then if we look at some positive examples, so these are real examples. This is kind of an example of how these principles are put into action. So this is Nestle KitKat. They carried out a footprint comparison. So they compared their standard KitKat to their vegan KitKat. And this is a website that they built to announce the results and just to include lots of information. I think there should be some boxes showing the positive points here, but they haven't shown up. Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you, Yasmin. Yeah, so I think the main positive point here is that it's really clear about the boundary that the work is includes. So it says the full life cycle. It also has a footnote to explain some more complicated terms. So full life cycle means from farm to consumer up to the disposal of the packaging. It's a clear and valid comparison, so it's comparing their vegan Kit Kat to their standard Kit Kat. And there's a really nice breakdown of evidence on the left here. So you have this nice graph, this visual element to break down the evidence, and also they name their expert third-party partners to add a bit of extra credibility and rigor to their work. And next example, please. Yeah, so this is Kiehl's, the skincare brand. I think what a really positive theme that we see through lots of comms is that when organizations recognize that sustainability is a journey, so not saying, you know, it's done and dusted, we've done it, recognizing that there's still a lot of work to go, which I think is quite nice that Kiehl's does here. They also include a glossary just to explain some of those more complex terms to an external audience, which is really positive. And then I'll hand over to John for the last example.
Great, thank you, Anna. So this one is Ace and Tate, who I think have taken a really brave step of where they've set an unrealistic goal, and that's not the first time that's happened. I think organizations typically set something quite ambitious, but when they realized that it was impossible to actually achieve that, they must have, and I obviously wasn't part of that decision making in their company, but I can imagine people were saying, well, I wonder how we can get around this. You know, could we try and fudge the numbers? Could we sort of take the focus away on the fact that we'd said 2030? No, they came absolutely clean. They made a big advert and said, you know, look, we've screwed up. We did set an unrealistic carbon goal. You know, we realized when we did this that we hadn't thought it through. The 2030 was absolutely impossible. We've now set that for net zero by 2050, and this is how we're going to be doing it. Now, this is what you'd call, you know, this is really going above and beyond sort of being transparent. I think this is a good example of where that total transparency will actually probably get you a little bit of sympathy and tolerance from stakeholders when you're completely transparent. When you read that text, you also realize they probably haven't hidden anything. They've just come out and aired their dirty laundry in public. But now you can actually trust where they're starting from. So, yeah, I think in terms of that, we can just move to the next slide. And I think one of the important things about credible communication is that it's all based on really good work. And this is really where the importance of third-party assurance to international standards is key. Anna talked about things like, you know, companies making claims about carbon negative, where there are no standards for something like that. But sticking to highly recognized standards like PAS 2060 or ISO 14064 Part 3, anybody knows that these footprints are comparable, or these standards are equal for all. And it's really important that it's done by an independent body. Sometimes companies would like to self-certify. That's not really credible. In the same way that you'd never go and publish your financial results without them being audited, the same way you should never ever consider making an environmental claim without having external independent endorsement. And there's independent endorsement for organization itself, scope 1 and 2. It could be across the full value chain, or it could be for the products and services. All of those have specific rules about how you should, you know, what you should include, what you cannot omit, what the minimum requirements for data integrity and all of those elements are. When you've done that, then you're able to start making your green claims, because that's the assurance that you're providing to your stakeholders that you've done the real work. Great, and then if we move on to the next slide, which is kind of like a summary of some key takeaways. And I do know that people probably remember 5% of presentations. So if you remember nothing else from today, just remember these 3 things and you wouldn't be a million miles wrong. In my experience, these kind of are like the acid tests. So remember that every product has an environmental impact. So never suggest that a product actually benefits the planet. So we sometimes see claims where this product is good for the planet. So that implies the more I buy, I'm actually helping the planet. They all impact. They all have an environmental impact. All you're doing is saying your product is less impactful than it was before, or against another product. So that's the first takeaway. The second one is avoid positioning your environmental work as a completed task. No company is where it needs to be today. We are so far behind the agenda where we actually need to be in sustainability. And actually, by implying that you've arrived at a point, completely opens yourself up to huge risk, because it's much better to actually represent the fact that you've achieved a milestone and talk about all the work that you plan to do in the future, so that your stakeholders have some confidence in the fact that you're taking this agenda seriously. And then my third and final one is that remember that sustainability is a broad church. So avoid implying that by addressing one environmental sustainable development goal or environmental impact, that all impacts have been addressed. So for example, my product's made of recycled plastic. Doesn't necessarily mean it won't have a high water impact or that it's low in toxicity or anything like that. It's really important that you're really clear on what you mean by talking about your environmental claim. Great, and I think that brings us to the end of our presentation, and now we can hopefully have some questions from the audience, and I think we've also had some questions that were sent in earlier as well.
Yeah, not sure if the questions are going to pop up on the screen, but I will go ahead and run through the ones that we've already received. So one for you, John, I think, an interesting one. What do you see as the single biggest risk to credibility and transparency in the climate crisis?
I would probably say the biggest single risk is overstating or exaggerating your claims. I think it's really important that your claims are qualified, highly qualified, and they don't imply that you're doing more than you actually are. The reason I say that is because consumers are becoming much more savvy, and they start actually asking a whole lot more detailed questions behind those claims. And when you start defending them and you're on a back foot and you don't have the evidence to support them, or you've taken some evidence and you've said that you're overstating it, you suddenly look like you've been lying, and that's probably almost the worst reputational risk that you'll face. I see the questions have actually popped up now. So let's just keep going up in order. Do you think greenwashing and green hushing are equally impactful on the credibility and transparency of organizations? Is one worse than the other, and why? So I think greenwashing is definitely worse than green hushing. That's where you face more reputational risk, and that's definitely where it's more of like an active process of misleading. Green hushing can be potentially seen as unintentional. They're equal. They're both negative, but I think greenwashing is definitely worse. And I don't know, maybe you can answer the next one. From your perspective, do the CMA green guide principles go far enough? And should they be more comprehensive?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are very comprehensive. So we showed a quick summary on the screen, but actually, if you go on the website, there's a lot more detail behind each of the principles. And obviously, we're speaking at our UK event, but every well, I know the EU has one. Lots of other countries have their own principles, and they're constantly being updated in line with legislation. So I'd say just keep an eye on what's changing. But but I'd say if you follow those principles, then it'd be quite tricky to go wrong.
Right, and the next one I will probably take. Do you believe that carbon offsetting is credible for companies to reduce their carbon footprint? So no, I'd qualify that first and say it's not a reduction strategy. Carbon offsetting isn't a reduction. What is a reduction is actual sort of emissions abatement. So activities you take or technologies you employ or changing your business model, etc. So doing all of the things that actually make those reductions is a completely separate thing. Carbon offsetting is something that fits part of like the Paris 2060 standard, which is the international standard for carbon neutrality. And the principles behind Paris 2060 is that an organization needs to do everything that it can. It needs to demonstrate reductions. It needs to have plans to reduce in the future. And then only at that point can you offset the remainder. But then offsetting is really quite a complex area as well. You can get really non-credible offsets and you get really high quality offsets. So looking for the highest quality gold standard kind of thing is really what's required there. So as a reduction strategy, no, but is offsetting a good thing? Yes, we do believe it is, because if it wasn't for that, it would be really difficult to do any sort of have any impact beyond your own value chain, and it's really considered part of your beyond value chain mitigation.
There's a really interesting one here from a commercial perspective. John says sustainability work is costly and resource intensive, and we're only able to get sign off internally if we can show a commercial return on investment. With what you've said, it seems like we're very restricted in what we can say. Are you saying that we cannot maximize any commercial advantage from the sustainability work we've done?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would definitely not be the case. You know, I think what we do, and when we work with companies, we really want them to get a commercial advantage for it, but only commercial advantage for the work that they've actually done, and that's why all the sort of certification work that they've done is the sort of underpinning of that. But when you've done that, just think of what you are like as a consumer. If you want to know that one product is more sustainable than another, you want to know that somebody's looked at the entire value chain of a product from cradle to grave, and they've looked at all the opportunities to make reductions. They continue to make reductions in the future. That is certainly something that I, as a consumer, would want to know, that this product is more sustainable than one that has not bothered to do anything. So that's really where it is appropriate, and you can get a commercial advantage. All we're saying is don't exaggerate the claim. Don't position it as the best product on the market because you've done this work. Almost be slightly humble in your claim, but your savvy environmentally aware consumers will definitely follow that. And we've seen strong trends, and you see even large companies and retailers showcasing some of the more sustainable products because they know that's what consumers are looking for. So there's definitely a commercial advantage to be had, just in a responsible way.
Great, thank you.
Anna, maybe I can ask you the next one. I think we've said we should only communicate. I think yes, you did say this. We should only communicate when work has been completed. How does this relate to publicizing our targets or our ambitions?
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, of course, setting targets is a really important part of an organization's sustainability journey. And we obviously help lots of companies set robust targets. And it's obviously really important to communicate these to your stakeholders. The one thing I would say is that it's very important to get that messaging right and make sure that it's always clear that these are targets that you're aiming for, rather than saying that it's a done deal. So it's part of the sustainability journey. So saying that you've set targets and demonstrating the tangible actions that you're taking towards meeting them, I think is a much more effective communication tool than stating that you will, for example, you will reach net zero by 2030. And I think also that it opens you up to risk of scrutiny or questions from stakeholders, you know, if for whatever reason you don't meet your targets. Don't know if you had anything to add to that, John. from the.
Yeah, no, I think we definitely encourage companies to publicize targets, because in a way you're holding yourselves to account. I think our messaging is just when you're saying about work that you've already achieved. I think that's the qualification. But talking about ambitions, talking about your long-term plans is really good, because it lets your stakeholders know what your longer-term plans are. But again, don't try and claim that you've done the work when you're just setting out an ambition. It's a really important nuance that you've got to make sure you get right. Great. So I don't know if any more questions are going to be coming through. Yeah, so I think just in terms of key takeaways, I think we've talked about the importance of doing the work before you actually go to the market and start talking about your great achievements. We've talked about the responsibility of messaging. We talked about not omitting any information. I don't know if there's any other questions that anybody's got, or Anna, if you've got any sort of concluding thoughts.
Can't see any more questions, but yeah, I would just say it's, we don't want to scare companies off communicating their great work in the sustainability field, but it's just really important to take stock and to do it really carefully and follow the principles quite closely.
Maybe I can ask you a question, Anna. I mean, maybe around the sort of greenwashing idea. Do you think companies intentionally greenwash, or do you think it's a mistake? Do you think it's ignorance? What are the kind of, in your experience, where you see claims that sort of go beyond what they're intended, and it's bordering on greenwashing? Do you think that's sometimes intentional? Do you think people are taking the gap, or do you think companies just genuinely not just make a mistake and they're just not aware?
I would say 99.9% of the time it's a genuine mistake. I think a lot of the time it's companies want to show climate leadership and want to show that they're out there doing the work, and maybe get a bit carried away or excited about communicating it. I think it's quite rare that companies are actually intentionally greenwashing. But I think it needs to be treated quite differently to sort of standard communications. It's a really tricky area to get right, and it just has to be done very carefully. I don't know if have you had any experience with the?
Yes, I mean, I completely agree. Yes, I mean, not obviously clients we've worked with, because generally people that come to us would obviously be trying to do it right. But I think I have seen incidents where you can see people have taken a gap, and I think that retailer that I was talking about is one of those. But yeah, on the flip side, I have come across green hushing quite a lot, and I understand why companies are nervous and they don't want to talk about things that are going to raise them above the parapet, because sometimes you're in an industry that's potentially controversial. Sometimes you see yourself as a target, and you don't want to talk about the good work that you're doing. And this is what's been explained to me by some multinationals. As soon as we raise our head above the parapet and we talk about this good work, they're going to all the activists are going to go and look for all the negative press stories and sort of try and lump them together and say, oh, look how they're trying to position themselves as a really good company. Meanwhile, this is the sort of reality behind it. And I think that fear is it's a real one, and obviously they have had experience of that. But I don't believe that avoiding talking about it actually helps the case at all. I think they're going to come under scrutiny for any negative press anyway, and by not talking about the good work that they've done, doesn't actually take them out of that sort of risk situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I don't know if you've come across green hushing, where companies I know we're always encouraging people to talk about it, but have you found that there's sort of hesitance where companies have not wanted to go and put themselves forward?
Yeah, I've come across a few that sort of need the support to get the word out there in a really transparent way. But But just going back to the example, the Ace and Tate example, the glasses, the eyewear example, which is kind of the exact opposite of greenwashing. It's about radical transparency. It's about admitting your failures, your shortcomings as a business. And I think that's a really interesting trend that we're seeing. And it's, you know, it helps all companies because they learn from people's mistakes. And I'd love to see more of that personally. So fingers crossed for more of that in the future.
Yes, and I think companies are learning that is a way to get. It's not sympathy; it's not the right word, but I suppose to share their journey and share the pain. I think stakeholders can be quite forgiving, and it's definitely better. And I see far fewer incidents now where companies try and fudge things.
So I think we just have a few minutes left. Yeah, if there are any other questions from the audience, please feel free to send them in. Otherwise, I guess we can wrap up. I know that the closing remarks with Hugh Jones and Julia King are about to start. So please feel free to tune in for that if you can. And also just a quick flag that we're doing a bit more of a deep dive into this topic with someone from CMA as a guest. On the 23rd of February. So please check our website if you're interested in hearing more. I think we have a couple more questions there.
We do. So do you have any advice for communicating what can be complex and quite technical projects that give improvements? Yeah, I mean, I think that is, well, I mean, that kind of sums up the sustainability challenge. These are complex matters. These are I mean, if you went to somebody and tried to explain, you know, we've looked at the cradle to grave footprint of a product. We've looked at, you know, how the farm equipment was used and all of the sort of initiatives that the farmer used to reduce the emissions of fertilizers. And then you look at the distribution, how they've used the most efficient trucks, and you tell that whole lengthy story. People will glaze over, and I think that's really why we have this the product label at the Carbon Trust, which kind of is the shortcut for it. It kind of says this product's been certified, and we know that it's reducing its impact year on year. It takes all of that complexity and puts into quite a simple message. But if a consumer wants to know more about it, they can actually click through and find out what that label actually stands for. And there's layers and layers of detail that you can share. And we generally find that you get a whole range of people that engage at different levels. Some people want to just have the high level thing. I just want a badge. Okay, I know it's good. I'm going to buy it. Or I want to know more behind that. And then you get the super geeks who really want to know absolutely everything about it. So in general, I would say there should be 3 layers of information. The sort of highest level, like a stamp or logo, whatever. Then a broad description at the next level of what that actually means, but then almost radical transparency. And I've seen companies that have published absolutely every possible detail that you could imagine available for those people that really want to engage in detail. And but yet it is not overwhelming because if they don't want to go into that level of detail, they can see something at a really high level. So I'd say it's really about putting into 3 different layers of technical detail. So, Anna, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that or.
Yeah, no, I would just say I completely agree. I think it's a very delicate balance to get. So you don't want to oversimplify. You want to treat your customers as, you know, intelligent people that understand sustainability, like, you know, more and more people do today. But I think things like having glossaries that explain complex terms are really helpful. But yeah, I think oversimplifying is the wrong route to go down. But yeah, I completely agree with you on the label benefits.
Great. Well, I think we're about at wrap-up time. So first is just to say thank you to all the participants and for the questions that have come in. I hope the session was useful. There is the wrap-up session after this, so you'll have a way to navigate to the closing session. But yeah, a big thank you from us for listening in.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, hope you've enjoyed the event so far and welcome to the first breakout session. We'll be talking about scaling action and ambition with a focus on localizing net zero. My name is Emma Ashcroft. I'm an Associate Director in the Cities and Regions team at the Carbon Trust. I lead the work that we do on developing strategies and plans for net zero across local areas, and I also focus on decarbonising heat. I'm joined by my colleagues Hannah and Jade, who will introduce themselves. Over to Hannah.
Many thanks, Emma, and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Hannah Evans. I'm a manager at the Carbon Trust based in Edinburgh. I've worked across our energy transition, cities and regions and offshore wind teams, and have largely been focusing on renewables integration and the role of flexibility in particular in the net zero transition. I'll now hand over to Jade.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jade. I'm a manager here at the Carbon Trust, and I have 5 years experience supporting public organisations and local authorities to develop action plans and strategies aligned to net zero. This also involves creating opportunities for stakeholder engagement and collaboration and establishing effective governance arrangements and monitoring frameworks to track progress.
Thank you very much. So in this session, we'll explore how we can accelerate to net zero in cities and regions across the UK, drawing insights from examples of best practice. And just checking that the slides are there as well. Oh, here we go. Thank you. So yeah, so in terms of what we plan to focus on, we'll discuss some of the benefits of local area energy planning, how to use the evidence, the role of local authorities and other stakeholders in scaling action in the transition to net zero. In terms of the format, we'll be spending about 25 minutes just talking through the themes of localizing net zero, the benefits of taking a whole systems approach, and we'll also share some examples of best practice. We'll then move to a live poll where we'll be asking for your input, and we'll have about 15 minutes at the end for Q&A. So please do submit your questions and we'll do our best to get to these at the end. So to start with, I'll hand to Jade, who's going to talk through localizing net zero.
Thanks, Emma. So I'm sure many of you will be aware of the UK's legislated target to reach net zero by 2050. And the reason for this is to minimise as far as possible the potential devastating impacts that climate change and global warming beyond 1.5 degrees could have on the world and how we live today. We know that from international and national inventories that emissions have decreased by approximately 40% versus the baseline we use of 1990. But we also know that in order to reach net zero, those emissions will need to be reduced at a faster rate than they ever have done before if we are to meet net zero by 2050. Current efforts are estimated to take us to a global warming scenario of 2.7 degrees. So having said this, there is still a long way to go and a lot of work to do to accelerate the pace that we are progressing towards net zero. This is no one person or organisation's responsibility. The responsibility for making this happen lies with every single actor, organisation, institution and public member. And we all need to work together to reach that goal. We can see today that across the system, companies, local authorities and actors have committed to support the UK in achieving this goal. We have seen more than 2,000 companies commit to setting a science-based target with complementary plans to achieving that target. and 300 or more than 300 out of the 330 plus local authorities, so a significant proportion, declaring a climate emergency, with a third of those having plans in place to address it. So there's evident support for reaching this target, but how can we accelerate towards this target at the pace required? How can we strengthen collaborative working across companies, businesses, and the public sector, and maximize the opportunity that this brings? Next slide, please. So what we can think of is 3 different groups of actors coming together to deliver net zero, this being the role of policy in delivering net zero, the role of businesses, and the role of financial institutions. It's very easy to think of these actors and groups of actors working in parallel, but really what we need to start doing is thinking about how they can collaborate across boundaries and traditional working lines to accelerate this change. So for policymakers such as central government and devolved administrations, local authorities, we see they have very little direct control of emissions produced in their areas, but a very vast sphere of influence, equating to approximately a third of the emissions associated with the areas that they have responsibilities over. And this is through statutory powers, assets, their access to funding, and their significant local knowledge and relationships with key stakeholders. But the key and important point to make here is that they are reliant on feedback from experts and organisations operating within those areas to make sure that the policy resolves barriers instead of putting up more to decarbonisation. On the business side, we understand that businesses are at the heart of the markets. They're at the heart of all the goods and services that we know and grow to love, but and are also the pioneers really behind the goods and services we need to reach net zero. But just like the policymakers, businesses will rely on a supportive policy environment to achieve the scope and scale of action required in the coming decades. And finally, finance. Coordinated financial investment is what is needed to transition to net zero, and we understand that there is a significant amount of unlocked potential across financial markets that will be needed to be released and channeled into the transition if we are to be successful. But again, this relies on both policymakers and businesses to create the demand and the need for this. Next slide, please, Emma. So what are the influencing powers of local authorities? It's easy to oversimplify the types of ways that local authorities can have a positive influence in reducing emissions across their area. But really there's a very varying degree of ways that actors can partner and collaborate with their local authorities to reduce emissions. And the diagram on the slide here shows some of those ways that can happen. So I've already said that local authorities have a very small amount of direct control over emissions, but a very large sphere of influence across the places over which they have responsibility. And the ways that businesses and other actors can collaborate with local authorities is through perhaps their place shaping influences and their procurement influences, as you can see here, using powers to control development and changes and decarbonisation of transportation systems across local areas, for example, thinking about different procurement standards and evaluation criteria that can be implemented at that local level to ensure that we are channeling procurement and investment into low carbon goods and services. Other ways are to use the local authorities showcasing powers and using some of the platforms that they have access to encourage innovation, encourage piloting of new technologies and demonstrations of those technologies across local areas, and also sharing good practice with the very broad and wide-reaching group of stakeholders that they have access to. And then other ways that they can be engaged, such as through partnering, bringing people and organisations together, and also making sure that the transition meets local needs. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you. I just want to say a little bit about local authority partnerships with businesses. There are lots of benefits to working together in the net zero transition, and we've seen lots of examples of local businesses that operate in an area partnering with their local authorities to deliver a range of different decarbonisation projects. Some examples on the left-hand side there would include industrial cluster projects, heat networks, innovation and R&D projects, energy systems flexibility projects, public-private partnerships, and connection agreements for the supply of heat and power. And there are benefits to both local authorities and to businesses in working in this way. So, for example, for local authorities, this could help to scale up action and accelerate the transition to net zero in their local areas. It could help to mobilize skills and expertise, leverage private sector finance, and find the most cost-effective ways to use local energy resources. For businesses, it could help to accelerate the net zero transition for your own business, reducing costs and potentially even creating revenue streams, for example, through the sale of waste heat. Risk management and resilience, helping to protect against future changes in the energy system, and delivering also against CSR and ESG commitments that many businesses have made. And just some of the benefits of addressing net zero at the local level, as opposed to taking a one-size-fits-all approach at the national scale. I've tried to highlight some of them here. This is by no means a representative picture of the plan to decarbonise London, by the way, but you can see from the icons that different solutions, whether that's for power generation through renewables, hydrogen production, standalone heat pumps, heat networks, cycling or charging infrastructure, they'll all be suited, more well suited to different places, different areas, and taking that spatial approach will help to determine what the most cost-effective solutions are. One of the benefits is that local authorities are well placed to coordinate efforts across multiple actors to build consensus and alignment. And without this, there's a risk that stakeholders go off in tangents that might make sense in isolation, but don't combine to form a coherent strategy. Another reason is focused on decarbonising heat and buildings. Heat, in my view, is a truly local issue, and an understanding of local factors such as building stock conditions, local grid constraints, and proximity to waste heat sources is essential to determining the most cost-effective solutions. The same can also be said for transport. Local authorities already play a role in undertaking local transport planning and are well placed to take a leading role in implementing a place-based approach to transport decarbonisation. And this can include things like plans for decarbonising public transport, enabling active travel through cycling infrastructure, for example, and coordinating the rollout of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Taking a whole systems approach to local energy will also deliver benefits, coordinating across multiple energy vectors to deliver a decarbonised, cost-effective and flexible energy system. And lastly, over 50% of the emissions reduction that we need to achieve in the 6th carbon budget involves people making low carbon choices, whether this is technology choice or consumption patterns through to dietary choices. Local authorities are trusted and closely connected with their local communities. They understand the routes through which people can be engaged and are well placed to play a role in public engagement. Here we've summarised some of the key features for the successful transition to net zero in local areas. First, it's critical that governance arrangements are effective, and this should include committed and ambitious leadership with cross-sectoral representation from a range of different stakeholders. Data-driven decision-making is crucial in terms of delivering detailed and spatial analysis and whole energy system modelling to underpin the identification and prioritisation of actions. Partnerships between the public sector, the private sector, and the third sector are also key to delivering and implementing the actions needed. Finance is key to scale up action, leveraging both public and private sector finance. Stakeholder engagement and collaboration is crucial to inform as well as build support for a local plan for net zero and a shared commitment to act across multiple actors. Local strategies and plans for net zero should also align with wider environmental, economic and social objectives, with plans clearly defining roles, responsibilities and dedicated resource for the implementation of actions. And when we think about actions, we should be thinking not just about capital investment in new technologies across the energy system, but also those enabling actions that are necessary to unlock investment in those technologies. So whether that's policy, supply chain, skills, education, etc. I'll hand now to Hannah, who will talk us through taking a whole systems approach.
Many thanks, Emma. So Emma touched on the importance of taking that whole systems view at a local level. And this slide just looks at the kind of interaction between that national whole systems approach and how that feeds down into local level planning and vice versa. So yeah, when we're looking at local area energy plans, it's really important to consider that interaction between local and national plans and decision-making processes. At both scales, the whole systems approach can help organisations understand the implications and trade-offs between certain decisions. Looking broadly at a national scale, whole systems modelling is really beneficial in understanding the implications of different generation mixes, for example, the mix of renewables, nuclear and fossil hydrogen fuel generation that we have on the electricity system, and the implications that then brings for national infrastructure requirements such as transmission and distribution networks. Excuse me. It's also important in understanding the interactions between different low carbon heating options and what that means for total energy demand across GB and total system cost. But looking at a local level, as Emma mentioned, local knowledge of geography, of networks, of housing stock and populations enables much more granular and specific scenarios to be explored, which can support decision-making and implementation of new generation assets or support investment in local low-carbon heating and transport options. So much more kind of granular, much more specific decisions that are being made off the back of that local whole systems approach. Finally, the role and value of flexibility is something that's really valuable to look at from both a local and national perspective. So at a local level, flexibility can help manage local network constraints by balancing supply and demand in a very local area. It can help with system stability issues and reduce the need for network reinforcement, which can be a big cost, particularly for a new generation looking to connect. This is also true at a national level, where flexibility is also used for overall balancing of supply and demand and maintaining system operability. And the link between the two is really interesting. So local flexibility can support national operations and vice versa, but only where the incentives for providing flexibility at both the national and local level are aligned, and operational procedures for flexibility assets are clearly defined. So I think this is one area where it's really key to look at those options from both a local and national perspective. Overall, local whole systems modelling should be taking into account national whole system scenarios and vice versa. So national modelling should be incorporating outputs from local systems analysis. I'll now hand back to Emma to talk through the local area planning process.
Thank you, Hannah. So local area energy planning is a data-driven whole energy systems approach to determining the preferred route to net zero within a local area. And the diagram there just shows the key stages typically involved in a project like this. It's something that's been developed in recent years. A number of local authorities have already developed these plans, but we expect to see a huge number undertaking these in the next year or so. And previously, a lot of the kind of strategies and plans that local authorities have published on net zero have been more strategic, higher level. The difference now is that we're getting to a stage where the analysis is incredibly granular, even going down to building level or street level with the analysis to look at what the optimum solutions are. And the benefits of doing that is that you can get a much more detailed understanding around what the actions need to look like, and that can help to develop more detailed plans and actions for implementation. So you're getting closer to kind of being able to specify exactly what the action looks like and where it will be deployed. So the key stages are first starting with preparation, defining what your geographic boundary is, which scope of emissions you're including, etc., which stakeholders will be involved. And then stage 2 is all about representing the local area. So essentially looking at the baseline in terms of energy and emissions across all sources within a local area, whether that's stationary energy through buildings, both domestic, non-domestic, but also industry, industrial processes, transport infrastructure, and other sources. And we look at understanding spatially and also from a kind of statistics point of view what the breakdown of emissions and energy use is and energy supply across the area. We then move into modelling options for the future, where we're looking at looking at a range of different scenarios for decarbonising in line with the net zero target, and then refining that and prioritising based on key local factors, whether that's the kind of specific characteristics of an area. So for example, is hydrogen likely to play a role or not, depending on the characteristics? Is there a high proportion of industry? We'd be looking at how dense the area is, how to help inform to what extent heat networks might play a role, etc. And then, as Hannah has said, aligning this with the other scenarios that exist, both at the network operator level, so DNOs publishing scenarios which are aligned to these plans, and also at the national level as well. And all of this evidence is then used to inform the identification of actions, stakeholder roles, and prioritising this, ultimately forming a detailed plan. And engagement is really critical all the way through these stages, not just with the local authority, but with all stakeholders that this is likely to impact. So local businesses and business representative groups, the DNO, other infrastructure providers, whether that's for gas, water, etc., and also the general public. So often these projects contain aspects of community engagement too, to get a general public perspective. In terms of why we should develop these projects, these plans, well, many local authorities have set net zero targets for geographic areas without understanding how it will be achieved. And these projects help to provide that practical roadmap, bringing that value of adopting a place-based approach and bringing stakeholders together to build consensus and a shared commitment to act. The evidence base will help not just local authorities, but also businesses and communities to make informed decisions to reduce emissions cost effectively. And in terms of how we use the evidence, there's a range of different ways, but the actions can be developed into a program of investment activity across the area. It can inform investment plans for the DNO, National Grid, and other infrastructure providers. The evidence can be digitalised and made open access to enable stakeholders to plan decarbonisation projects in different areas. It can be used to inform regional and national plans, and also to help identify opportunities to create partnerships for the joint delivery of actions. I'll hand now to Jade, who's going to talk us through a couple of case study examples.
Thanks, Emma. So drawing on that idea that data is king, we have an example here from Lambeth Council, who took that route in using data and evidence to inform decision making around how certain programs and projects could be deployed across the local authority area. And the way that this was done was through collaboration of varying different stakeholders and data holders across the region and also more broadly. What happened was the council developed a baseline model to better understand the existing energy demand. And what the most powerful thing was is that they did this on the building level. So we're able to get building level resolution within the model that allowed them to then start seeing energy trends and trends within building characteristics. So then when thinking about different decarbonisation scenarios and the types of programs that could be deployed across the area, they could then start to think about that on a spatial level and consider, for example, where larger scale, more coordinated deployment of heat pumps, for example, could be deployed across the area. What was really interesting about this project too was that it highlighted where there were low carbon energy sources that were also available within the local authority area, and therefore allowed the council to identify opportunities for potential low carbon heat networks or distributed energy solutions. The model allowed for optimization across emissions, but also cost as well, which meant that the output was a cost and emissions optimized energy scenario that the council could then use to support business cases going forwards for low carbon projects and programs. Next slide, please, Emma. And then another case study from me, focusing on the importance of strategic alignment and collaboration. And this one comes from Wales, where there's a programme around regional energy planning, which is helping to provide a very clear strategic direction to decarbonise the energy system in collaboration with a very broad range of stakeholders. What this case study highlights is how a concerted effort across regions can help, again, to capitalise on opportunities to decarbonise. These strategies across the 4 economic regions in Wales have been developed from the bottom up in collaboration with a large group of stakeholders and outline respective priorities for each region to decarbonise energy systems in a way that meets the regional needs, but also meets national net zero targets. The strategies not only have been endorsed on the democratic and political level, but what has happened here is that we've seen a strengthening of the a regional approach to net zero, and again takes us back to that point around capitalising on opportunities to work together and collaborate to accelerate the transition to net zero. Through the work, we've also seen a closer collaboration between the public and private sector, and also just introducing an element of certainty around the where the regions are headed through the as the energy system transitions. Over to you, Hannah.
Thanks, Jade. So this case study describes one way in which corporates and public bodies can support the development of new renewable generation through virtual or corporate power purchase agreements, or PPAs. So this slide just sets out what a virtual PPA is. So there's no physical electricity exchange between the generator and corporate or public body. Instead, as shown on this diagram, the generator on the left sells their energy to a licensed supplier, and the consumer buys their energy from either the same or a different supplier. These are completely unrelated contracts, but it's important that the generator and the consumer contracts both track the wholesale market price in the same way. And the reason for this is that you then have a virtual PPA agreed between the generator and corporate consumer, and within that virtual PPA you agree a strike price for the electricity generated. When the wholesale market price is higher than the strike price, the generator pays the consumer the difference, and when the wholesale price is lower than the strike price, the consumer pays the generator the difference. So this virtual PPA arrangement provides price and revenue security for both parties, and they are often agreed before the generation is constructed, and this can help secure financial investment decisions or FIDs for new renewable generation. There's a growing market for virtual PPAs both in the UK and internationally. Just looking at examples in the UK, Ørsted, who are a big developer of offshore wind, have signed contracts over the last few years with Northumbrian Water to take a third of their generation from its offshore wind farm called Racebank, and they've signed similar agreements with Nestle UK as well. Elsewhere, we've seen EDF and Tesco's work together to enter into a corporate PPA to supply renewable energy to Tesco's sites. And local authorities can also enter into virtual PPAs and could use this structure to support investment in their own renewable generation assets. And we at Carbon Trust have also supported local authorities in their renewable energy ambitions to help them understand the implications of different PPAs and what would work best for their projects. I'll now hand back to Emma to discuss public-private partnerships. So.
Thank you, Hannah. So public-private partnerships are a really useful approach to unlock finance and scale up action. Many local authorities, as we've said, have already set net zero targets for their local areas, and in many cases, this means billions of pounds worth of investment to get there, and clearly local authorities can't achieve that investment alone. So joint ventures between the public and private sector can help to unlock significant investment into the net zero transition, with investment in infrastructure such as heat networks, renewable energy projects, building retrofit and electric vehicle charging. Partnerships can be developed with social value principles embedded into delivery, such as job creation, supply chain benefits, skills, etc., and aligned with strategic objectives beyond decarbonisation to meet the wider objectives within a local area. I wanted to highlight this example of Bristol City Leap, which I think is a really innovative example of a public-private partnership between Bristol City Council and Ameresco, who are supported by Vattenfall. This is a deal that was recently signed and which will accelerate green energy investment in Bristol to help towards decarbonising the whole city. Some of the key stats that they've shared is the plan to invest nearly 500 million in the next 5 years, create over 1,000 jobs, and deliver 2.8 million to support community projects. It's a world first partnership to tackle decarbonisation at the city scale, and we really hope it proves to be a model that can be replicated to scale up the transition to net zero across cities and regions across the UK and internationally. And just lastly, we mentioned earlier the importance of good governance, and there are some key factors to this. So cross-sector representation is really important. So integrating the arrangements through to cabinet level within the local authority, but also with cross-sector representation. So for example, setting up project boards, steering committees, where there's representation from wider public sector bodies, the DNO, local businesses and community representatives. It's also really important to be transparent and accountable, senior representation with leaders held accountable, decision making is transparent, and a focus on building consensus. Then thinking about integration of structures right from the bottom through to the top, from kind of local project delivery structures through to scrutiny and oversight at the local and then regional and then national levels of government. And then a last point would be around the importance of monitoring and evaluation and having procedures and KPIs in place to assess progress against targets and objectives, and to adapt the plan in response to what is a rapidly evolving context. And a case study I wanted to highlight here is from Oxford. So Zero Carbon Oxford is the goal for Oxford to achieve zero carbon emissions across the city as a whole by 2040. The Zero Carbon Oxford Partnership was set up to with comprising of a group of leaders from Oxford's main institutions and employers, the local authority, universities, hospitals, businesses, etc. And it's a group of, I think, about 50 different stakeholders that came together and jointly committed to this net zero carbon by 2040 target. The Carbon Trust supported the partnership to develop and publish a Zero Carbon Oxford Roadmap and Action Plan in 2021. And we were really impressed with how well organised and how effective their governance arrangements were. So the steering group that exists, it's the governing body of the partnership, and subordinate sprint groups are set up to deliver specific defined carbon emissions reduction projects that have been identified within the plan. And they're already making huge progress on implementing a range of different types of projects across the city in partnership with different actors. So there's a good example of effective governance working well as we speak. So I think we'll leave it there for the presentation, and we're going to move now just maybe quickly to share the results of the poll before going into question and answer. Jade, I'm not sure if you want to talk through the polls first before we move to Q&A.
Yeah, sure. So we asked you as an audience, what decarbonisation projects do you consider suitable or most suitable for partnership between public sector and businesses when it comes to local level deployment? And I can still see the word cloud developing, but most importantly, I guess larger words mean more frequent answers, and we can see heat as a very important, significant project type coming through here, alongside energy, general energy projects, and solar coming through. And I think, you know, this perhaps reflects our understanding of major emission sources nationally and at the local level, and heat really is one of those areas, and potentially one of the blind spots where we perhaps see activity not moving at as fast a rate as it could be. So it's nice to see that audiences have that, attendees have that on their radar here as one of the potential areas for partnership. And I don't know whether we want to also share the results of the second poll question that we posed to the audience, which was to also just reflect on what kinds of challenges the audience sees there being between when achieving net zero at the local level. And I believe that I need to give you some time to think about this one, but please share how you see, from your perspective, what those challenges might be as it stands today. And you know, finance immediately comes up there, very very important one, and probably at the centre of the challenges when it comes to local level decarbonisation. We're running a bit short on time, which is why I'm stumbling a little bit over my words here. But I want to give some time for us to address some of the questions that you've been raising throughout the session. And we can come back to the poll and share the results at a later time, so you can see those. So just having a look at the questions that we're seeing, a lot of the questions focusing in around case studies and examples that I guess we as the Carbon Trust can provide and share with you today. So I might pick up on this question around examples of local authorities or combined authorities getting involved with the development of net zero industrial clusters or estates. Emma, I don't know whether you could provide some insights into what you see happening across the UK today in this space.
Yeah, there's quite a few that we've seen being very active recently. Obviously, the UK government's put funding into industrial clusters. So, for example, through the work we've been doing in Wales, the South Wales industrial cluster is incredibly active at the moment, at looking at a range of a programme of investment across South Wales to decarbonise industry. So there's a body of people kind of coordinating that activity, working very closely with Welsh Government and with the local authorities in the area, as well as the businesses in the area, to look at the feasibility of a range of different solutions to decarbonise industry, particularly looking at options for hydrogen production and supply, as well as where possible for low or medium temperature applications, electrification, looking at grid constraints and concerns around the cost of upgrade. So also working with the DNO in that area, as well as National Grid. So there's a program of activity happening there, which involves a range of different stakeholders, and this is replicated across industrial clusters in the UK, across the UK. So, for example, in the northeast, a lot of work happening in the area in Hull, for example, and in the northwest as well, around the Liverpool, Merseyside region and Manchester region. So, yeah, there's lots of examples of that, and in all of those cases, we're talking about lots of different actors coming together to try and solve a problem that's common, and seeing the value in coming together to come up with the most cost-effective solutions to developing this infrastructure and decarbonising those sites.
Thanks, Emma. And I guess it's more a comment here around the role of the planning authorities when it comes to the deployment of renewable energy generation within a local area. Audience member has, I guess, questioned what that role could be. And I'm wondering if, Hannah, Emma, we have any examples where we've seen the planning authorities or the planning system being capitalised on to effectively deploy and have renewable projects approved within a local area.
Hannah, do you want me to take that one
Do
first?
you go first? Then yeah, I'm happy to follow up.
Sure. Yeah, so I would say there's no doubt there are limitations in terms of the role that local planning authorities can play, because of what we've seen at the UK national level, with constant over the years rolling back of commitments and ambitions. So take onshore wind as one example, for example, where we've seen, at least not in Wales so much, but at least in England, we've seen a kind of flip-flop of do we support it, do we not, a long period where we didn't, and then now apparently it's back on again, and that doesn't help planners when it comes to what they feel comfortable that they have, that they within the framework of the national planning policy framework, that they can set policies for and be confident that it's in alignment with the UK national kind of plan. So yeah, I think that even though the powers do exist for planning authorities to mandate renewable energy, even mandate better building performance beyond building regulations, even though those powers exist, there's concern about, pushback and it not being something they can rely on UK government to kind of have legislated for through the planning policy framework. So I think that's something that really needs a lot more improvement to create that planning environment that makes it really clear that renewables are supported, and remove some of those barriers that can be seen. But there are definitely areas across the country where, in spite of that challenging environment when it comes to planning policy, lots of renewables projects are being developed and approved. So, for example, in London, the London plan sets requirements for heat networks that have been really important to drastically scaling up the deployment of low carbon heat network systems. And yeah, that's been amongst other building integrated renewables, etc. So that's been a really key way to kind of drive the deployment of these technologies, both in new build, but also standalone renewables projects too.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add to that, I know in the question the audience member asked that or states that a lot of the energy generation is determined by renewable developers, and what we've seen recently in Wales is the Welsh Assembly announcement. They're looking to set up effectively an organisation run by Welsh Government to develop their own renewable energy projects, so that Welsh communities benefit more from the introduction of those assets within their local community, so that it's not all led by third party organisations who may not bring the same level or same type of benefits to the local community. So I think there are ways that both local authorities and national assemblies or national governments are looking to ensure that that communities are seeing the benefits of new renewable generation in their areas.
Thank you very much. That's all we have time for today in terms of questions. I'm going to hand over to Emma just to close the session, but a big thanks to me for tuning in today.
Thank you, Jade. I'm just wondering if it's if possible, to show up the results of the poll. Great, thank you. So thanks for your contribution to the second question. Some key points there around capability, capacity, finance, etc. So thank you for your contribution.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the session so far. We'll be talking today about heat decarbonisation, specifically around delivering low carbon heat and the challenges associated with that, and some potential solutions as well. Just a little introduction from us as to who we are. My name is Jess Grant. I'm an energy consultant with the Carbon Trust. I'm a chartered engineer by background, and my main experience has been working within low carbon heat in the cities and regions team. Sam?
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And I'm Sam Lloyd. I'm a consultant at the Carbon Trust, and I'm in the business services team. My role is the construction, property and infrastructure sector lead within the team, which essentially sees me helping organisations towards their path to net zero, giving them the information, the data they need to make strategic decisions. So I think I'm going to kick us off with a kind of a brief intro about heat in the UK, the current landscape as things stand. Just to kind of give some context to the conversation today. I think following that, Jess will give us an intro and overview of the different solutions from a kind of a more technical point of view as to what those involve, and then we'll kind of come together at the end to kind of give you some examples and some case studies about how those things might be implemented in a kind of real world scenario as well. And there'll be time for questions at the end, so do please kind of keep those coming in as when they come to mind. So to kind of kick things off, to start with, decarbonising heat and how we heat our buildings remains one of the biggest energy system challenges that we're going to face as we move towards net zero, and that's largely because heat is accounting for around 37% of our emissions in the UK. So it's quite an impactful area. Traditionally, the heating in the UK has relied very heavily on fossil fuels. At the moment, that's typically going to be things like natural gas. So moving away from these fossil fuels is going to be a really key step as part of our move towards net zero. However, a blanket approach isn't going to be possible with decarbonising heat. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's a really complex topic. So the solutions really need to be identified from the bottom up. So this is why we kind of advocate for kind of assessments to be carried out in particular environments and buildings on a case-by-case basis. So the solutions you're going to hear about more today might be the right fit for you, and they might not. And it's about understanding which of those are going to be the important step for you in achieving net zero. Opportunities for heat decarbonisation exist for both those in the kind of existing and new buildings as well. And so doing so can contribute towards delivering your net zero targets at an organisational level, but also achieving kind of individual net zero buildings at a kind of a building, a site level as well. The decarbonisation of heat is going to be an important step for those within the construction sector, those building and maintaining new buildings, as well as existing buildings, but it's also going to be important for everyone else in all other sectors as well, as they kind of live and work within their own organisations in the buildings and environments that they do that in. So that's kind of a brief intro. If we go to the next slide. So this is where I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the drivers and some of the changes in regulation that have influenced decarbonisation of heat in the UK. I'm going to focus in particular on two standards that have come out in recent years, the Future Home Standard and the Future Building Standard, both of which are designed to interact with and update building regulation in the UK. The Future Home Standard in particular is aimed, as the name suggests, at the building of new homes within the UK. And the idea is that by 2025, all new homes will be future-proofed with low carbon heating. So essentially the aim for these homes is to have 75% to 80% fewer CO2 emissions compared to those built under the current regulations. Similarly, the Future Building Standard looks at the new non-domestic buildings and also has a requirement to produce less CO2, in this case 27%. Included within this particular standard, there is a policy on existing non-domestic homes, so as well as those kind of new buildings. So you can see that within the regulation, all manner of buildings and environments are kind of covered, and low carbon heat and decarbonisation of heat is considered across all of those. Both those particular standards are going to be further consulted upon in 2023 and implemented by 2025. And then just a quick note, just to show you that these standards are interacting with existing, building regulations. You can see them listed there, Part L, F, and O, for the conservation of fuel and power, ventilation, and overheating. So you can see that this isn't necessarily an entirely fuel switching kind of exercise. There are other elements within the kind of built environment that impact heat and the regulation of heat within our buildings. If we move on to the next slide, so kind of moving on from that, the kind of key message I suppose here is that we're going to be largely in the UK moving away from our existing kind of natural gas led solutions to heating our homes and buildings, and towards systems that are powered by electricity. You can see here on the left a chart showing the decarbonisation of the grid over time and the projected decarbonisation of the national electricity grid over time as well, projected out to 2030. The idea being that by 2030 we should hopefully have a net zero electricity grid. And so in moving towards electrically powered solutions, we can significantly reduce the emissions associated with heating. The chart on the right is showing that moving away from, sticking with gas boilers and oil boilers is going to have no impact on the decarbonisation. You're not going to see any reductions from doing so, but moving towards these other types of solutions, such as heat pumps and biomass boilers, etc., you may well see reductions in moving towards those electricity-based solutions. And on to the next slide. This is just a quick slide just to demonstrate a few of maybe the buzzwords or things you might have seen in kind of articles and the like over recent months and years, all associated with green heat. And hopefully what we'll do through this session, this breakout, is kind of demystify some of the maybe myths or misconceptions or questions that you might have around heat, especially decarbonisation of heat. And I think what we're going to have just now is just a quick poll, just to kind of understand from the attendees here today, which of you are kind of have an understanding of the opportunities that are presented as part of heat decarbonisation, and which of you aren't really sure, and which of you definitely don't. And hopefully, whatever the answer is, our session today can still support you and give you the information that you need. So I can see the answers coming through there on the screen. So it seems like a good proportion of you do have an idea of the opportunities that are available to you, which is great. So hopefully some of the session today will help reinforce some of the knowledge that you have and maybe give you additional ideas and opportunities that you might be able to implement. And for those of you who aren't quite sure or don't have any kind of understanding of what opportunities might be available, hopefully this can give you an idea of what those might be. So thanks for the participation now, that's great. So yeah, I think if we move on to the next slide, I think this is where I'll hand over to Jess, and she'll take you through a more detailed overview of what those solutions might be.
Hi everyone. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about a few more specifics about heat in buildings and how we can decarbonize. This part is mainly aimed at retrofit. However, a lot of the same sort of theory still applies. So I'm just going to go through some potential low carbon heat technologies first. Ultimately, if we want to move towards net zero and especially with our heating, well, ultimately we need to stop burning fossil fuels. So there are still some non-fossil fuel versions of combustion boilers that we can use to make heat. So the first one being biomass boilers, which generate heat from burning wood chip or pellets. The good things about these is that they're readily available, they're a proven technology, and they are capable of generating higher temperatures. However, there's quite a few cons to them as well. You need quite a lot of space for biomass boilers because you need a wood chip store. You can get quite high site traffic due to fuel deliveries. It's not technically net zero. It will be quite a significant reduction from burning gas, but it's still not getting you all the way there. And if your organization has specific net zero targets, then might not necessarily be the solution for you. And also with combustion, generally speaking, it's not as efficient as using heat pumps. There's also biofuel boilers. So these are slightly less common than biomass boilers, but they do have some pros to them in that there's less space required and they are high temperature capable. However, the same cons exist in that you will have increased site traffic due to fuel deliveries. It's not technically net zero again, and again, not as efficient as using heat pumps. And then hydrogen boilers. So the pros to these is that they are, again, high temperature capable, and they do also have the potential to be net zero, but this very much depends on the hydrogen source. However, a big con around these is that hydrogen isn't readily available at the moment, and it's still not as efficient a system as using, say heat pumps. So I've lightly touched on these because I think for the right sites, they may still have a place, but generally speaking, to hit net zero, you really want to be electrifying your heat. So some options with electric heating. Electric boilers, so these generate heat by putting a current through a heating element, which will then heat the water, very similar to your kettle at home. They are readily available, they're a proven technology, they can generate high temperatures. They're also fairly inexpensive as well. However, they can be expensive to run given the higher electricity tariffs compared to gas. And they're also, again, not as efficient as heat pumps. You can also have direct electric heaters where the main difference is that they don't heat any water. They just have a heating element that warms up with a current going through it, and then the convection is used to heat the room. Again, readily available and expensive, proven technology, but also can be expensive to run. Now, heat pumps, firstly with air source heat pumps, these utilize the energy from the air to generate heat. They are readily available and again, proven technology. However, a lot of the standard models have temperature limitations, so this can limit how efficient they can be, and it also can limit their application. It is becoming possible now to get higher temperature air source heat pumps. because the market is evolving. But typically speaking, for your packaged air source heat pumps, they struggle to generate sort of higher than 60 degrees or so. And then we have water or ground source heat pumps, which utilize energy from water or the ground to generate heat. Again, readily available, proven technology. You can get good coefficient of performance with these heat pumps, and they're also capable of producing higher temperatures. The cons with this, though, is that they can be expensive to install, and you really need to have a suitable heat source nearby for you to be able to make the most of that. So I have a poll question here that I'll just wait to come up on the screen, which is basically what do you think the single biggest challenge with decarbonising heat in a building is? Ooh, that's great. So the main results that we can see there is mainly around design and planning, space constraints, sizing, and operating temperatures. It's interesting that design and planning has gotten such a high response. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, really. It's very much, again, depends on your site and your organization. But yeah, that's we'll be talking through some of those issues going forwards in the presentation. So first off, I'm going to talk through a whole building approach. With rising energy costs, effective design for these systems is absolutely critical, especially with budgets being slashed and still the requirement to meet targets. But there needs to be a balance between capital cost and running cost. And this will vary very much depending on, again, your organization, the type of the building, and how it operates. It is good to go with a fabric first approach. Quick wins especially, such as loft insulation if it doesn't already exist, cavity wall if it doesn't already exist, and draft proofing, so things like resealing windows and doors, which can really improve thermal comfort. These aren't absolutely necessary to be able to have a heat pump. There is a common misconception out there that you have to have a really high performing thermal building for a heat pump to work, and this isn't strictly true, which is why you should definitely prioritize these sort of quick wins, especially if you can roll them in with the same project as installing your heat pump. So temperatures, typically for a building, they are hot water systems are designed on 82 degrees flow and a 71 degree return temperature. Many operate sort of around this sort of figure. And then you have like other buildings such as like hospitals or maybe big industrial sites that still use steam as well. However, these higher temperatures are not necessarily required to heat a space, and many buildings are capable of being operated at lower temperatures. So I'm just going to go through some higher temperature solutions. These solutions require minimal to no secondary side changes. So that's like your emitters, like radiators and air handling unit coils, if you have them, and things like that, which can save in capital cost, and it can also save on disruption for your site. So there's hybrid systems, which are like a heat pump in tandem with your existing gas boiler. This can generate lower temperatures for things like air handling units if needed, with your boiler topping up for when the higher temperatures are needed, like with your radiators during the winter. Now, this isn't a system I would recommend installing completely from scratch. Like if you're going to be doing this work, like you shouldn't be putting in a new gas boiler. And also if you're retaining an old gas boiler, technically your system isn't going to be net zero because you are still burning gas. So, but it can be a good interim step if required, depending on funding. So you can also get high temperature heat pumps. As I mentioned previously, these are becoming more readily available with air source, and they are available with ground source and water source as well, which can generate higher temperatures. Or alternatively, you can use staged heat pumps. So one heat pump generating say 50 degrees and then it getting boosted before it's circulated around your site. So with these, you have minimal capital cost compared to trying to change over all of your emitters and things. Your disruption is a lot less because your work can be confined basically just to your plant room. However, you will take the hit going forwards in terms of running costs because they won't run as efficiently as lowering your temperatures. So lower temperature solutions, you can use any type of heat pump for low temperature solutions. It allows for better efficiencies, which reduces your running costs. However, it is possible that you will need to change over your radiators, air handling unit coils. A really, really good option is underfloor heating, but obviously that's quite disruptive to a building. So it very much depends on what's right for you and your site. There's quite a few other key considerations to make. Interaction with other electrical loads. So if you're electrifying your heat, that is a significant increase in your electrical capacity for your site. How does it interact with things like if you've got EV charging on your site, and if you have existing solar PV, that will definitely help with the relief of changing over to electric heating. And it's really critical to engage with the DNO at this stage as well to make sure that the incomers to your building are suitable. There's enough capacity locally in the grid, and that your actual local electrical infrastructure is robust enough to be able to handle an increase in electrical load. Appropriate sizing. So just because you've got, say, 200 kilowatts of gas boiler installed doesn't necessarily mean you need 200 kilowatts of heat pump installed. So making sure that your system is sized correctly, and that I'm utilizing the use of thermal storage as well. This can really help when it comes to like peak loading time, and it can help decrease the size of your heat pump, basically meaning your heat pump can run for longer, but it can be slightly smaller. So your thermal store acts like a battery to kind of flatten out those peak times. Design and planning, as we saw from the poll results there, that it very much looks like the biggest issue, and I mean I would tend to agree it is something that can stop a project in its tracks. So this covers quite a range of things, but even things from how much space you have, like a wall hung boiler takes up a lot less space than an equivalent heat pump, especially if you're putting in thermal storage as well. So it's the things around space, where are you going to actually site it, and then what effect does that have in terms of visual impact and noise impact, especially if you're going for air source heat pumps and there's like residential and things nearby. This can again stop a project in its tracks, and it is something that there are solutions to all of these things, but it's something that needs thought about earlier in the process, just to make things a little bit easier for you going forwards. And then once your project is all installed, measurement and verification. Now this is really, really critical because it protects you as a client to make sure that your system is working properly, and that you can basically call your contractor back if stuff's not quite right. And also it means you can assess whether it's working as efficiently as it possibly can be, and you can take account of exactly how much carbon you're saving, so when it comes to things like carbon footprinting and reporting, this is really, really important as well. So that's quite a lot, and I'm talking about that as if that's a single standalone building. Another option, again, it very much depends on where you are, can be district heating / heat networks. So district heat networks offer a cost-effective solution. They essentially, you have all of those issues that I've spoken through, just there essentially apply to one centralized generation energy center, and then the heat is distributed via insulated pipework, and to get a connection to that, and you would be a customer and pay for your heat. So For high heat dense areas, this can be an option. However, depending on the type of organisation you are, this may be slightly out of your control. If you're a university or a council or a health board, these are usually quite good solutions when you've got lots of loads that are close together, like on a campus if you're a university or a health board, and with councils if you are in a heat dense like city centre. It also works quite well for industry when if you've got a manufacturing site which has multiple buildings on it, or with high heat loads, sometimes it makes sense to connect them all together. Can also be a bit more space efficient as well than having separate heat pumps scattered all over the place. So it can be quite a neat solution. So I'm going to hand to Sam to talk a little bit about other sectors.
Yes, yeah, thanks, Jess. So just jumping in here, just to kind of give a few examples of when we've been working with various clients over the years, and the topic of heat decarbonisation has been part of the work that we've been doing with them. These are the kinds of things that these sectors have been able to implement that are specific to them. So within manufacturing, as an example, generally facilities they often need kind of year-round cooling as opposed to heating because of the amount of heat that is generated through the manufacturing process. But there are also going to be times and parts of facilities within manufacturing that actually do still require heating during the same times or during key times such as winter. So actually something like heat recovery, making the most of the heat that is actually produced by the equipment within your facility, is actually a really cost-effective, often way of gaining heat without having to rely on an alternative energy source. So utilizing heat from things such as chiller condensers or air compressors that might be operating within your organization. Similarly, within hospitality, heat recovery from environments like kitchens can be a really viable option for those working in that industry. And again, it reduces the heat demand on other forms of heating. So heat recovery can be used for water heating purposes as well as space heating. And I think that's an important thing to kind of bear in mind. It's not just necessarily heating space, but it's heating kind of the water that we typically use in lots of operations. So in hospitality, that can be a really key driver for doing a project like that. And then within retail, and in particular food retail, it represents a really large opportunity because it's such a large sector for the use of things like refrigerant systems for keeping things cool within the store and indeed, back of store. So these kind of systems offer a large amount of opportunity for heat recovery, and there is research that suggests that you could save in the region of kind of 40% on your space heating requirements in environments like supermarkets. This is especially the case if you're going to move towards things like high pressure refrigerants, such as CO2. So changing from more traditional refrigerants within your refrigeration system towards something that is used at higher pressure. There's also more heat recovery possible from systems like that. And the knock-on benefit of obviously converting to other types of refrigerant is that you're decarbonizing in slightly other ways, in some different ways as well. So there's less global warming potential associated with some refrigerants such as CO2 compared to more traditional refrigerant gases. Heat recovery is also possible in other forms from different systems in retail and others on the high street. So in bakeries and in other situations like that, heat recovery from ovens. And again, the use of heat pumps in all of these environments is something that is a viable option for the sector as well. I'll hand back to you, Jess, I think, for the next section.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just going to quickly talk you through some case studies. So in terms of retrofit of low carbon heating, some projects where we've worked with the public sector in this case. The first one was with Herefordshire Council and Wye Valley NHS Trust, where we assisted them through the identification of an opportunity to use a ground source heat pump, which circulates an ambient loop around their hospital site and then uses water source heat pumps to boost it to higher temperature where it's required. So it's kind of similar to that 2 heat pump stage system that I talked about earlier. And with that, we helped them through the funding process and the PSDS application for that. With Cardiff Council, they are in the process of building a district heating network. So we provided technical support and project management support, along with commercial and financial support through the outline business case stage, all the way through to the commercialization stage. And that is currently being built at the moment. With Leeds City Council, we provided commercial and financial support through for the business case to extend their existing Leeds Pipes district heat network. And then with the Welsh Government Energy Service, we have supported several public bodies through installing their own heat pumps within standalone buildings such as schools, leisure centres, hospitals, and things like that, and taking them through the whole process from feasibility through to design, and just acting as a technical support and sounding board for them.
Great, thanks, Jess. And just looking at things from a slightly different perspective, so from kind of the new building kind of perspective, I'm going to talk quite generally, I suppose, about the work that we've done within the construction sector and what those in that sector are currently doing. On the screen are just some examples of the types of company that we have and continue to work with on this topic and others. But essentially, starting with the house builders, the key driver for the house builders currently in the UK, especially, is that change in regulation, which we've already talked about near the beginning of the session, but also kind of bringing things back to net zero and target setting. A really key aspect of those in the sector's targets is that the operational emissions of the buildings that they're constructing and ultimately selling and potentially maintaining form part of their targets. They need to be able to account for the full lifetime of that building's operations, and so there's a real incentive for them to make sure they're building buildings that are future-proofed and are available to reduce emissions for the occupier. In particular, you may have seen, for those of who may be interested and follow this kind of thing in the news just today, the kind of collaboration between 2 house builders, Bellway Homes and Barratt Homes, as well as Salford University. They developed Energy Home 2, which is essentially a self-contained unit which holds 2 homes within it, fully built, that is able to stress test the kind of solutions that particularly Jess has talked about today in terms of air source heat pumps and the like, through all kinds of different kind of weather and temperature scenarios. And so hopefully through kind of systems like that, they're able to gather data much more quickly than they can in the real world over the series of months and years. They can add maybe to that over weeks. And so hopefully that's the kind of thing that's going to drive the familiarity and the knowledge and the confidence in these types of technologies, and mean that they roll out much faster. With kind of others within construction and other sectors in general, I think it's worth noting that as well. We've done a lot of work with understanding the feasibility of achieving targets, both kind of operational kind of heating targets and also those within their kind of scope 3. And what we tend to do with these clients is look at the levers that are available to decarbonize, and quite often heat is a major player within that. And so we support these organizations in understanding the feasibility of achieving their targets through those different levers and those different scenarios. So I think that's everything I had on those particular that particular sector and on those case studies. So if we move on to the next slide, I think Jess will help kind of wrap things up.
Yeah, so just to summarize what we've gone through, I know that it is quite a lot to consider. Delivering these low carbon heating projects can be complex, but like I've said, the market is engaged. Like the technology is always moving forward. There's lots of lessons that are coming out of existing projects, and the skill set in this area is definitely growing. There's plenty of support available through whichever stage of this project, of your decarbonizing project you're at, whether it's right at the very beginning or whether it's like you're commercializing and setting up contracts to actually get things built. But going back to the main point that I wanted to make was around like options appraisals being really, really important, particularly for bigger buildings, to establish what the optimum solution is. Because, like I said, it will be a balance between like your upfront capital costs and your ongoing running costs, and what that is will vary from building to building, as well as from organization to organization. However, business cases can be developed to support the net zero carbon, like low carbon heating options. And the case can definitely be made for them, because as we move forward, more and more organizations are realizing that this is the way we're going to have to go if we're going to hit these targets. Doesn't make it easy, but it does mean that there is the case for it, and it's not something that should be put on the back burner. So yeah, thank you for that. I can see we've got quite a few questions. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I'll just run through some of those just now. So the first one that I can see says the main challenge is the higher cost of running air source heat pump systems compared to gas boilers. The ratio of electric to gas prices is usually too high. Yes, that is that is true, and it is really a challenge when you I mean, everything's gone up recently, but typically gas is significantly cheaper than electric. I think this is why it's really critical to make sure our systems are as efficient as they possibly can be. If you're looking at smaller types of buildings, particularly domestic, it is becoming more common that there are slightly cheaper tariffs for heat pumps. Things like Octopus Energy have a heat pump tariff. But yes, ultimately, until something changes central government wise, which moves some of the levies around that are on electric, which kind of date from when we were burning loads of coal, it is quite tricky to make the business case for air source heat pump versus gas. However, if your organization has a key driver to hit net zero, it's kind of just something that we have to accept, as running costs might increase. So I know that's probably not the answer that everyone wants, but yeah, and until things change, that's the way it is at the moment. Sam, I don't know if you want to take this one about the future buildings ambition and why is it so lower than the future homes?
Yeah, no, happy to kind of touch on that. In the short answer is there's not really kind of a reason that's kind of clear. It's just that the future home standard in the building of new homes, I suppose, is much more kind of structured, which I think supports the development of a target that can be rolled out like that in more detail. But other than that, obviously, the regulation is constantly being updated and constantly being consulted on. So that's not to say that any of the existing propositions won't be updated further before the rollouts of heat pumps, for example, in 2025, and that there's going to be probably more changes beyond that 2025 as well, as we obviously go for the the longer term kind of picture as we try and accelerate to net zero, there's going to need to be more than just what's been announced so far. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. And then there was a kind of a similar question on the same topic that I'll try and maybe cover off at the same time, which was just that there was, where is it? Here we go. A question about whether the emissions reductions for the Future Home Standard relate to the operational carbon, and that's yes, that's correct. So it's the operational emissions for the lifetime of that building, essentially, which is really key to particular house builders as well as other construction companies, those that build and sell and deliver homes and other buildings, because their targets, particularly their scope 3 net zero targets, should they have them, are going to be quite well tied to how well they perform in making operational carbon much lower in homes and other buildings. A particular category of scope 3 is category 11, the use of sold products, and that makes up a really large proportion of the construction industry's scope 3 emissions, should they be building and then selling a particular building. So yeah, it at the moment relates to the operational emissions of carbon.
Thanks, Sam. There's another question here about the application of heat batteries, which are a good alternative to domestic hot water. So yeah, with heat batteries, they are a good solution as long as the financial case can be made for them. I mean, essentially, a thermal store is just a heat battery that's charged by your heat pump, but you can get heat batteries which have like phase change technology in them and things like that. So there are definitely still options to be explored. They're just not quite as typical as what we've seen. And yeah, again, like with technologies like that, it does come down to the financial case for them. Like the previous question we've had about moving to electric from gas and the increase in running costs that come along with that. So yeah, it's all about that balance. And in terms of domestic hot water, yeah, there's many alternatives to having domestic hot water. I mean, you can have it fed off of your heat pump, but it does need to be at higher temperature for safety reasons if you've got stored water anyway. However, it is possible to have standalone electric generation for hot water, or also to have your heat pump generate a lower temperature and have it be boosted by an immersion heater. So again, there's a few options there, but the ideal is to move away from boilers completely. But it does depend on your site and what ultimately what funding and you can apply to it. And then
sorry, Jess.
I was going to say there's a question about that's more of a statement really, saying there's little incentive to improve systems in leased premises where the landlord will not contribute to the cost. So this is challenging, and this is where things like carbon accounting and stuff can become a bit of a grey area. It depends on who your landlord is. Like if it's a private landlord who owns and operates the building, then I'm not sure there's a lot you can do. But if it's a public sector landlord, for example, then they'll definitely have net zero targets that they need to hit, and that can open up a conversation with them. But again, without knowing the exact condition under that question, that's it can, yeah, like I said, it can be a grey area. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Sam.
Yeah, I suppose just one thing, which I suppose, talking about it from a private sector point of view, if I suppose any sector really, if that landlord also wants to be achieving their own net zero targets, if they have set their own net zero targets, that needs to include scope 3, and as part of scope 3, leased assets are included. So if they want to genuinely tackle their own kind of net zero ambitions pathway, and they're on that pathway, then it is something they would need to kind of consider as they go beyond their own operations and look towards their own leased assets that are downstream within the value chain.
Another question: how can we ensure net zero from electricity when electricity is often generated at a power plant by electromechanical generators, primarily driven by heat engines fueled by the combustion of fuel? So this the grid is decarbonising, as the graph that Sam showed earlier on is proving. There is an element of it being slightly out of our control and like individual organizations' control. However, like we're relying very heavily on UK government and the DNOs working together to be able to do that. But there is a real drive to move away from burning fossil fuels, just like the extensive development that there's been in offshore and onshore wind recently has really helped to reduce emissions on the grid. Another way that that can help, again, it depends on your site and the type of buildings that you have, is if you could look into your own on-site renewable generation, such as solar PV on roof, or even if there's enough land, it's possible to get a solar PV farm. There's been a big one at Swansea Bay Health Board have put in the last year or so, which covers the electricity for the majority of their electricity load, actually. So for your sort of organizational boundary when it comes to net zero carbon, that is an additionality thing that you can do to not guarantee, but help along with the decarbonisation of the grid. I don't know, Sam, if you've got anything to add to that or not.
No, I think you've summed it up perfectly. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the questions. So another one I've got here is about is there a future for hydrogen at all for heat? I think with this, there's some very strong opinions about this out there, and I think until there is green hydrogen, it's not something that organizations really should be holding out for, because it's not something that's going to be rolled out easily within the next sort of 10 years or so. But it definitely has its place in the overall net zero agenda. It's well placed for things like transport, and also it may also support sort of bigger industry and things like that going forwards. But in terms of most typical buildings, I would say that moving away from that, holding out for hydrogen is probably the best way forward. It's also worth mentioning that yesterday Scotland announced their energy strategy, where they've actually said that they will not be supporting hydrogen for heating of domestic homes, purely for that reason, is that it's not guaranteed to be readily available and be from a green source within a grid for at least another 10 years or so. So that's, again, it has its place in the net zero agenda, but not so much for heating at the moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying the Accelerate to Net Zero event, and welcome to your third breakout session. Today, during this session, we're going to be discussing enablement and the role that digital solutions play in getting it to net zero. So a theme that I'm sure has come up again and again in today's event is that in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we need to rapidly decarbonize, and we need to do this across all sectors. But just focusing on an individual sector's path to decarbonization won't really get us there, because by doing this, we miss out on understanding how different sectors can actually provide the tools to help each other decarbonize. By 2030, the ICT sector is expected to be responsible for around 2% of global emissions, which is not an insignificant amount. However, extensive research and assessments have shown that ICT applications have the potential to actually help avoid up to 20% of global annual emissions across other sectors. And this is quite big. This is 10 times what they actually contribute. And so the sector's ongoing development of digital solutions is releasing currently and in the future a wave of digital solutions that are helping with innovation across many sectors of industry and society. So my name is Beatrice da Silva, and I'm presenting today with my colleague, Felix Pretajon. Felix leads our ICT delivery team, while I lead on our enablement and avoided emissions proposition at Carbon Trust. We're both specialized in the ICT sector and on enablement, and focus a lot of our time at Carbon Trust working with corporate clients to really explore the potential of digital solutions and see how they can combat climate change. So to start us off, let's look at the role of digital solutions. So digital isn't, as I'm sure we all know, some far-off futuristic concept, but it's also not just the transition from, for example, us having this meeting in person to us having now these screens in front of us with cameras, being able to do everything virtual. It's very much something that's prevalent in every aspect of our lives, and it's increasingly ingrained in the way that we do our day-to-day. And the role that digital solutions have to play in our path to decarbonization is something that's becoming increasingly apparent. Digitization of all sectors is already delivering both incremental and disruptive change, and it's something that's aiding the move towards a sustainable decarbonized economy. We have things such as, increasing capability and automation, and we're seeing these deliver material, energy, and resource efficiencies across all sectors. For example, here we can see, a variety of sectors and some of the key digital solutions that we see in these sectors, and some examples of how they're helping decarbonize. For example, in the energy and power sector, we see digital helping us embed flexibility and develop smart electricity grids, which is something that's really fundamental to, enabling the integration of renewables and that managing of, energy demand during peak times, which is really something that we need to help us reduce the reliance that we currently have on energy generated by fossil fuels. We also see on the screen here, examples in agriculture, both from the perspective of things like collecting data and analyzing soil conditions to really help us, transition to more sustainable agriculture. And what this helps us in including these technologies is you're able to, have much more targeted water use, lower fertilizer and pesticide use, have higher yields and less crop waste. And on the other side, you have things such as, helping us monitor deforestation and understand better how land is being used, so we can improve this, and have a more positive climate impact. So while there are definitely reservations, and we have to be careful about how we develop and roll out digital and tech, making sure that, for example, we have the right policy and regulation in place to make sure that, we're doing this in a positive way. More and more key reports, such as those published by the IPCC and the IEA, discuss the importance of identifying and using technological solutions to combat climate change and mitigate impact. And well, because decarbonization is not just about reaching net zero by 2050, we really, the goal really is to keep warming to 1.5 as called on by the Paris Agreement. And essentially for this to happen, emissions need to be reduced by almost 50% by 2030. And this, I think, is really where the importance of digital solutions comes in, because the role of digital is to help us rapidly transition and into a decarbonized economy that is much more sustainable in a way that is sustainable and equitable, and also at an affordable cost, which I think is quite a key point. And digital does this because digital requires minimal infrastructure change. So changes can be deployed in a much quicker way that are less resource intensive and create less resource disruptions, and also with lower costs, which ultimately means that they're more accessible to the world's population and can be rolled out more widely in the short time frame that we have, essentially until 2030. Well, the good thing is these digital solutions are already being rolled out and are already playing their role in tackling decarbonization. And if we look at this image here and we pick it apart, the photo of a city, we can see this in action. So on the left-hand side, we have energy. So when you boil it down and you actually look at, all the different sectors and where their emissions are coming from, you actually realize that the energy sector and energy is a source of around 3/4 of actually the greenhouse gas emissions that we have today, and also really holds the key to averting the worst effects of climate change. So by replacing things like the polluting coal and gas and replacing it with renewable sources such as wind and solar, we can dramatically reduce carbon emissions. So we have things that digital smart digital platforms and analytics can really help us. For example, in this example here, integrate on-site renewables and the use of on-site renewables. So what you have is essentially an increased generation potential and efficiency of such sources. And what technologies like this help us do is essentially do it at a much lower cost than it would be with new generation. You have lower impact in terms of also resources, and quite a key thing is a positive use of space. So you don't have to use land that you could have been using for agriculture or for forests to put up solar panels. You have, it's a usability of space that is already in cities in where primarily the energy is being used. So you can be using it in your building and then feeding back into the grid any additional generation that you have. Also, in relation to other alternatives, such as nuclear or the use of batteries, these aren't at a sufficient level at this point and won't be at a sufficient level by 2030 to meet all the energy demands and reductions that we need. So it's quite key to have these additional technologies and helping us implement renewables more into the grid and helping tackle that element of energy. Then on the right-hand side, we have buildings. So a key fact about buildings is that 80% of all buildings that we have now will probably still be around by 2050. So likelihood of you being a building that will still be around here by the time we need to be zero is quite high. And so adding in things such as advanced energy management systems with sensors that can optimize things such as lighting, heating, and cooling provides us with a low-cost solution, so much lower than the cost of energy, and is much quicker to deploy than long-term retrofitting of a building. So essentially, this helps us decrease the pressure on the grid with low resource impact and helps us maximize the use of current infrastructure. Lastly, on the bottom, we see fleet. So as we probably all know, it's a long road ahead of us until we reach full EV deployment, especially for things such as HGVs and even LGVs and vans. So fleet management systems in vehicles really enable things such as optimized routing and dispatching of vehicles, and in turn help us improve both driver behavior and reduce fuel consumption, which essentially leads to lower emission reductions. It leads to emission reductions. And so essentially, over these next few years, while we still have a lot of fossil fuel vehicles on the road, by implementing something like a fleet management solution, you can be still using those vehicles, but in a much more efficient way. And so that essentially helps you reduce until the time where you're able to fully switch to EVs. And so, as we can see here, and we saw on the previous slide, many technologies that we need to reach net zero already exist. And are helping us improve energy efficiency and produce clean electricity, heat, and mobility. And so the key question really is, how do we know where to invest, and how do we know what the right places are, and how do we identify and scale up the right technologies? And this is where measuring avoided emissions and enablement comes in.
So Beatrice has spoken to and highlighted some of the key solutions that we can be using in the transition to net zero. And the last point that she touched on is really important, is how do we know how to invest correctly? And the tool that we use for this is enablement. And this is a tool that can help uncover the right solutions to implement for the net zero transition. Before I jump into enablement, I wonder if anyone recognizes this value. So it's $1.9 trillion, and that's equivalent to about 2% of global GDP last year. So this is a value that academics have been circling around, and it's the amount of investment required to transition to net zero. And if you think about it, while $1.9 trillion is a lot of money, a single-digit percentage investment of global GDP is very manageable. Now, in the small print of what the academics are saying is that this number is only if money is invested in the right way. So while 2% might be manageable, if we don't invest in the right way and this figure becomes much, much larger, it's going to be an incredible challenge. And then the economics of the investment will start to be a blocker as well. So while digital solutions will only cost a fraction of this $1.9 trillion, it's really, really important that we get it right. And that's ultimately why we use enablement calculations. So enablement calculations, the reason we use them is they can estimate the total or avoided emissions reduction resulting from a solution. So you can look at them to estimate a historical reduction, a current impact this year, or even a future impact. And the benefit of these is we can compare between different solutions and technologies. So enablement is a subset of avoided emissions. Avoided emissions is the measurement of the avoidance or reduction in greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the implementation of a solution, so a product or a service that can reduce emissions. So enablement is a subset where a solution is sold by a company to enable another company to reduce their carbon footprint. So by providing these solutions, the company is avoiding emissions in the wider system outside of their value chain. So I think the example on screen should illustrate this nicely. A company sells smart agricultural tech sensors in crop fields, and they will monitor soil conditions. So this will allow the farmer to have targeted water use and targeted fertilizer use, so reducing the resource use that he's inputting. Additionally, it will reduce food loss because it manages to maintain the health of the crop, so you get a larger yield. So between the reduced resource use and the increased output, you get a lower associated greenhouse gas emissions. And this ultimately leads to more sustainable farming. So the company that supplies the technology is the enabler for the farmer to reduce their carbon footprint. Similar to the fleet solution that Beatrice talked about earlier on as well, the provider of the fleet emissions technology, fleet management technology, is helping the company implementing the solution to enable reduce their emissions. So we know that enablement is important to help us make the right investment decisions. This will allow us to drive innovation and investment in green digital solutions. But how does enablement actually help us achieve this? So at an organizational level, it aids decision making. So from a customer's perspective, the enablement calculation will allow you to identify the correct solution for your organization. From suppliers, you can evaluate the risks and opportunities that their products and services that they offer have for them. So it might provide opportunities in helping the net zero transition, or there might be risks to their company where they actually become an enabler of high emissions for other companies. So it's very important in the strategic decision-making part. It's very important to highlight the impact of digital technologies. So customers need to know about what solutions are and how they can impact their way of doing business. And suppliers need to use them as a marketing tool so that people are aware their solutions exist. And by getting customers on board, this will ultimately drive investment into low carbon enabling solutions. So if you put those together and you've driven investment into it, the result is a more sustainable, equitable, and low cost transition to net zero. Historically, enablement calculations focused on quantifying and reporting the current impact, particularly of widespread and easy to grasp solutions. So, for example, today we're talking on a video conferencing solution, and this has been covered in lots of different enablement calculations. Then the organization would tend to use the output of the calculation as a marketing tool of the positive impact. And this is really good, but we see that in the future, enablement assessments are going to do a whole lot more. So they'll start to be implemented for estimating future impact much, much more. And this allows us to look at not just what we're doing now, but how we develop on the way to 2030 and to net zero in 2050. Additionally, we're seeing organizations start to assess not just a couple of their selected solutions, but their entire portfolio. So this touches the positives and the negatives and gives a fair sort of total picture of their entire portfolio and their impact beyond the value chain. And then finally, we're seeing more and more complex and niche solutions being analyzed as the capabilities within this area continue to grow. So combining those, this expands from an assessment of just a positive marketing tool into supporting business strategy development, into assessing a business's alignment to net zero, and to informing the product R&D. So any decisions you might be making of your product development, you can make them early on in the process and adapt your product to ensure it's suitable for the coming years and net zero alignment. So this moves enablement from previously being seen as stood by itself and as a side tool that can be used into one of the core functions that we see linking into many capabilities. So in terms of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, we see that enablement can support the beyond value chain mitigation assessment and reporting of your beyond value chain activities. When you're looking at TCFD, enablement can help you quantify risks and opportunities to do with your products and services. And for green finance, by quantifying the impact that you have beyond your value chain and the impact of your products and services, you can attract green finance investment. So enablement is very good at what it's been designed to do. So it's designed to give you an impact on of a solution on greenhouse gas emissions. It's really important to highlight that it doesn't consider other environmental impacts beyond greenhouse gas emissions. So it doesn't consider any of the other sort of considerations such as biodiversity, and it doesn't consider social impacts. So the role of this is really just to provide insight into greenhouse gas emissions, and it should be used alongside other assessments when making investment and deployment decisions. So I think this is important when we look at a report from the ED that was released recently showing a third of people globally support the use of controversial geoengineering technologies as a way of mitigating climate change. Now, I'm not here to say whether that's a good or a bad idea, but an enabling calculation would show just the greenhouse gas emissions potential, and it would be a very significant positive result, most likely. But it would fail to show the potential impact on the ecosystem of, say, spraying chemicals into the atmosphere to reflect UV, or orbiting huge mirrors around the planet, as shown in that diagram there. So it's important to take away that it has its very, very clear strengths, but it can't be used in isolation for decision making alone. So hopefully you've got an understanding of what enablement is and the strengths and the limitations of it. So now I'm just going to look at what's currently being done in this area. So critical for enablement is that we have a method to calculate to do the quantitative assessment on. So Carbon Trust in 2020 co-authored the Avoided Emissions Framework with Mission Innovation. So this is an assessment framework that can be used to identify companies, solutions, and technologies that have a significant potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the moment, this is the most commonly applied framework for enablement, but there are new ones coming. So the EU wants to drive more green investment, and it sees digital solutions as a fundamental enabler to tackling climate change. So because of this, the EU Parliament formed the European Green Digital Coalition. So this brings together telecommunication and technology companies to work with policymakers and experts, and with the key aim is to drive investment and implementation of digital solutions to combat climate change. So the Carbon Trust are acting as technical experts, and we're working with other sectors such as transport, energy, and agriculture to help create a standard for carbon enablement. So beyond the standard, we're also developing deployment guidelines to help maximize the sustainability benefits of these solutions and get them rolled out and implemented successfully. And we're also developing key performance indicators that can track and monitor the investment and the deployment and the impact of green digital solutions. So when we apply enablement calculations, we can look at sort of a technology-wide approach or a sector-wide approach. So there's started way back in 2014 with GESI, so they're the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, and they published the Mobile Carbon Impact Report. So this is a report that looked at 60 product areas in the EU and the US, and it looked at the potential for mobile communications. more recently, GSMA in 2019 released the Enablement Effect. GSMA are a trade body for the mobile communications industry, and they were looking at the global enablement impact of mobile communications across 6 key sectors. So they found that in 2018, they estimated about 2.1 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent were avoided due to the use of mobile communication technologies. And to put this in perspective, this is similar to the total greenhouse gas emissions of Russia in 2017. So technologies are really already having an incredible effect on emissions. Importantly, this report also showed that something that Beatrice mentioned earlier in another report, a 10 times greater avoided emissions than the footprint of the technology itself. So the potential here for digital technologies to have that factor of 10 impact is very high. Something we're all very familiar with and probably can all relate to is home working recently. So Vodafone in 2021 produced a report that described the impact of teleworking, both pre, during, and post the pandemic. Post was obviously a projection. So they actually found that the largest contributor to avoided emissions from home working was the saved office emissions. And then this was followed by the saved emissions from commuting. In the same report, looking at Spain specifically, they found that 3.9 megatons of CO2 could be saved with teleworking. And this is equivalent to 28 million flights from London to Berlin. So a huge amount from one particular solution, but deployed widely is having a huge impact. Now, when we look, rather than the sort of sector-wide implementations, we look at just individual case studies, we can really highlight the impact of individual solutions that are out there. So healthcare is something we can probably all understand and engage with. Some of you may have already used digital solutions for online consultations with a doctor or a nurse. So this case study found that in Spain, patients could save about 3.1 kilograms per consultation. So this might seem small, 3.1 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent, but in the UK, on average, or an average person has 25 consultations a year. And so at the population of the UK, that's 1.7 billion consultations. So if we can just get a fraction of those to move over, this can onto online solutions, this can have a really significant impact. Online shopping has obviously increased a lot in the past few years, especially during and stayed high since the pandemic. And an unknown challenge is that the loss and the breaking of wooden pallets. So this creates a huge amount of wooden waste, which is either burned or worse, is thrown onto scrap piles and breaks down, releasing methane emissions. So the alternative to this is use much more durable materials, but these are too expensive to be able to just be transported around the country and lost. So by implementing sensor technology, monitoring the locations of these pallets, they can minimize losses and make it an economically viable solution, and therefore making the shopping more sustainable. And this last one I really like, because drones are one of these technologies that seem to get everywhere and have loads of use cases. So in this use case, they're deployed in the US and they are replacing manual water tank inspections. So manual water tank inspections can be dangerous for one, but also very time consuming, expensive. And if we use drones instead, we can do more frequent inspections, so we can reduce water losses. We can save energy, we can save time and money, and also inconvenience for the residents. They don't have to wait for the water tank to be drained and lose the access to the water they have. So in the US, if this was applied to just 10% of the manual inspections that go on every year, over 1 billion gallons of water could be saved annually and 2,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions avoided. So you should see that from the case studies and then the sort of sector-wide impacts, we're already having, or digital technologies are already having such a significant impact on the world today. And we need to work out, and we need to use enablement calculations to continue pushing this and driving investment and implementation of these technologies.
So Felix has shown us the importance of enablement and how broad-reaching it can be. So it's, it's present in company decarbonization targets, in the assessment of risks and opportunities, and in things such as business strategy and, looking at product R&D. So before we finish our session today, we want to leave you with some starting tools to understand how you and your organization can engage with enablement, both as providers of solutions and also customers or investors in digital solutions. So when you're engaging with enablement, think first, what is your aim? Are you looking to drive investment? So for example, do you want to get investment for your company, or are you looking more as an investor and you're figuring out what to invest in? Is it more about communications? Or are you hoping to, communicate to your customers, having it be more of a marketing lens to help your customers understand the type of digital solutions that you have and the positive impact that they're having? Or maybe it's something around communications and compliance. Maybe you've been asked by your investors to, be able to communicate the impact of your solutions that you're providing and they're investing in. Or perhaps maybe it's more internal. Maybe you're looking at business strategy and planning, and you're trying to figure out, the positives and negatives of those solutions in your portfolio. So essentially, what we'd say is use this as a starting point and go from there. Because this figuring out your aim will help you decide what type of project, analysis, or engagement you should be doing. So if we're looking at this as a digital company, you can look at something like portfolio screening. This will help you better understand the impacts of your products and services and understand, okay, which of my products and services have an enabling impact. You can take it a step further and look at portfolio assessments. So essentially quantifying the risks and opportunities from an emissions perspective, not just financial. So by looking at the opportunities, you can understand which of your solutions have a positive impact and will help, different companies decarbonize and reach their footprint targets. And so maybe it's, time to invest in these types of solutions or take these solutions forward. Looking at the risks, you can understand which of your products and services might be hit by a carbon tax, or which products and services might have decreased demand in the future as people, as demand essentially decreases for more carbon intensive products. And so this will very much help you tackle both your business planning and also help drive investment. For example, helping you with product R&D. On a solution level, you might be looking to, both drive investment and look in communications. And through this, you can maybe explore things like developing a solution case study where you're able to showcase the avoided emissions impact of a particular solution that you sell. If you're looking to drive investment and communications more on a company level, you might think of, doing external annual reporting of your impact. So looking at as a company across your portfolio of products and services, what impact are they having as a whole? Then in terms of if you're a company that's actually a customer of digital solutions, you can explore these case studies and annual reports as a way to better understand what solutions are out there and what can actually help you address the hotspots or the hard to decarbonize elements of your footprint. If you're an investor, these sources, both the external annual reporting and the case studies, can help you better understand what solutions or what companies you want to invest in, because it showcases, by doing this, companies showcase, that they're thinking about the impact of their products in carbon terms, the impact they're having on climate change, and it's showcasing that they are going to be a resilient company in the future because they're preparing their portfolio for the changes that are coming. As a supplier of or contributor to digital solutions, once you've gained a good understanding of the impact of your portfolio, so for example, by doing a portfolio assessment, and if you're externally reporting, you can also consider setting a target. So this can be a way essentially for you to drive business into the right direction. It helps you show your clients and potential investors that you're looking to be ambitious and that you want to expand the enabling capabilities of your products and services and that you're embedding this into your business strategy. Lastly, you can have a combined approach of both suppliers of digital solutions and customers of digital solutions. This can come in the form of essentially identifying digital opportunities within business operations. So what this means is suppliers can help their customers to review their business and understand, footprint hotspots and how digital can actually help you reduce those hotspots or hard to decarbonize areas. And lastly, you can also look at developing partnerships. And what this means is, for example, let's say you're a provider of heating pumps or you're a provider of HVAC systems. You can work with a digital partner. So you're bringing, your expertise in your product and they're bringing their expertise of digital. And together you can, create something, create a new product that is more innovative, and perhaps more energy efficient, and takes the benefit of digital and the benefit of your product to make a more enhanced solution that has a lower carbon impact. To finish off the session, so looking at current NDCs, by 2030, there's still a 12 gigaton gap to the 1.5 degree pathway. And well, digital solutions are going to be crucial in closing this gap. And the measurement of enablement is an important tool to select the right solutions to invest in and to deploy. Many organizations are already engaging in this important area. Tackle climate change, to reach net zero, and to keep warming at 1.5, organizations should look to keep digital solutions, to help them reduce their impact.
Thank you, Beatrice. So I think now we're going to move to a live poll. So trying to get some insights from yourselves, and then follow this, we'll go to a Q&A. Oh, so we've already got some. Brilliant, that came up fast. So that's very impressive. So we've got yes 57% and 17% already reducing their footprint. So I think, Beatrice, we probably anticipate this to be a bit lower. I think we probably thought no would be more 50%, maybe higher. So I think that's very promising, particularly the 17% using digital solutions to reduce their footprint. Okay, so we're just going to move on to the Q&A for a short bit. Beatrice, what has been the most interesting digital solution that you have come across so far?
Oh, that's a really good question. I actually heard of one recently that has to do with fleet. So there's a type of fleet analytics platform that essentially, if you're a logistics company that has, a large fleet of LGVs and cars, let's say, for example, by using this platform, you're able to assess each individual vehicle and how, where they drive to usually, what EV charging stations are on the way, how far they can drive on one charge, and then take into consideration things like temperature, so location in which this vehicle is driving and how that affects, energy impact of an EV, also load that's typically in this vehicle. And so taking into basically every element of each individual vehicle within this fleet, this platform is able to analyze which of the vehicles in your fleet you'd be able to switch to EVs. And so you're able to do that seamless transition, being, very assured that these vehicles in this fleet will be able to switch. And then it also gives you tips essentially on those vehicles that are maybe borderline, how to maybe change routing or change, loads, to then be able to switch those remaining vehicles to EVs. So really kind of quite promising in terms of, because there's always this hesitancy in terms of, switching to EVs because you might, make that transition and then understand that, because of how your operations work, that EVs aren't the right fit. So these simple platforms essentially help give you that confidence of which vehicle you can switch, and will hopefully help us on that transition to moving to EVs. And
yeah, I think that's. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask you,
Felix. So important. Oh, you're going to ask me as well, right? Okay, well, I'll come to mine in a second. But I think that's so important because passenger cars, I mean, people have range anxiety just in their own personal cars. And so when it comes to a business, understanding that there are technological solutions that can address that concern, that can highlight the vehicles in your fleet that are ready now to be electrified, and have that confidence that there's some brain and somebody working behind it, rather than just sort of a salesman giving you a sales pitch about why you should be buying a new electric van or something, is really important. And I think that's where these technologies really have so much ability to accelerate the transition, which is such an important part of, and we mentioned 2030 quite a lot. We really need to push our ambition to 2030, and that's where these technologies can help us. So that's really good. Yeah, you asked me. I think I always we touched on healthcare earlier on, and I actually think healthcare apps are, because of their ability to avoid emissions, but also because of their wider impacts as well, I think are just sort of more of a personal favorite in terms of digital solutions. I mean, a lot of developing countries and developing parts of the world have now mobile communication technology. So not only can we avoid emissions through the rollout of these solutions, but also we can reach areas we never have before. So instead of implementing a system where they have to travel miles, and as they probably do, to get to these services, they just jump straight in. They don't have to go through that process of traveling. They just jump straight in and get access, direct access to healthcare when they need it, which they probably didn't have before. So I think for me, the benefits that impact in terms of emissions, but also where the solutions can have wider benefits as well, are really interesting.
I think poll 2 is ready now for us to look at.
Okay, great. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Interesting. So, sorry, go ahead, Felix.
No, you got it.
I was going to say, yeah, so we were discussing earlier today, in terms of what we thought the results from the poll one was going to be. And yeah, we thought maybe that no was going to be quite a high one. This is something that we've seen, still very much early stages in how companies are thinking about it. Even the companies that are very prominent in providing these digital solutions. But we think more and more, and it's good to see already that 20% is already considering it within products and services R&D, because that's quite key, because we're at a state, that's the early stage. So you want to be, these are products that are going to be rolled out in the next few years and then going to be around in the market for 10, 15 years. So it's really key that we're, making the right decisions now at such an early stage, so that when we're, in 2030, 2040, and these products are being used, that they're already taking these elements into consideration.
Yeah, and it's interesting what's been omitted, because I think there's other options on that. So we're looking at beyond value chain mitigation, which that might have been an option, I can't remember now, and TCFD, and these really are sort of quite early days for people to be looking at avoided emissions and enablement, and using enablement calculations to inform these parts of their strategy. But we think that there are certain organizations who are mature in their ability to do the calculations. Obviously, this is demonstrated because some are already using it for product R&D and general strategy, but also developed in their TCFD. So they're using scenario analysis and they have that sort of deeper level of understanding. So it's bringing these two disciplines together and getting the benefits that you can get from both by combining the two. So we think that's really important. It's not a surprise, but I guess this is why we're trying to talk to people today, to highlight how they can be used beyond the sort of the status quo as it is today. Was there another one? What was another option that we had that we didn't? I can't remember on that list now. I'd come back to it.
Yes. I guess we'll see if poll 3 is ready, and if not, then we can go on to another question.
Right. Yeah, we'll keep going with questions for a bit. So, are enablement calculations accurate, and how comparable are they? So they are. It really depends on the approach they use, and at the moment, with the avoided emissions framework, there is a lot of leeway, or a lot of different approaches that are applicable. And so you'd have to really dive into the details of each report to understand how comparable one report is, say, to another. But within organizations, when they're reporting a portfolio, should be using the guidance is to use a standard methodology. So within an organization, they should be very comparable. Across organizations, one of the intentions of the European Green Digital Coalition is to set this more standardized methodology, so that there is a more prescriptive, standardized process to allow for comparability. And this will help ultimately drive more investment when you can see that the impact of a solution type A and solution type B is such that should really help direct investment into the right decisions, the right places. So they are accurate. Comparable is just based on the assumptions and what the basis of the original calculation was. I've got poll 3 now, so let's go to poll 3. That's very interesting, because we again we're pessimistic about this, aren't we, Beatrice? We think communications is really important. It's been a core part of enablement calculations for a long time. It's still getting answers in. That's good. So obviously we think it's a core part, but we never know from the consumer end or how people sort of personally feel about them and how much influence they're having. So I've got to say it's really positive that, and I think anyway that just reinforces the importance for using communications in selling your products, but also driving investment into the right areas. And yeah, and I think also benefit for our clients. Obviously, what we're doing is working. Right. Anything to say on that, Beatrice, or yeah, carry on to the next question?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's good to see. I guess good to see that. I think interestingly for me, I think it relates to also what we see separately in things like certifications and product packaging and how that's helping inform, consumer decisions of when you go to the supermarket and you're deciding which product to go for and whether that's helping you, in terms of your decisions. I think enablement is something that is at much earlier stage because it's, in a sense, it's there's other reasons for which people buy certain products or other solutions, but I think and hopefully more and more the communication side will help consumers in terms of deciding which solution to go for. And I think because increasingly we see also a cost impact in relation to climate change. So for example, with the energy crisis that we're now in, right, if you have something that's you go for more energy efficient lights and a more energy efficient a washing machine or whatever it might be, or solutions that are helping you reduce those costs. And so as more and more we see the costs and benefits of also going for something that is greener and has a more positive impact on the planet, I think hopefully we'll see with this communications that helping us make the right decisions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Next question we have is, if we don't know where to start to find digital solutions, where should we start?
So I think as a company, so if you're a company that is going out to purchase digital solutions rather than being the provider of them, I think the first key thing and goes back to that slide we had in terms of deciding what your aim is. I think the first key thing is around looking at your footprint and actually identifying what are you trying to tackle, what are your key hotspots within your footprint, and not just key hotspots, but actually what is the really tricky bit that you're trying to decarbonize that you're struggling with. What are those hard to decarbonize elements of your supply chain, for example, or of your scope 1 and 2, and how can you use digital solutions to help with that. So I think from then identifying those hotspots and those harder to decarbonize areas, you're able to then decide which route you want to take and then go out and try to target those areas. And the reason I also mentioned supply chains, even though that's in your scope 3 and less directly in terms of you purchasing a digital solution to use, is that you can create these partnerships or you can help your suppliers. If that's, for example, a logistics company that's helping you provide something, helping them to reduce using digital solutions, for example, with fleet management or with that platform to switch to EVs, helping educate them on that then also helps reduce your own footprint. And so through that, it's, oftentimes scope 3 is very hard to decarbonize. It's very much on your suppliers or downstream to change. And so by also helping them on this journey of figuring out what digital solutions might actually be quite easy to implement and at low cost would help them decarbonize and reduce their footprint, which in turn will help you with your targets and reducing your footprint.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because when you can think about people looking out into the market to try and find solutions, I mean, that's a massive market to look into. You don't know where to start. So it's really interesting. Actually, the best way to do it is to look internally, use the information you have, your carbon footprint, the own hotspots that you have within your value chain, and identify those hotspots. And then by understanding what those hotspots are, you'll be able to understand that, okay, what's the best way to address this specific issue? And so I think, yeah, to boil down all the digital solutions out there is really just the best way is to look internally to start with. So good point. What types of technologies are the most important for the transition to net zero? Do you want to take that one first again, and I'll follow up?
Yeah, sure. So I think, I'm going to give a similar answer to my previous one. I think it all comes down to identifying hotspots, right? So in terms of, okay, what are the most important technologies? first we have to look at what are the biggest problems, right? Which sectors are we struggling to decarbonize the most? And within those sectors, really, what are the trickiest little bits? So for example, maybe in transportation, things like shipping, right? That's something that's quite hard to decarbonize. So is there a digital solution that can help answer that? Or looking at energy, flexibility in the grid, helping manage demand during peak times, helping if we're trying to essentially not use as much fossil fuel, how do we manage this and how can we use digital solutions to respond to that? So I think, yeah, very much looking at sectors, identifying within those sectors, or identifying which sectors have the biggest impact, and within those, which are really the trickiest bits to be decarbonizing at this moment. And also on the other side, looking at what has the, I guess, not just the trickiest to decarbonize, but what by you changing could have the biggest impact, right? So what is something, there might be easier fixes and changes in ways of doing by implementing digital solutions that could actually, because it's something that's a problem globally, by implementing a simple solution, you might be finding a quick fix or an easier fix for a big problem.
Yeah. Well, you took all the good ones there, didn't you? All the big hitters, the energy and transport. I think I do think transport is a particularly interesting area. Energy has the benefits of a lot of the technologies are available now, and it's about scaling them. So a lot of the, and that's where grid balancing comes in and grid optimization. Whereas transport really needs help along its transition, because we know that airlines and we know that ferries and we know that large trucking and HGVs are going to be very hard to decarbonize. So this is where I think the solutions that can really impact this, if we can maximize utilization in all of our freight, if we can work out how to optimize the journey distances, if we can work out how to start using vehicle trains along motorways and try and get all these small improvements, because it's still going to be 10 to 15 years until we have alternative sources of energy that can power these large freight transports. So I think for me, the transport is a very it's one where we need to focus our energy on technologies. But we do mention, I mean, this whole talks about digital solutions, but and some digital solutions do help us to actually start doing less. That's the important thing. We do need to also adapt our behaviors, and technologies are very important to doing that. So, I mean, looking at smart meters being rolled out for energy use, that has there's lots of different studies on this, but that has different people in different areas has different effects, but it can be very important. And then the technologies you can build off the back of a smart meter, like then having the Nest and the home controls that give people power or control over their energy use. I think those behavioral side ones and the ones that can affect our demand side rather than just the response is really important.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think we've come to the end of 10 past, and I don't want to run over. So now at the end of the session, the audience, you'll go to closing comments. So you'll need to click a button when you end. So it's been lovely to have you all, and thank you, Beatrice, for supporting me today, and thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Felix.
Welcome back. Well, I hope you enjoyed the expert tracks. I know I learnt a lot. I'm delighted to welcome back to the studio Hugh Jones, who is the Managing Director for the Carbon Trust, responsible for our advisory business, providing strategic climate change consulting to businesses and organisations. Hugh, there was some fantastic insights today. I don't know how you make a summary of all of that, but the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ralph, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, I'm Hugh Jones. It's my pleasure to welcome you back to the plenary session as we move towards the close of today's Accelerate to Net Zero Summit. And it may be dark here in British wintertime, but there was certainly plenty of illumination in the event today, and I will do my best to summarise that. I hope you will agree that we really had a great set of speakers with, I think, outstanding content above all else this afternoon. And at the Carbon Trust, we often say that the response to climate change works at more than one level. And I think that was certainly true today. The sessions reflected both the long view, the strategic, systemic, transitional issues at the heart of climate change, but at the same time, they addressed the here and now, the practical nature of the journey to net zero, which is a trajectory that we all need to be on without question. And I think the sessions also showed how, the whole event has shown how participative net zero actually is. It's all about the sharing of information and of ideas. So we started what seems like a while ago now with Lord Turner setting out the high level issues with typical conviction and clarity. And he emphasized the importance of the shape of the net zero trajectory, the need to accelerate the decarbonisation of energy, buildings, industry and transport, even though they're in, Lord Turner would say, fairly good shape, that we need to accelerate, and also to seek new solutions for agriculture as well as domestic heat, both of which he identified as problem areas. And I'd like to thank Lord Turner on behalf of Carbon Trust for, I think, inspiring both confidence, but also instilling realism about the path ahead. We then moved on to the panel on the energy crisis, which I think did a lot to affirm faith that the energy crisis can have a positive impact, that is having a positive impact in some ways on boosting decarbonisation, but also faith in our ability to achieve the clean energy transition to net zero. But the panel did point to some large gaps that need to be addressed, notably on heat, transport, and indeed harder to abate sectors. So a big thank you from us to the panelists, Nina from REA, Vijay from Virgin Media O2, Garrett from Smurfit Kappa, and Dominic from We Mean Business Coalition. And both the panel and Lord Adair's keynote emphasized the incredible progress that has been made and continues to be made on renewables, which are now forecast to overtake coal globally by 2025. And they also pointed to the vital role that governments have to play in ultimately regulating the markets so that businesses can achieve progress to net zero. And given the need to accelerate the trajectory, it is clear that much more still needs to be done in the UK as well as elsewhere. So after the plenaries, we then split into the simultaneous tracks, the streams, which were climate transition planning, collaboration and engagement, and scaling action and ambition. And of course, there was definitely, to take my word, some rich content in all of those sessions, but you won't have been able to see them all live, of course, because they were simultaneous, but they will be made available to watch back. So I'm going to spend, with your permission, a little time just summarizing the key themes of these sessions so that you know what to look for when you receive the links from us after this event. All three streams, as with the earlier plenary sessions, covered some really interesting, meaningful themes. And I've tried to pull together a few of those, which you can, as I say, catch up with in the sessions. So the first theme was the value, really, of the net zero journey, not just to the planet and to society, but actually to future-proof your own businesses and organizations. Whether you're well on the way to net zero or just at the very start, this is a journey for all of us. Secondly, collaboration came through very strongly. Collaboration up and down value chains, within and across industries, on technology and innovation, for example, with the finance community. It also works at a local level. We heard about local governments and businesses adopting a whole systems approach to net zero decarbonisation. And we heard about community levels, for example, for implementing energy solutions. Thirdly, a really rigorous approach to measuring impacts, risks, opportunities, using primary data where possible to enable the best management decisions, and also to allow for credible, transparent disclosures and claims around your achievements, and to avoid accusations of greenwashing, which one of the sessions showed is there are many perceptions of greenwashing. It's really important to avoid that. And at the Carbon Trust, we work with many of you already on your organizational scope 3 quite often, or indeed product footprints and impact measurements. So it's certainly an area that the team knows very well. The fourth theme was the resilience and managing the risk so that you can be a viable business organization in a climate constrained and then ultimately a net zero world. And the expert team here showed, they went into some detail really, showing how to extend the appraisal of risk to include areas like resource and land use, systemic dependencies on others, and the social license to operate. These are all real value adds to the existing TCFD framework. And we see that framework as a really key tool in managing your organization's transition to net zero and indeed unlocking the finance to drive it. The fifth theme that came out today was really working across and within your organizations at the most senior levels, making the net zero trajectory a fully empowered strategic objective for your organization. You can't achieve this anymore in a sustainability department alone. The next very strong theme was the really important, the crucial importance of technology, of innovation, of circularity, and of digitalization in enabling the transition, including in one session how to quantify and contextualize the positive impacts of products and services in use. There was also a specific session focusing on heat decarbonization, a key technology approach which helps to address a major current issue, at least non-domestically, that was raised in the earlier plenary sessions. We heard a lot about the role of green finance in enabling the transformation to net zero and how, again, we address it in our expert team. And finally, but certainly not least, coming across in pretty much all the sessions, a need to think long-term as well as short-term about the new ways of providing today's products as tomorrow's services, for example, in radically different ways. And these transformations, these will affect all of your organizations and businesses, whatever sector you're in. And we're ensuring that the organizations that we're working with already on the route to net zero are taking the time today to consider how to address this in the future, because transition requires forethought and ultimately planning and innovation. So as I said, all of the sessions will be made available, and I can assure you there's great content in all of them. For the practitioners among you, I would particularly draw your attention to our Route to Net Zero standard, which has been mentioned a number of times today, and which a select number of organizations have already started to achieve. Our Route to Net Zero standard is a new offering. It provides a value-add approach to helping you reach your net zero targets year on year on year to keep to that all-important trajectory. So it's one of the offerings that we have, but quite an important one. Details on our website. So really that summarizes the sessions, as well as thanking, of course, all of our guest speakers and all of our home speakers and moderators and our excellent events team. I would like to thank you, the audience, for your participation, for your excellent questions, your poll responses, and above all, for your commitment to the collaboration on net zero. Thank you. And now Ralph will introduce the closing video.
Thank you, Hugh. Yes, I'd like to introduce a very special keynote from the chair of the Carbon Trust, Baroness Brown of Cambridge. Baroness Brown is a British engineer and crossbench member of the House of Lords, present chair of the Carbon Trust and the Henry Royce Institute, and she was also Vice-Chancellor of Aston University from 2006 to 2016. Baroness Brown, over to you.
The last couple of years have emphasised the appalling consequences of our changing climate. We're all affected. It's not just small island states and the Southern Hemisphere. We've seen over 200 deaths from extreme flooding in Germany and Belgium, rapidly growing wildfire and drought problems in the USA, as well as catastrophic flooding in Pakistan and terrible drought in Ethiopia. And these are just a very few examples of the global impacts we've been seeing. 2022 is now officially the hottest year on record in the UK. We experienced temperatures of over 40 degrees C in the summer for the very first time, accompanied by significant increases in heat-related deaths. The Met Office estimates that climate change made this 160 times more likely. Attribution studies for global events regularly now highlight disasters that are 100, 200, or even 300 times more likely because of climate change. That could mean that what was a 1 in 300 year extreme event can now be expected almost every year. And we're only at 1.1 degrees of warming. Rapid action to reach net zero globally may still be able to give us a chance to keep warming down to no more than 1.5 degrees. But we're running out of time to secure this future. 2 or 3 degrees of warming now look much more likely. If 1.1 degrees brings this much destruction and damage, another half a degree is a pretty bleak prospect for all of us. It will certainly challenge our ability to adapt. Every fraction of a degree of warming we can avoid is precious in both human and in economic terms. Delivering net zero is urgent. We've seen a lot of focus by governments and businesses on target setting for decarbonisation and net zero. And of course, this is great and an absolutely essential start. But it is now critical that we move on to delivery. The Climate Change Committee in the UK has told the government that it is adopting a laser focus on delivery and has developed a much broader set of indicators for a continuous assessment of the UK's progress. Unfortunately, the economic impact from 2 years of COVID and now the war in Ukraine means that national governments globally are being distracted from the focus on climate change mitigation and adaptation. So it's even more important that companies, local government and communities, as well as all of us as individuals, are working together to deliver action. Moving beyond setting targets to focus on delivery means having delivery of net zero as a core part of the organisation's, or indeed perhaps the household's, strategy. It's not just the targets, it's about every decision and action taking the climate impact into account and making changes to reduce it. It's a cultural change that has to be supported by everyone in the organisation. It isn't just a management instruction. Fortunately, of course, most people are keen to be part of an organisation that is taking real action on climate. So whilst the change is not easy, it's likely to be a motivating one for many staff. But it's also about being honest. The targets will be difficult. We must be prepared to admit when we miss them. We must learn from our failures and keep changing how we do things and indeed what we do. No country or organisation can do this alone. The steel industry can't decarbonise unless the electricity industry does. We can't decarbonise transport unless the automotive industry can produce zero emissions vehicles. And the automotive industry can't decarbonise unless the minerals needed for batteries are mined sustainably and with zero emissions. Energy, buildings, industry, transport, farming, all the key sectors are highly interdependent, and reaching net zero will require cross-sector collaboration along with plenty of innovation. And our international supply chains, whether it's for minerals, for food, for car parts, the energy interconnectors, hydrogen perhaps in the future, mean that we must collaborate internationally to reduce our emissions, as well as to reduce the impacts and become more resilient to climate change. COP28 this year in Dubai is the culmination of the 5-yearly global stocktake of the implementation of the Paris Agreement, a stocktake of collective progress towards meeting the ambition to keep warming below 1.5 degrees. It will undoubtedly underline the need for more urgency and more action. We can all support this process by focusing on delivery now. So I do hope this meeting has fired you up for action and provided both inspiration and ideas.
Well, I'm certainly fired up for action, but that brings us to the end of today's event, sadly. We hope you enjoyed all the discussions. As Hugh said, the videos will be made available soon, so if you missed anything, you can watch it back. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time with a couple of virtual events, one on Africa and one on Latin America. You can find details about these events, our initiatives, and more insights on our website at carbontrust.com, including the newsletter, which I strongly recommend because it's a great way of keeping in touch with all the news about this industry. And also you can follow us on LinkedIn. Thank you for watching, and from the whole of the Carbon Trust team, thank you again, and we hope to see you soon.